blood, sweat, tears, the components. Riding all year, now's the moment. We are not friends, we are opponents. Yeah, I'm coming for mine. Yeah, I'm making a play, the game on the line. Yeah, I've been on the grind. Yeah, I jump in the spot, I made it my time. Yeah, look in the sky. Yeah, the stars align, no shade to shine. Can't stop it already. Emotional work and devotion, we put in this time. Look. You won't stop my stride. I'll just break your line. I don't tolerate wasted time. You take us down, keep fighting.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming and Monster Energy.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen and summoners on the Rift. This is the Snapdragon Pro Series Open Finals Playoffs. We finally made it to top 4. 4 teams from 2 different regions in the MSPB WildRift tournament are here to prove their worth, and the top 2 advances to the challenge stage. My name is Husky alongside Aaron, also known as Pondo. We are in for a treat today because instead of best of 3s, we get best of 5s.
We got some really good games going on. We had some really good stories to tell from yesterday's matches, which some like upsets, some really, really close battles that we didn't expect to pan out the way that they did. But, it was the difference between life and death, just little moments that kind of turned the entire game on its head. It was exciting to watch, and I can't wait for more of these.
Yeah, and I can't wait to share with you guys all of these great moments. But first, we gotta do our due diligence. Gonna let you guys know how the format works in case you guys have forgotten or are not up to date. So we start with the open qualifiers where teams fight to get the spots to qualify for the open groups, the open finals group stage and finals, where we just finished that yesterday. We concluded with 4 teams for each region, including Thailand, Indonesia and Vietnam. And afterwards, now we are at the Open's final stage where we play in the double elims playoffs format, where the finalists, the top 2, advances to the challenge groups, and each region will have 2 representatives from their own open finals playoffs to qualify to the challenge groups, where we play a round robin format. And of course, the top 4 teams from the challenge group stage advances to the challenge playoffs, which will be an offline event in Thailand. And of course, that is where we will crown the best WildRift team in Southeast Asia.
Should be interesting to see how the region fares, see if we have any more regions besides, because right now we're looking at it, we're kind of thinking, will it be a Philippine-only representation for this particular region, or will we actually see SGP come out in there and have a Singaporean team in the mix as well together with the other regions that we'll be seeing in the faces off in the challenge playoffs?
Yeah, and I think this would be very a story to tell as well, right? We are looking at primarily the PH teams. They are here to not only prove their worth, but some of them, they have a date with, their nemesis. We're talking about Team Underground looking at RRQ as one of the strongest nemesis, with SGP who don't want to meet with Nigma Galaxy, but it's an inevitability if they want to advance to the challenge group stage. But for those who are still unsure of what the prize pool for the open finals is, this is going to be it. So 4 teams have been eliminated yesterday with Phantom 6, Sam9, we have Grind Sky Esports, and we also lost Fennel in the bottom 4, and they will walk away with $625 and also $500 respectively. But this is where the biggest lion's share is. The challenge prize pool. The team that wins the entire challenge stage gets $14,625.
Yeah, that's the big sum. This is definitely the motivating factor. This is sort of the star in your eyes, the heart in your eyes sort of feeling, where you gotta like, this is how you do if you work your best. This is how you do if you you have something to strive for. You can be like, damn, this is some good stuff.
Yeah, and like if I get paid, if I get so much money for putting in effort, I would do it. And that's what these teams are striving to achieve as well. Nigma Galaxy, RRQ, SGP, and Team Underground will be the 4 teams that we look at today onwards. They are in the top 4, but we do thank Grind Sky Esports, Fennel, Phantom 6, and Sam9 for being a part of this journey. Unfortunately, their journey has concluded.
It's concluded indeed. It's a bit of a shame, but I do hope that they come back stronger. We have so many opportunities coming up. We have so many interesting storylines and things to come. And I can't wait to see if they improve, and I can't wait to see them come in back for another piece of the pie. But congratulations to the top 4 because we are going to have some really good matches coming up for you as we go through their matches today. And the bracket will be coming up so you can just see how the matchup stacks up right now.
Yeah, and this is going to be a slobber knocker. I hope I...
A slobber knocker.
I
never heard that term before.
I have a feeling that I messed up like the second half of it. I'll figure that out.
A slaughterhouse, you mean?
Something, right? We'll find that out. We'll find out about that in a bit. But Nigma Galaxy will take on Team Underground in the best of 5. We also have the same best of 5 afterwards with RRQ taking on SGP. In the first series, it's all about proving a point, but in the second series, it's about SGP trying to overcome the next challenge. They've overcome Fennel, a team that they did not even expect to beat, but now here they are put in a position to fight the best team from the region, RRQ.
I think these are some really interesting narratives lining up. We've got some really interesting stories to tell about. We've seen these teams. We've seen how they fight. So looking at the play styles, then we're trying to figure out what exactly we're going to be looking at here, because like SGP is a team that when you looked at them, you didn't really expect them to be able to pull that win out from Fennel. If I'm being a little bit like candid here, but like they managed to persevere, and we talked about them hitting higher highs than Fennel because Fennel has sort of an obligation to play by the playbook. SGP kind of pulls more stuff out of their hat, which is why it was more interesting when they did win. So do you think they'll be able to pull something out of their hat, or do you think the magic in the bottle won't work twice?
I mean, if we're looking at their opponents, RRQ is a Mad Hatter themselves, right? They also have a lot of tricks up the sleeves. When we looked at Fennel yesterday, we actually didn't interestingly enough, we didn't get to see any assassins in the mid lane, but RRQ is the one team that will not hesitate to pull that card out, and that is where it makes life a bit hard for SGP or honestly any team that goes up against RRQ, because they are just so flexible and they are one of the most aggressive teams from the region. They will fight you to the death, and that's what's gonna put SGP to the test. But that is a tale for later, because right now we gotta look at the teams from our first matchup. Let's bring up Nigma Galaxy, a team so far that has completely dominated their competition, right? They only lost one single game throughout the entire upper bracket run to qualify, and this team just got signed 2 months ago, and here they are in top 4.
They definitely pulled a winning team from like out of a hat or something, but I think the real word which defines them, I think is something that we can all agree on, is that Nigma Galaxy is what we call the most decisive of the teams, don't you think?
One of it, honestly, I think that's something that a lot of us would agree on. I think Nigma Galaxy, what they have demonstrated is just the, like you say, the decisiveness to pull the trigger, but also the creativity, right? They are one of the teams, aside from Team Underground, that is willing to play their Morgana jungle. We saw how much diversity they have. The only team that ran a double assassin comp, Zed and Kassadin, and was able to win. And that win was against, I believe, Fennel as well. So this is a team that you definitely have to keep your eyes out for. Chami, Joshi, Aaron, Demon Kite, and Draw.
I already feel an affinity with that mid laner over there. I feel like all us Aarons needs to stick together. There's so many Aarons within the caster gang, within the players. I don't know. I guess our parents are the type of people to look on the baby names and choose the first one off the list, not to disparage anyone or anything. But yeah, we have a really strong lineup. This is the sort of imagery that I imagine you seeing when you think of something really scary when you're facing up against like a team, because this is a monster of a team. Chami, Aaron, Demon Kite, Draw, Joshi, they're absolutely ridiculous at what they do.
Yeah, and of course they also had this great support staff, right? The coach TG, primarily, the brains behind the operation. I think the draft that he's been able to give for Nigma Galaxy has been splendid. But of course they're also up against a separate demon, in their own regards. We have Team Underground, who yesterday completely shattered the hopes of Grind Sky Esports. It felt like it wasn't even close. And there was one particular player that stood out amongst all of them, and that guy is Lara, a complete beast in that Dragon Lane role. His Lucian was completely flawless. This is the play that kind of defined Lara 1 as an individual, being able to win a teamfight for his squad, but also being able to demonstrate his chops against an opponent like Grind Sky.
Yeah, Lara, we saw that post-match highlight. We saw like the stats, and remember how Lara literally brought up the average for the entire damage dealt for both teams, in fact.
Oh yes.
In fact, like it was around 40,000 The rest, the enemy team, which is Guy and Sky, only managed around 15,000 per like champion. It was completely dominated by the amount of damage Lara was outputting for the entire point of the match, and it kind of solidified the concept that we had, that we said Team Underground was so solid. They were like a large piece of earth because they're underground, you know how it is, and they were ridiculously hard to displace. They were so tanky, they were so difficult to deal with, and no one exemplifies that more than like Lara and his damage and the damage that he dealt over the course of duration of the team fights.
Yeah, and of course, it would not be complete without the rest of the squad, right? We have his buddy in the Dragon lane, Otros. We also have Zilliaf in the mid lane, Sayonara in the jungle, and Carl in that Baron lane. And of course, we talked to Lara yesterday, a guy who is very direct, a man with little words, but has a clear message. And he says that, interesting fact about these guys, that that number 1 at the end of their IGN, it symbolizes that it's always number 1.
They're always number 1.
They're always number 1. And we'll see if Nigma Galaxy can prove them otherwise. We look at both Draw and Otros in that support role. And I do like this comparison because they have almost different champion pools. And when we go down that tier list, Otros, huge Leona player, expect that to get targeted by Nigma Galaxy. But at the same time, Draw is also a huge fan of champions that can start a fight. For him, it's the Rakan.
That's the Rakan. The Rakan on Nigma Galaxy it's really scary. It's really a force to be reckoned with. The only one who gives me the same sort of thoughts is like Arisen. But like it's another matter entirely. I do like the Leona pick. I think it's a really strong pick. I do think that the stats kind of speak for themselves, though. Draw having a little bit of a higher average, but I do think he does like to play a lot more front-facing like supports, as opposed to having a Leona who's going to be stunning you, and the damage won't be coming out when you're stunned. So I think Leona does take less damage overall.
And at the same time, I think so interesting thing about Nigma Galaxy in general was that. So when Nigma Galaxy won their first series, Draw was like, he posted a status and he was like, I was more nervous about the interview than I was about the series. Then they won their second series to qualify, and then we got to talk to him again with his entire team behind him. And when we asked him to do a team cheer, his team just abandoned him on the couch. So I hope they fix that internally, because you gotta have that unity to overcome a team like Team Underground today.
So ridiculously united in game, but immediately during the interview, they all decided to.
Yeah, they just left Draw, and it was super funny because he was sitting in the middle of the couch, right? Because everyone just dispersed. I was fortunate enough to talk to their coach, just have a little bit of a chat up, and I was telling him that next time if you guys win your next series, I would like for you to make sure that they don't abandon whoever gets interviewed again. And he actually offered, to talk to us. But we'll see if that's going to be the case. But either way, they are a very fun bunch, same like Team Underground, But so far, we only got to talk to Lara, and hopefully we will be able to speak to the rest of them. But that's only if they win.
Lara is, like we say, he was most to the point, and I really enjoyed that.
It's stone cold.
Stone cold Austin. Well, okay, but like the general idea that you can get something so much across with so little. But I really do enjoy their team dynamic. I like the way they were dancing behind the interviewers during the stage and cheering together. It's a real show of unity, and they didn't really abandon him like they did with Joe on the couch. So that's
that's a big difference, right? If Underground wins today, we kind of know why that's the case. But on to more serious matters. If you guys have your predictions in your mind, you want to let us know who you think is going to win the series, drop it down in the Twitch chat below. Is it Team Nigma Galaxy, or do you think Team Underground is going to win this one? As I think that yesterday when we spoke to Carl and we asked Lara, and we asked him, who do you think is going to be your biggest challenge? And his instinctual response was NGX, and then RRQ. Then when we made him pick one, he said RRQ. So that means that NGX is kind of at the second spot on the hierarchy. We'll see if they can prove that NGX is not as big as a threat as RRQ. It's very poetic, right, that we line up the series in this manner. But I want to look at our predictions as well, because I think we have separate predictions. You think Team Underground is going to win this. I think Nigma Galaxy will just roll over. Well, I say roll over, but it's actually a 3-2 series.
I do. Well, it's hard to sort of deny what we saw yesterday. That's kind of cements the image in your mind. Underground played they played a really, really good game. And it's very difficult to sort of get that image out of your mind. I think that's kind of what influenced my prediction today, because Nigma Galaxy does inspire fear. But after seeing the Underground game yesterday versus Grind Sky, it was hard to put them out of my mind as a serious contender. And I do feel like if they can step up to that same level that we saw yesterday, we'll have something that could, fall under that prediction right there.
Yeah, honestly, I think this could be anyone's game. But, we get a more evenly distributed prediction pool this time, right? So both the Aarons are not supporting the Aaron. So that right there is a red flag. You guys went for Team Underground. But for the rest of us, we think Nigma Galaxy would take it. But by no means it will be an easy series. I think, we would at least get 4 games. For me personally, because of how closely matched these two teams are, I think we would most likely get a full series. Though the interesting thing is that we look at Team Underground and we know that they placed 3rd in WCS Philippines, but when we look at Nigma Galaxy, well, they just got signed 2 months ago. But these players, they do have competitive experience, right? You have players previously, I believe, from Next Play, which is also a powerhouse from the Filipino region. And maybe that is one of the factors why, even though this organization, this team seems fresh, but the experience is there.
They're fresh, and they have like what we call like the eyes of the champions.
Oh yeah.
The creativity that comes from youth, so they say. So like being fresh means they have more ideas. It means they're willing to take new risks, and it really shows in their gameplay. It really shows in what they do. And like I don't know where I'm going with this, but you get the general concept that like they're both teams gonna watch out. It's definitely gonna be a really intense match. I can't wait to see how they line up against each other. Like I think Underground wins a lot in terms of their draft, because like they had some really strong draft picks. You saw that first game against Grind Sky. You saw how Grind Sky was absolutely unable to do anything. The winning condition was a tough wall to overcome. There was 3 initiators. All of them were ridiculously difficult to deal with. You had the Riven, you had I think it was a Galio.
Yeah, it was a Galio, yeah.
A Galio and a Garen. And like that, it was an impenetrable wall. At that point, there was no getting to the backline. There was no dealing with those tough initiators. And then Underground had like some of the best picks I've ever seen. And then the second game rolled over. Underground, it wasn't quite as dominant as the first game, but you had a really strong matchup regardless. Like they have really good draft picks. That's what I feel. Nigma, I think fundamentals are there. There's just great fundamentals. But now I think the draft pick is going to be coming up really soon, and then we'll see just how good Underground potentially is in their draft picks and see what it makes a difference here in the game versus Nigma Galaxy.
Yeah, we're about to kick off to a hot start, and it all begins with the draft. So yesterday's storyline was very interesting. Aside from just the upsets from SGP and Grind Sky Esports not able to overcome Team Underground, it was also the day of Elder Dragons.
Yeah.
A lot of those games were decided at the Dragon Pit. Team Underground won their series because of an Elder Dragon. SGP won their series because of an Elder Dragon. We'll see if that trend continues today. But when we look back at the draft, in a longer series, there's a bit more room for both teams to kind of experiment and breathe a little bit. Team Underground going for the Jace ban, and Nigma Galaxy responds with the Senna.
Senna, interesting. So I don't know if we're going to be seeing the usual, what we call the base band. So like, do you think we'll see a Kassadin maybe, the usual? Maybe throw in a Fiora, maybe a Camille. But like the Camille has had like you said, I think you said it coming into the series, the Camille win rate has not been great.
Yeah, it's like those picks where everyone is banning. It's like, wow, this is actually a pretty good pick. And then it doesn't win games, right? So
yeah, it's in the theoretical sense. It's like you're thinking about it. Camille is really good. Like the hook shot, the Hextech Ultimator. I think we talked at length about how Camille provides so much utility, and in theory should have been like a surefire win. But like every single time we've seen Camille on the board, we've seen Calm play Camille. We've seen like how they've hard focus Camille to make sure that she doesn't get where she needs to be, and it was pretty evident that like most of the Camilles that we see never got to live up to their full potential anyway.
Yeah.
So like at that point, does it even become a top tier pick anymore, because people are so worried against it and they keep playing to make sure that she doesn't get to that power spec that she needs to be?
Yeah, I mean, you talked about the Kassadin, and it actually got led through by Nigma Galaxy. Though this is something that we expected from Nigma Galaxy, and I want to kind of touch on that a bit, right? Because remember we talked to SSK regarding Kassadin being let go by Feno yesterday, and SSK said that, Feno didn't deal with the Kassadin enough to stop us from winning the games. But you know who did that? Nigma Galaxy. They let the Kassadin through and they completely crushed SGP, even though they had one of the strongest picks in their team. And I think Nigma Galaxy is here to prove a point. We're going to give it to the Kassadin and we'll deal with it just like how we shut down SGP.
Yeah, that's brave. I feel like if you have the confidence to be able to let the Kassadin through, you are very brave, or you're just so confident in your ability to be able to shut it down, or have good counter strats to get him away from that win condition. Because like we've seen a lot of games in which Kassadins, even though they've been shut down, they've been shut down well. So the early game, they lost some kills. They didn't manage to get enough gold to become like a huge threat towards the mid game or the late game. But they did come back eventually. That's just the nature of late game, right? The lanes are pushing in. Maybe you lost like a few like inhibitor towers, and then you have like hard pushes. So all the minions are closer towards your side, and you're farming up a storm. So the Kassadin does eventually come back. We've seen games where Kassadin does eventually come back, and that's why it's brave. It's confidence to be able to say, "Hey, I'm gonna pick Kassadin. We'll let you pick Kassadin because sure we can deal with it."
And that was something we kind of touched on a bit yesterday during the pre-show, where we were kind of just going on about how there are so many base picks we need to think, we need to consider for these teams. But eventually, you are going to reach a point where you have to compromise a bit, like which picks are we giving away, and if we do that, then how do we deal with it? And I think Nigma Galaxy is kind of demonstrating that, right? This is the second time they've given away the Kassadin, and without any hesitation at all. And we see the Lee Sin for Team Underground, we see the Renekton out, Nigma Galaxy, it's the Karma, it's the Rakan, but I want to touch on the Shyvana. So only picked once, and that was by Team Underground. That was picked by Sayonara, and when they play against RRQ, it was actually a win with the Shyvana, though not really because of the Shyvana, it's more of like, you know, kind of a RRQ self-bait, but Nigma Galaxy kind of picking a champion that we thought was exclusive to Team Underground.
Sorry. Yeah, I'm actually a little bit surprised by the Shyvana pick, because like you already see the early picks come out from Team Underground here. They have some mobile champions.
Oh,
You're already talking about Lee Sin. You're already talking about the safeguard coming out from Lee Sin. You're already talking about Kassadin with a pretty much self-refreshing R, right? Voidwalker. And like Shyvana excels at what we call disruption. So if you have a giant dragon jumping in between you and your backline and just doing a lot of damage, you have to respect like the spinning fire. You have to respect like a lot of her abilities, because if you don't respect the Shyvana, your health disappears before you can even think about it, or you can even consider the fact that you have the Shyvana in your list. But when you have see, they're even picking the Corki, because no Corki is a pick that can get away using his Valkyrie. And that makes things difficult for Shyvana, so I'm surprised by the Shyvana pick. I do think there's a lot of ways that Team Underground can get around it, but I do think that Nigma Galaxy has strong individual prowess, so we might be able to see something out of that as opposed to like the champion picks here.
Yeah, and we see the Galio as a secondary response right now. If the Shyvana jumps in, you know what? We have the Hero's Entrance. We have someone to act as a bulwark to stop this Shyvana, or at least to buy a bit of time, because eventually, even if you're a Galio, the Shyvana would chew through you with items. But Nigma Galaxy, they're gonna double down, right? They have a lot of pickouts with the Rakan, you have the Varus to get the lockdown, but most importantly, now you not only have the Shyvana and the Rakan to dive you, the Riven gets put into the mix. And this is a Riven Baron lane as well. So we see the Chami, Riven into Carl's Renekton, a very classic matchup where the Renekton generally just looks to bully the Riven early on and beat him in lane. But when we look at the junglers, I'm looking at Team Underground's Lee Sin and Sayonara to make those early moves and help get a lead for his Baron lane.
Yeah, if he manages to get in with like some good Qs, manages to get something going, then it's pretty easy for them to sort of snowball it a little bit, especially Renekton being the early game archetype that we talked about before. And like a little bit of bullying goes a long way. Out of context, that's horrible.
If people are not watching this, if they do not understand as well, if you're like, yeah, I don't think that's what
I don't think you should be condoning bullying. But the
bullying in lane. There we go, I just saved you.
Okay, yes, thank you so much.
You're
but like the general idea remains the same, that if so Renekton is going to be the type who, like, you know how Renekton plays, right? That he goes in with one dash, he stuns, gets like a Q off, and then he dashes away. And it's a sort of like combo which is really difficult to deal with in most situations already. But if you throw in the Lee Sin early game prowess, that's another thing you have to worry about. Even with the resonating strike, it's gonna be another point of contention. It's gonna make your life very difficult in the early game and the laning phase.
Yeah. So we're looking at Carl to kind of win the lane, but this is it. Game 1, Team Underground against Nigma Galaxy in this upper bracket semi-finals. Of course, winner will get a fast track into the upper bracket grand finals, right? If you win 2 best of 5s in the upper bracket, you are guaranteed the challenge groups. Easier said than done, but if there's anything we know about Team Underground was that yesterday's performance was a new record high for them, especially for Lara. But we can say the same for Nigma Galaxy. And remember, right, I did tell you that Lara is one of the, I think, only player thus far that plays that Corki Dragon lane. Now we're getting to see that special again.
Well, it's like, I think it's a good pick to have Corki in the Dragon lane. It's going to be a lot more difficult for her to deal with the Karma, but I don't think I've ever seen a Kassadin outside of mid lane anyway, because his utility is just too strong with the Void Walk to be getting to outer lanes, and you know, it's a bit easier for him to get support down in the mid lane compared to like if he was in the Baron lane or something. So like you said, Corki in the bot lane, it's kind of rare to see actually.
Yeah. And of course, we are seeing that the early pokes, right? I mean, Demon Kite and Draw, they both expended one sum just to push Lara one back, but he still has his flash if needed. You kind of have to keep your eyes out for Draw. This guy will pull the trigger the moment he sees an opening. And like I said, yesterday we saw Arisen doing the same thing on the Rakan, but you can expect the same from Draw. An attempted gank from Sayonara. Of course, Draw is a bit too quick on that mobility.
I think they felt something a little bit off. They saw that the Corki was a bit low, but still kind of sticking around in the sort of like push-up position. Galio was very close for comfort, maybe hoping to get like a cheeky taunt off there with like a quick execution for a good Lee Sin safeguard into resonating strike, but no, Sonic Wave, sorry. And then like didn't quite pan out, but it's still a good attempt. It's good to try these things with Lee Sin, and like I think Lee Sins who try these things are good Lee Sins, because we've seen a lot of Lee Sins that don't necessarily go in.
And Zilia already used his flash, but thankfully Ultros read that movement, so was able to keep him safe. And this was what NGX did against SGP. Like, right, you can take the Kassadin, but what they did was they completely crushed the side lanes and disabled Kassadin from having much agencies to work with. But in this case, we're seeing them trying to take the fight straight to the mid lane. Almost worked out. But thankfully, Ultros was around.
Yeah, but they can choose to either completely decimate the side lanes, making it very difficult for Kassadin to get a photo even when he hits level 5 and preventing him from doing any sort of effective ganking. But like, you can also choose to crush him directly, in lane. Maybe do a lot of ganks, maybe. But like, the thing is, Kassadin and WildRift is sort of a safe laner. Like, is way safer than he has any right to be.
Pretty fair trade up top, honestly. I mean, Chami just make sure he's keeping up with Carl, and that's something that is very important if you are up against a Renekton. Of course, Carl wasn't even in position to respond, or at least to follow up in any attempted gank. So Sayonara once more, not getting anything done.
You see Draw already going in there to try and do some vision control over into the red side of the jungle. I think they did anticipate that Sayonara might be sort of roaming around top. They don't want it to get too out of hand. I think they already see the writing on the wall when it comes to the early game potential of Renekton. So I had some people lurking around. You still have the Shyvana sort of going for the reds. Know that the timer is coming up. Draw was just kind of there trying, just in case anything happened. Didn't need to be there. He's just roaming around, getting the vision control, and making sure that everything is tip-top and turvy, because like, Varus can be left alone. He just needs to be able to use his piercing arrow to get farm from a distance without necessarily getting like pushed out of lane if he plays it safe. So it's completely safe for him to roam around. It's completely safe for him to like make more vision plays for his team, because like just a few items are enough to make him effective already. He doesn't necessarily need to be in lane all the time.
I think there was a ward from Team Underground just at the mouth of the river at the NGX blue buff. They saw Demon Kite. Well, it did see Draw. I'm not really sure if it spotted Demon Kite, but that aside, kind of a very slow start for both teams. Just a lot of respect for each other, right? We did see some little movements from both Sayonara and Jashi. We saw Draw as well, trying to make those rotations. But Underground so far have been reading those movements and mirroring them as perfect as they can.
You can see that they're respecting each other really well. There's been a lot of little plays, a little bit of like, what if? Let me give this a try, but like, oh no, he missed the silence. Now he's gonna have to force the engage, get damage off, and trade it off. But overall that's a better engage for Zaliev. But you can see that each team are respecting each other quite well. Riven's not going in too deep, but she is getting bullied out of lane as predicted.
Yep.
But now the objectives are up and they're gonna trade it accordingly. Shyvana definitely gonna be going for that dragon for those dragon like stacks. I think Underground already knew this, so they decided to sort of pour their resources into Rift, where they can get that early gold for Renekton or like any other team member who's going to benefit from that early gold lead.
Yeah. And we saw Sayonara actually was thinking of just dropping the Herald top, but draw was around, so that is kind of out of the question. No attempt onto mid as well, but they're still going to drop it anyways. Because there's a way for them to defend this. And Joshi didn't have his ultimate because he did use it to take down the dragon. This charge would not be sufficient to break the structure though. So Nigma Galaxy are completely fine with this, especially when you have Joshi farming up a storm. He has the Triforce, he just got the first dragon. Fast tracks the stack off that passive, the aspect of the dragon. I'm worried when he gets that 200 stack mark, when we get to that burnout upgrade, these fights are going to get a bit more messy on the side of Team Underground.
It's gonna be a lot. It's gonna be very, very difficult for them to deal with. But like I said, they have a lot of slippery champs. So like, even if Shyvana got super duper stacky, if she can't get onto like the most important members such as like Corki and a Kassadin, because Kassadin is gonna be fine no matter what, as long as he doesn't use it to engage and Shyvana doesn't time it correctly. But even then, if you don't kill him within a couple of seconds, he's already gone. Void walks out, he's disengaged from a team fight. So it's gonna be a lot riding on Joshi's shoulders, and he's gonna have to be able to time it really well.
Another read from Team Underground. Draw is around, they're both baiting for it, but Sayonara is going to go for the first move, a flash kick. Chami flashes away with the help of Draw, and here comes the Big Back Dragon for first blood. Chami picks that one up. Nothing UDG can do.
Underground with a really decisive Lee Sin gank there with a very, very well-timed kickback. But like, there was barely any, it was difficult to follow up because the kickback wasn't into the Renekton. It was back to try and keep him from moving away, but the Shyvana with the good out there.
And the Shyvana still has the Dragon form, and Ultros can't even arrive in time. He was ready for that out. And they do get draw with the Ignite, but Ultros, he's going to go down. And Joshi just got 3 massive stacks upgrade for the passive. This guy, he's becoming strong, and he's becoming strong really fast.
I guess I need to eat my words on the Shyvana out being like difficult to pull off. I was thinking merely from a team fight perspective, but it's clear that it's a really good engage tool as well with how fast Joshi managed to get into those fights with what was supposed to be a really good setup for Sayonara and Carl at the top lane.
I mean, just look at this replay, right? You were talking about the decisive gank coming out from Sayonara.
So you're looking at the replay here. You're seeing what's supposed to be a really good engage here, but like you have the Rakan. Rakan is basically just knocking you up, keeping you occupied for so long. Lee Sin by right should have been able to get out of there. I think he uses flash, not a safeguard. He uses safeguard to get it, and then the flash to kick back. And so at that point, all his spells were used up. Rakan had an easy time of it, and then Shyvana could just come in for like what is pretty much to secure a guaranteed kill.
And GX, another movement down bot, and this time to catch Galio Ultros, even with the stone plate, felt like it didn't matter. They got the package from Lara though. He's trying to cut off the escape, but Lara now puts himself in a very dangerous position. The Dragon Form is used, Draw gets away with a sliver of health, and Chami ends up getting a killing spree. UDG can't really defend this turret, and then GX walks away with 2 more kills.
Oh, I actually really like that Corki play with the Valkyrie to try and like cut them off from a strategic retreat in between 2 towers.
That was the best possible package.
Yeah, that was big brain. I really do like the way that he was sort of trying to cut them off, but like it didn't have enough stopping power to keep them from getting away. And despite the fact that thinking on paper that you'd be able to sort of separate them in no man's land between 2 turrets, it didn't actually work out for Underground in the end. So I do think it's a bit of a shame, but Nigma has been, I think, like we mentioned before, the definition of Nigma is decisive. I've seen so many decisive plays, so many decisive tower dives, and like I can see they're living up to like the what we said before.
Yeah, and most impressively is that they walked under the entire package, right? That's kind of like the red carpet of doom. You are not supposed to walk under it, but Enigma Galaxy, they not only walked under the package, they got 2 kills and they got out. And you can't really fault UDG for doing that, right? That was the best possible play. And at the same time, they were reading the movements of Enigma Galaxy, but for some reason, it feels like NGX are just playing Queen's Gambit. They are 2 steps ahead of UDG at every turn.
It's a Queen's Gambit. It's a definite what we call minor. These are what we call little minor like advantages, but they stack up. They add into what we call a bigger snowball. Shyvana already had a bigger advantage.
Oh, they do kick Chammy back.
That was a good play. That was a decisive pickoff, and now they're going to be able to get Dragon. It's accessible, but I do think Shyvana still has a lot on her, and they still have so many abilities to work with. Enigma could easily steal this.
Here they come. Transcendence Embrace. Joshi is in. Dragon secured by Sayonara. But UDG, they gotta get out of this fight though. There's an strike is available. They were able to finally clear off Joshi with the help of Lara 1, and now Aaron sent packing as well. Draw gonna help him out. Demon Kite trying to man-fight Lara 1, but it's not gonna be easy. The rest of the team of UDG is around. And Underground actually wins that fight.
It looks like Underground's not out of the game just yet. They were on the back foot here, but they managed to get that pick off, and that was the decisive factor in that win just now. Shyvana is really strong, could have potentially turned that around, but they played it well enough to keep things from spiraling out of control, managed to secure it with the smite, and that's going to be a really good takeaway because now you can sort of delay Shyvana's eventual late game to the point where she hits that power spike. So every push matters, and it's really going to help down the line when they start getting into the team fights, into the skirmishes.
And that also was a pretty decent outcome for Ziliev as well. He didn't get any kills, but those assists, they do add up. But when this game progresses, we're looking at those utilities being funneled over to Joshi and Chammy, where they will kind of be the bulk of the damage, right? Sure, you have Demon Kite, he's on the Varus. It's going to be poking you, poke from long range, throw the Chain of Corruption for the lockdown, but eventually the biggest share of the damage will come from the Riven and the Shyvana. But one thing about Enigma Galaxy is they're relentless. Look at this, going for the engage. Attempt on the Ziliev, but he does Rift Walk to safety. Now they're going to try to go for the blue bar, the Dragon Form use as well. Transcendence Embrace and a Wind Slash towards the backline. Sayonara forced out of the fight, and Ultros will escape with his ultimate just in time. And NGX finds nothing in the jungle.
That was a great pickoff. I do think that Sayonara was trying to get a kick to knock most of them back and potentially get some breathing room, but it wasn't enough. The Rift Herald is really decisive. Know that they've weakened them enough to sort of know that they can't do anything about the Rift Herald. There's going to be a pickup there. Sayonara was pushed out a bit too far. Didn't have any summoner spells. Oh, sorry, he didn't have any summoner spells up with Flash. But like I do like the trade they have there. They had Carl going down on the Dragon Lane to get that turret.
Chammy actually blocks the body, but still the taunt goes off. Ultros finds it on the 3 of them, and Carl comes in from behind. 2 kills for UDG.
Do not underestimate the amount of gold that you get from a singular push and a singular tower from up top, from down bottom. Carl just came in absolutely decimated, and that's going to be some much needed gold for Carl right now, who's like on the back foot compared to Chammy. Chammy's been managing to farm Storm. He's going to be a lot more useful, and Carl needs to catch up, and this is probably what he needed most of all.
Just in time for Baron to spawn, and we saw Enigma Galaxy having this huge lead early on. That has been watered down a bit by UDG. A good dragon fight, good skirmish in that mid lane just now. We're kind of back to square one. They were able to kind of pump the brakes on this Shyvana, but then we look at NGX and we look at the late game. Even though we talk a lot about how the utilities on Shyvana and Riven is going to give them a lot of agency to get those kills, to output that damage, but you can never forget about the fact that Ziliev is on that Kassadin.
It's just it's the one thing that looms over.
Right, it's like that big,
we have to do it.
It's like that cloud that's always over your head. I mean, Enigma Galaxy, they did this willingly, right? They have a strategy, they know what they have to do to deal with this Kassadin, but there's only so much time for them to pull it off.
The greatest strategy and counter strat that pretty much works for almost everything is just feeding yourself enough gold to be able to overcome most challenges that come to you.
Yeah.
And we can already see that the gold values here are really, really good already in NGX's favor. But I do think it's more evenly distributed here for Underground. Like, any other team could have succumbed to the pressure here. I feel like a lot of teams would. But Underground is putting up a fight. They're not going down without a fight, and in fact, they're actually quite even. The setup for Baron here is coming. We're going to be seeing 4 fights and a cheeky little dasher from Silence Orb there from Ziliev, and it looks like they're going to be setting up for something decisive.
And draw goes in again. Heroes enters for Ultros. That's going to knock out 3 of them. Stoneplay pop as well. A big taunt from the Galio. NGX sent on the run. Lara tries to chase them down. You gotta watch out for Aaron though. He's isolated from his team and he's going down. Sayonara tries to go for the kick and secures that kill. And it might have been also be delivered a freebie for Draw, but Draw was able to get away.
That was. It seemed like there was not a whole lot of damage. Like, I don't think that there was enough damage to really keep them off and get a decisive push into Baron. But they did manage to get Jussie really low down, and the pickup on Aaron is key. They didn't lose anyone. Now they have their. Now they can make a slow push towards the top lane. I did think they'd be able to get the turret, but I guess that enough people are alive from NGX side to be able to prevent that. So they're just going to have to try moving around, getting that prior onto mid lane, and potentially try setting up for vision control onto the dragon and setting up for it.
And I don't think NGX can contest this. They don't have the Shyvana ultimate. And Aaron just respawn, so can't make it there in time. There's a vision from UDG doing a fantastic job of keeping NGX at bay. So whatever fast track of that Shyvana passive that we talked about early on, that kind of has been halted a bit. Another attempt onto mid low, this time to Ziliev. They actually lock him down with the Chain of Corruption. Ziliev's now going to pop the stasis. The good package to separate the battle line. Ziliev should be able to get out of this. And Ultros also has a stone plate. Chami trying to do as much damage as he can, but it's just missing by a beat. They do trade one back. Sayonara safeguards safety. Chami tries to go on him, but doesn't find a kill. And now you got to watch out for Carl, who is frontlining for his team. Both of these teams only trade 1-for-1.
Lara doing as Lara does. You just see the amount of damage coming out from him on the Corki side. Something that most teams don't seem to be able to respect here. But Lara is so scary by himself. You see the amount of damage that he's doing to separate the entire team by himself. And Aaron gets taken out from that early. It feels weird to say that Aaron gets taken out being an Aaron myself. But here, yeah, Jussie is not getting to where he needs to be. And that win condition was very, very obvious from the outset. Get dragons, get Shyvana strong enough. Shyvana was the one to get the first kills, and Shyvana was the one who's getting fed. But now she doesn't have those dragons. She's not going to be able to scale up as well as Ziliev on his Kassadin. And now, it's up in the air right now with Enigma Galaxy. Underground might have a little bit of an advantage as the match drags on.
And this is crucial for Underground because they have that 3 Zhonya's, right? They identify, okay, NGX, you want to lock us down and burst us? Go stasis. If you waste your combo, you have nothing left. We are gonna survive that long game. And I just gotta say, Lara has one of the best package users I have ever seen.
That's some of the biggest brains things I've ever seen. I've seen the way he separates like some of the backline, some of the team members, dividing them in half. The way he put them in no man's land with the turret. It's scary. I've seen some really, really good plays out of Lara.
Oh, they want Demon Kite, but he was just a bit out of range. They forced out the Chain of Corruptions though.
That's going to be huge for a later team fight. That lockdown is one of the few CCs which they need to keep like those champions around for some of the dives, but it looks like it doesn't matter to them.
Found Ultros again. It's going to force him to flash away. So NGX also finds some exchange. It's a bigger exchange as well. A summoner spell from the support.
And it should have been the turnaround. They managed to get caught twice. So we're seeing like Underground is not going to be sweating about this because they had the summoner spells. They were able to get out, and they had so many dashes. They still have the safeguard. They have so many tools at their disposal. But Orthros doesn't necessarily have any get out of jail free cards. Using that summoner spell is going to be kind of a detriment. It means you can't flash in. Doesn't mean you can get like a good taunt out. So like even though Underground is getting away from these scot-free and they're still allowing themselves to scale, so they're not losing anything that's too big right now. But they're sort of setting themselves out into a position where they can't necessarily fight back because they've been forced to utilize a lot of their utilities.
Jussie finally is going towards that GA, but see this dragon, right? 4 core items thus far. And he does do absurd amount of damage. But we did see that there are ways to deal with him, right? You get a good stone plate off, you get a good Zhonya's off, you are going to buy time.
Yeah.
But of course, the golden rule is not to man-fight Shyvana at this stage. Like, you're not going to win that.
It just as long the winning condition is do not be anywhere close to Shyvana. Do not touch her flames for one thing. Do not get caught on fire.
Yeah, just
and you're pretty. I think
Yeah.
you'd be pretty good to go already.
just don't fight her head on.
Just don't touch her.
Yeah.
Have a restraining order set against Shyvana. Make sure that you have your summoner spells up when her ult's up, and then I think you're pretty much good to go. Underground still underground has to be careful though, because like the vision control from NGX has been pretty much impeccable. They're always traveling in packs, and you know a good team likes to travel in packs. Making sure the sweepers are there every time they move into a brush, into the enemy jungle, hoping to catch someone out, because that seems to be like the game plan that NGS is working with here. Try and catch out someone unawares and potentially get good objectives off of it, with the dragon spawning in like 1 second and the Baron being up for grabs as well.
And Joshi, oh no, he can't go down. They kick him back. They try to burst him. He used it ultimate to get away with the flash as well. The chain of corruption is spreading. Lara was one with the package to split the battle lines. And you can see Carl straight to the back line. GA gets popped, but everyone on NGX is incredibly low. Demon Kai has to get away, but they did assassinate. Sayonara in the back line. Oh, Chammy doing a great job. He still gets away. Knocks out Lara 1. Still at the GA. Lara goes stasis. The re-engage comes in from draw. NGX is somehow winning that fight. UDG loses 2 members, the rest of them sent on the run. And NGX, they're gonna get his Elder Drake.
That was supposed to be Underground's team fight to win. They had all the tools, they had so many things available, but just the GAs, the double GAs, I believe. Jussie getting caught out, that was supposed to be like candles for him, lights out for Jussie. Didn't matter, they extended the team fight in the end, just ended up being completely in Nigma's favor, which is something I wasn't expecting at all, but the backline was a bit too heavy on the attack and too deep into a lot of the members of Nigma Galaxy.
And that was supposed to be UDG's ticket to game 1, right? If they get the Elder Dragon, that's lights out for NGX. You just execute them with a full Kassadin combo. But Chammy, that's the MVP. You're looking at this Riven right here that won the entire fight for the team. And now NGX reaps the reward. They get everything on the map. Well, at the cost of an inhibitor turret, but most importantly, Elder Drake, Baron power play on the board.
Should be that inhibitor turret is definitely going to be enough to buy time with the prio down onto the dragon lane. I do think it's a bit trickier here for Underground, just looking at it, because like being in a team fight, the distance is absolutely necessary, and you can already see that. Like they're supposed to keep a wider length, but when you keep a wider length, it's difficult to do that in a dragon lane. It's difficult to do that in a team fight where everything needs to be closer together, and the terrain sort of forces you into sort of gaps, and there's not much leverage you can do. So theoretically, they have so much more escapes. They have so many ways to get away. But when you're doing a team fight, you have to be going in, and like there are so many different ways for Nigma Galaxy to sort of get back at you when you decide to go in for a fight. That's kind of putting Underground in an awkward spot here. They're kind of out 2 objectives. Nigmas are definitely going to be able to get some towers off of this, or like at least a good push out of this. And well, Underground's going to have to defend with their lives here, because losing an inhibitor, losing a bunch of other turrets is going to make life very difficult for them in the long run.
The other dragon buff is going to run up pretty soon, but until that happens, all these pokes, they bring it closer and closer to the execution threshold in GX. For 2 inhibitor turrets minimum, and Carl just taking a full force of those pokes. They get Zilia back with Transcendence Embrace. I mean, Joshie's just going for the Nexus. Eyes on the prize.
I think at that point, you're just going to force it completely. You know that they can't kill you because they don't have the damage for it. They had the CC, but it's Shyvana. She just walks back with her trail up, and she just hits Nexus a couple times. It's gone. Well, yeah. that's the game-winning scenario. That's both the most important objectives in the game taken. That was pretty much game over at that point.
Just Nigma Galaxy with a strong game 1. And of course, Team Underground put up a good fight. But once more, it was decided at the Elder Drake pit.
It seemed this is the sort of thing that makes me sort of rethink a lot of my considerations. Because in the draft, I was thinking Underground has a better draft here. They clearly have a lot of escapes, a lot of ways to get away from a Shyvana. But you know, I didn't really take into account the fact that sometimes Underground needs to be the one who is initiating. They needed to be the one who started the team fight. And then I realized that that was the game plan for NGX. So every time they needed to start a team fight, which is necessary because objectives are going to be coming up, there were some towers pushing. They needed to be able to get skirmishes and kill off like those sort of things early on. We're going to highlight so you can take a closer look at what I mean. But Carl was not necessarily ahead as we expected, which is what you want a Renekton to be relevant by getting that bullying out. But like, this is the game changer moment. This is what made it so Carl wouldn't be able to farm for half of the game, and then end up with Chami coming 2,000 gold up ahead towards the mid game. And here's another tower dive. This is the really good Valkyrie that we saw. But this is also a game changer in the fact that like the minion power pushed down the tier 1 turret and then opened up a lot of the map for NGX to sort of roam and get a lot of picks off in their jungle in the blue side. And
we did see Team Underground kind of respond with their own moves, right? They had a good fight at the Dragon Pit. You know, they had a good fight down in the mid lane. We see Ultros also doing incredible work with this Galio. I mean, just getting like 2-3 man taunt. But NGX just somehow, you know, continues to stay in the game, and we again, right? Lara has got like what 2-3 good packages this game, but there was just not enough follow-up from UDG. This guy threw his life for the country, and still ended up losing the fight because NGX were just so good. But game-defining moment is right here.
Yeah, this is where we're thinking UDG has got this. This has got to be something which would give them the win, right? A good Valkyrie down the middle lane, down the mid side, and they managed to get Jussie out. So it's like, it's supposed to be the free dragon. It's supposed to be securing us to the objectives. But here's what I'm talking about, in the fact that in order to get into that fight, they had to expend a lot of their dashes, a lot of their safeguards, a lot of the Void Walker. And when you get in deep, that sort of gives Enigma Galaxy with their composition, which is more oriented towards like re-engagement type, especially with draw on the Rakan, especially with all the arrows coming out from Demon Kite. This is the sort of team comp that benefits more from going back into a fight after getting out of it.
Yeah, and they have that utility to play long run, right? You have this infinite Karma Shoe, you have the Locket to give you that resistance, and you know, without Aaron, I think a lot of these fights would have won Team Underground's way. But it was also how Chami was able to slip into the backline and take out the most important target of them all. He destroyed Sayonara, and and Team Underground was like, guys, we have a Riven problem, we need help right now. And Enigma Galaxy was like, all right, Chami drew their attention away, let's go back in.
Yeah.
Win that fight, get the dragon. There was an attempted steal by Ultros because Joshi didn't have smite, but you know, piercing arrow. It's just a bit stronger.
Oh man, yeah. The piercing arrow steal was pretty heartbreaking. I feel like it was Underground smite to steal. That would have definitely kept them in the game. But you know, it all boils down to timing, and sometimes it's a bit panicky and it's a bit difficult to get everything within that scenario. But you're looking at the stats just now, and I think it really just boils down to the one factor. One factor just being Carl and Chami, because like the game plan was very clear. Getting a Renekton fed would do wonders for Lara. You could see a lot of moments where Lara was doing absolutely big brain damage, absolutely just being there and wrecking the enemy team.
Orthros was doing so damage.
He did so much damage, and you know, on the losing side, that's saying so much.
He did 30,000+. I think that was the most damage in the entire game.
Yeah, I think that's the Lara signature. It's
with
just
the package, right?
With the package, with the package, with like how he was like dividing up that side. I've seen some really good like team fighting, but Lara kind of takes the cake in the ADC side.
Yeah, and that kind of package play was the one that won them that one game against RRQ. So yeah, it gives you a really big indicator of how amazing this guy is. But you know, this amazing tournament would not have been possible without our friends at Snapdragon Elite Gaming. When winning matters. And NGX now with the first game in the bag, sending a strong message to Team Underground. Remember Lara said, be ready? Well, NGX were more than ready. They gave him Kassadin and they beat them when they had Kassadin. And of course, aside from Snapdragon Elite Gaming, we also have Monster Energy with us, allowing these guys, Lara especially, and including Lara, to unleash the beast. So check them out at www.monsterenergy.com/gaming. And if you guys have not joined our Discord and want to join our Discord, please join our Discord at discord.gg/Snapdragon Pro Series. We'd love to hear your thoughts, you know, on everything, and not just WildRift, but everything related to the Snapdragon Pro Series in general. But coming into Game 2, what are we looking out for?
All right, so I feel like Underground put up a great fight. Literally, the only difference standing between, we were in the middle of that discussion just now. The only difference that stood in between them and the win was literally having the more fed like Baron laner.
Okay.
Yeah, because like you saw, Lara was doing great work there. I don't think I've seen NGX has like the equivalent star, but like I think Lara needs to be able to get to work. But the goal differential between Chami and the Riven and the Renekton, that was pretty much the icing on the cake. If you had a fed Renekton in front of your Lara, just what else would Lara be able to do?
Yeah, well, I think that you hit the nail on the head. So we'll keep our eyes out for both Baron laners. We're going to throw to a break first, and we will come back for game number 2 between Team Underground and Nigma Galaxy.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming and Monster Energy.
Another read from Team Underground. Draw is around, they're both baiting for it, but Sayonara is going to go for the first move, a flash kick. Chami flashes away with the help of Draw, and here comes the Big Back Dragon for first blood. Chami picks that one up. Nothing UDG can do.
Renekton, it was back to try and keep him from moving away, but the Shyvana with the good out there.
And the Shyvana still has the Dragon form, and Ultros can't even arrive in time. He was ready for that out. They do get Draw with the Ignite, but Ultros, he's going to go down. And just...
And then Shyvana could just come in for like what is pretty much to secure a guaranteed kill.
And GX, another movement down bot, and this time to catch Galio Ultros, even with the stone plate, felt like it didn't matter. They got the package from Lara though, he's trying to cut off the escape, but Lara now puts himself in a very dangerous position, and the Dragon Form is used. Draw gets away with a sliver of health, and Chami ends up getting a killing spree.
Has a lot on a lot, and they still have so many abilities to work with. Nigma could easily seal this.
Here they come, Transcendence Embrace, Joshi is in, Dragon secured by Sayonara. But UDG, they gotta get out of this fight though. There's an strike is available. They were able to find a kill of Joshi with the help of Lara 1, and now Aaron sent packing as well. Draw gonna help him out. Demon Kite trying to man-fight Lara 1, but it's not gonna be easy. The rest of the team of UDG is around, has been halted a bit. Another attempt onto mid low, this time to Zilliab. They actually lock him down with the Chain of Corruption. Zilliab's now gonna pop the stasis. The good package to separate the battle line. Zilliab should be able to get out of this, and Ultros also has a stone plate. Chami trying to do as much damage as he can, but it's just missing by a beat. They do trade one back. Sayonara safeguards safety. Chami tries to go on him, but doesn't find a kill. And now you gotta watch out for Carl, who is frontlining for his team. Both of these teams only trade 1-for-1.
Off of it with the Dragon spawning in like 1 second, and the Baron being off the grab as well.
And Joshi, oh no, he can't go down. They kick him back. They try to burst him. He used it ultimate to get away with the flash as well. The Chain of Corruption is spreading. Lara 1 was one with the package to split the battle lines. And you can see Carl straight to the back line. GA gets popped, but everyone on NGX is incredibly low. Demon Kai has to get away, but they did assassinate. Sayonara in the back line. Oh, Chami doing a great job. He still gets away. Knocks out Lara 1. Still has the GA. Lara 1 goes stasis. The re-engage comes in from Draw. Execution threshold. GX. For 2 inhibitor turrets minimum, and Carl just taking a full force of those pokes. They get Zillia back with Transcendence Embrace. I mean, Joshi's just going for the Nexus. Eyes on the prize.
I think at that he's gonna have to be able to time it really well.
Another read from Team Underground. Draw is around, they're both baiting for it, but Sayonara is gonna go for the first move, a flash kick. Chami flashes away with the help of Draw, and here comes the Big Back Dragon for first blood. Chami picks that one up. Nothing UDG can do.
Renekton, it was back to try and keep him from moving away, but the Shyvana with the good out there.
And the Shyvana still has the Dragon form, and Ultros can't even arrive in time. He was ready for that out. They do get Draw with the Ignite, but Ultros, he's gonna go down. And Joshi...
And then Shyvana could just come in for like what is pretty much to secure a guaranteed kill.
And GX, another movement down bot, and this time to catch Galio Ultros, even with the stone plate, felt like it didn't matter. They got the package from Lara though, he's trying to cut off the escape, but Lara now puts himself in a very dangerous position, and the Dragon Form is used. Draw gets away with a sliver of health, and Chami ends up getting a killing spree.
Has a lot on a lot, and they still have so many abilities to work with. Nigma could easily seal this.
Here they come, Transcendence Embrace, Joshi is in, Dragon secured by Sayonara. But UDG, they gotta get out of this fight though. There's an strike is available. They were able to find a kill of Joshi with the help of Lara 1, and now Aaron sent packing. Well, Nigma Galaxy just scored first blood in this best of 5 over Team Underground in a very creative fashion. With the Shyvana pick, I ran out of vocabularies, but what I meant to say was that Nigma Galaxy cooked up a storm by showing us how prepared they were for Team Underground. Despite Lara asking everyone to be ready, I think Nigma Galaxy were one step ahead of them. This is Snapdragon Pro Series Open Finals for WildRift for the MSPB region, and you're watching it here alongside me, Husky, and Pondo.
Well, that was certainly some exciting gameplay. We don't really get to see like it boiling down to something so close. Like it was literally just the difference in what we call like inches. So the team fight could have swung either way. They got some good picks off. It's just like the difference between getting those kills, getting escapes, and other things in between.
And of course, let's take a look at the key player from game number 1. None other than Chammy on that Riven. Fantastic performance with a bit of help from his team. He became the key factor to winning game number 1. For the entire squad, especially when we look at the Elder Drake fight. It really felt like Team Underground had the drop onto Enigma Galaxy, but things didn't really go exactly the way. They couldn't finish off Joshi in time, and Chammy coming in clutch with that Riven play was able to completely decimate the lines of Team Underground.
Yeah, Chammy really showcased how strong Riven is as a champion right now, especially being a top tier sort of champion. Because right now, a lot of people are running Riven not as the same sort of damage dealing, like get out sort of player character, which they usually typecast Riven as. Right now, we're seeing her use a lot more as initiation, disruptor, and the type of disruptor that really, really gets on the backline and really, really messes with like all your plans. So like Lara's getting stunned. You're getting the rest of your team unable to get in because of the amount of pressure that was being exuded by Chammy, and it all kind of boiled down to like a couple thousand gold difference between him and Carl. And like Carl was supposed to be the one in that seat, playing the Renekton, playing the Disruptor, and keeping Lara alive. It just didn't work out that way because Chammy was just absolutely swimming the gold, all from one gank, and not being able to Sayonara, not being able to do anything from his side to get his like their ball rolling as opposed to theirs.
Yeah, and we look at Lee Sin, and I think we both agree that Sayonara is going to be the one that has to make those initial moves. But we saw NGS kind of switch up the pace, right? They know that Team Underground are looking to make movements. They're looking to buy time for Zileaf, and NGX they didn't give that breathing room. And sure, they did lose a couple of fights here and there, but I think in the grand scheme of things, NGX were just making sure to constantly keep Team Underground on their toes, and I think that is something that Enigma Galaxy is just incredibly good at. But I believe we do have the draft ready for game number 2. Team Underground once more takes on Blue side. Enigma Galaxy will be on red.
Well, definitely going to be seeing if Team Underground kind of pulls out some of their iconic like draft picks here. I still do think that Underground has the better draft choices. It's just that Nigma has made better use of the champions that they've picked, and like theoretically, every time I imagine it in my head, I still do imagine Underground winning with their picks. It's just that in terms of execution, Nigma seems to be slightly more finesse in like what they choose and how they choose to execute their champions and use them in a particular way.
And on top of that, I think Enigma Galaxy also are just a bit more quick on the trigger. I think we kind of had this back and forth about the head-to-head, right? The comparison between Ultros and Draw, and how their champions love to start those fights. But when you compare a Galio and a Rakan, obviously the spotlight will be on the Rakan to make the first move, and that's what Draw has been exceptionally good at. And that's why you have to look at the Rakan and think to yourself, do I want to first phase ban it? Because Enigma Galaxy will snatch it for Draw. And so far, we're not seeing that. And we know for a fact that if you're Enigma Galaxy, you're not worried about the Kassadin.
It's just you're right, and we saw that. We saw the roaming. We saw Draw just being absolutely all over the map. And the amount of confidence you have to be able to leave your ADC alone for that extended period of time. Demon Kite was just farming up a storm there at the back line. And then you have Draw. He's already positioning at the top, at the barrel lane. He's already like, I've sensed a disturbance in the force. I feel like this is a Lee Sin. I feel like he's going to do something. The jungle pathing should be done around 2 minutes-ish. He's definitely going to be starting red buff. There's no other way Lee Sin... Well, it's suboptimal. You can't start blue, but like you almost always see Lee Sin start on the red side, right? So your alarm bells start going off. They already know. Our wing addition was to get Carl to be like stronger and really push like the advantages he has over Riven, the natural advantages, because like we saw that Chammy on Riven needed to recall a bunch of times, and that was in that early game. I'm sure they wanted to stack that up and push it even further. They just couldn't. They couldn't get that far.
And Enigma Galaxy brings the Lee Sin onto their side. Of course, If you want to see a counter, we can look at the Shyvana and be like, yeah, Sayonara also plays a mean Shyvana, but do you want to go for that? And one thing that Enigma Galaxy has kind of conditioned is that, yeah, we're letting the Kassadin go. You have to pick it. If not, we will take it, and we're going to steamroll you with it. So we've already locked down a fixed champion in your roster, and we've already concocted a solution to deal with that champion. What are you going to do about it? So far, I think Team Underground is trying to find an answer to that.
Yeah, it's just 100% like, these are weapons. These are really good weapons. They're all on the table for you. I have to choose the better weapon. It might not be like the best choice for me in the moment, but like if I don't take this weapon, my enemy's gonna take it from instead. It's like we're taking turns. You take that weapon, I take that weapon. Kassadin is inevitably going to be a strong choice either way. It just feels like Nigma is completely unfazed by, whether Kassadin is there or not. I feel like they don't feel the difference. A lot of other teams are having that invisible weight over their heads when the Kassadin is present, on like, we're going to have to do something before this Kassadin becomes a massive problem in our sides. Nigma just feels like, it's a Kassadin. He exists. He's a champion.
Yeah. He's gonna be a monster, but it's no problem that can't be solved.
It's not a big deal. We've dealt with this before. We have the stronger comp. We have the more decisive outplays. We're gonna finish this before Kassadin even becomes a relevant point in the conversation.
Yeah, I mean, at the previous game, it was Kassadin was like 4 items, right? Like Rabadon's Archangel ROA, and I think he just got his Voice Staff. That's where the one shot comes in. I think Maka actually just like, yeah, sure.
At that point, you were expecting the Kassadin to be doing the Void Walk in and getting damage after damage on, but Laura was doing his best out there, and the Kassadin had to run away a lot of the times that he's been chunked down, and like he couldn't contribute any more to the fight after that.
I've never seen a Kassadin getting ran at before.
I've never seen it either. I've never seen a Kassadin running for his life. He barely needs to run for his life. He sometimes he does run for his life, but then immediately just kind of lingers around, and then he's like, okay, I feel like it's my time to shine, and then he Void walks back in. But we didn't get to see that because like the fight was already over before Kassadin could do anything, or the team members barely took enough damage for Kassadin to be able to re-engage and get out safely. Yeah, it was sort of that deal where I feel there was also that pick-off, you remember. They managed to get a pick-off, but then when they sort of ran into Team Nigma, I think Aaron got picked off here. Aaron got picked off, yeah. But the rest of the team was pretty much almost full health. Like Jesse took quite a bit of damage, but you were looking at it, you expect that after a big skirmish like that, they all kind of run off with like half health, like a third of their health. No, full health. Jesse was like 1/3 because Jesse took most of the hits, and everyone was dead. That was pretty much the only thing you saw. It wasn't the kind of complete steamroll that came back from a counter attack.
Yeah, I think that is kind of what makes it a very scary predicament for Team Underground in general, right? Because if I'm forced to take this pick, because it was first of all given, and second of all, if I don't take it, I lose the game. But then this pick is like rat poison, right? Like you give it, like the rat has to eat it, but it's damn if I do, damn if I don't. What do you do about it? Like what is Team Underground's solution to this? Like do they try to stall the game? Do they try to just win their individual lanes? What are we looking at for Team Underground?
Well, okay, let's look at the comp here, all right? So we've got the Kazakhs on Zelev. I feel like that's an interesting choice. I do think it's a good choice because like you're seeing a lot more squishy champions on the Nigma side. So theoretically, it can be a problem. You get him fed. So the Nami not going to be a problem. Just jump over that. Lucian's not going to be a problem. Just keep him within your mind. Keep him at threat level. And then you have the Lee Sin. Lee Sin's usually going to be squishy. You can build him Bruiser, but like I do see him more at effectively pushing like something that's a bit of a more damaged composition. Morgana, okay.
That's a bit Morgana.
Yeah, I think it's a good pick.
I love it.
You do love the Morgana pick. We made that very
Morgana
clear.
is my favorite champion. I have a lot of, alright, so here's the story, right? If we talk about jungle champion, my favorite is Kha'Zix. Talk about champions in mid, 100% Morgana. But obviously, she does have her weaknesses. I think that Morgana isn't a perfect pick. She doesn't cover all the bases, right? We went over that when she was put in a jungle role. But, oh wait, hold on. This is a Lee Sin mid.
Oh.
No way.
Wait, is the okay? This is okay. This could be interesting. This could be
Okay.
very, very interesting.
Because I was just about to go down the rabbit hole. Do allow me to do this. I was just about to go down the rabbit hole of like, if we talk about Morgana mid, one thing that she lacks is rotational power, right? She can't really rotate much, but she is good at shoving lanes and giving you a hard time. But now we see Morgana in the jungle. We covered it yesterday. But Lee Sin mid? I know we say that a lot on PC, but here?
Well,
Give me something, man. We're going to game 2. You gotta give me something.
okay, look. So Lee Sin in the mid lane,
Right.
kind of, it's good follow up because like the thing about Kassadin is that he has a lot of safe ways to farm, but there's a lot of champions who like have to contend with the minions when they're trying to deal with Kassadin as well. So we do have a lot of mid lane champions. If there are a lot of abilities that will get stopped by a minion, but the thing is Lee Sin is not necessarily affected by that. Safeguard over the minions, get like a good Tempest, maybe get a good Sonic Wave to sort of force him to like either Void Walk away or maybe just like follow up and get a kill. And not to mention Lee Sin has great rotational power. So
I honestly think the Lee Sin just wins early trade against the Kassadin, right? You just safeguard
Yeah.
and you get the Iron Will,
yeah,
and you just win out with the damage.
yeah, it's pretty much confirmed. And then like he can heal up, so he goes in for an attack, and he double procs his safeguard to get the healing on the first hit. Does a Tempest, does quite a bit of damage. Kassadin has a silence, but it doesn't really matter because Lee Sin is AD champion. He hits auto attacks you, and that's already a lot of damage done. And
Yeah.
like
And you do have mobility to run, right? Before
Mobility.
before level 5.
yeah, and Lee Sin's definitely not the type you're going to be able to kill, even if you do have Void Walk, because he has an option to get away. He has like Dragon's Rage, so like in a way, you don't want to be stuck in lane too long with a Lee Sin, but I feel like Kassadin does need to stay in lane a lot, so it could be sweats for him.
I'm really liking this game. I'm liking this team. So I was given power by the coach to pick a champion for Nigma Galaxy. It's not out just yet, so I'll not reveal what it is.
Right.
Even if they don't pick it, it's fine, right? With plenty of time, you know, it's just a consideration. Because at the end of the day, I don't want my suggestion to be the reason they lose a game. You know, that's not gonna be nice. We'll cross that bridge when we reach it. He did keep it in consideration. I do appreciate the fact that they think about me. But here it is, so Shackle to both of them. Sayonara gets connected with the Sonic Wave. First blood for Aaron and Zilliaf. I don't know if you want to fight that though. Stroy is gonna show up with the ebb and flow heal, and GX off to a good start.
And we're already seeing that Lee Sin pay in dividends here. Like, I didn't really expect it to be sort of the focal point here, but like it really did give him the sort of semi-advantage. And now that you have the advantage on the Lee Sin, it's going to be very difficult for Zilliaf to sort of make do with that. Whoa!
Yeah, the Ignite from Ultros. Just enough to kill him off. Larawan also almost went down in the bottom lane, but good move from UDG, right? Just punishing this Lee Sin. Don't let him get away so easily.
Well, I think they did notice that it would be problematic if they did allow the Lee Sin to get too far ahead. And I do think Aaron decided to stick around a little bit longer than necessary, so it does end up getting punished for it in the end.
I do wonder how is this going to transition for NGXO, right? I know you touched on the fact that Lee Sin is going to make a lot of rotations, but he's also a champion that wants that goal. And maybe we're just exploiting the fact that UDG has this Kassadin that's not going to move around too much, and Aaron can use that to his advantage. But evidently, you still want that resource for yourself. And in fact, I think that's exactly what NGX wants to do. They put Aaron in their side lane with the Hull Breaker. Now he's not that easy to kill, and he gets to farm.
Yeah, the Hull. Okay, yeah, now that you mentioned it, the Hull Breaker is going to be a huge boon, especially with the especially with the way that Lee Sin can get into lanes, can safeguard in. He's going to be very, very mobile, and I do appreciate a mobile champion when it comes to using a Hull Breaker on the solo lanes, getting that push down onto the Baron lane, onto the Dragon lane. And not to mention that if you wanted to do a gang like this tower dive over here, you just need to say, hey, we are having a party, you want to join? Lee Sin will be able to join you really quickly. I don't think he needs to join for this one because it looks like Carl saw the writing on the wall, decided to back off wisely, but is coming back now that Orthros is here to back him up. But yeah, if you did want a Lee Sin backup would be there really fast. You can't really say that about a lot of mid lane champions, especially the ones who don't necessarily have a dash or a way to get around really quickly.
And at the same time, you can't really punish the Lee Sin in the side lane, right? He kicks you, he
Yeah.
flashes, he safeguards, he has 10,000 ways to get out of a sticky situation. We did see UDG try to formulate a response. They brought Sayonara down bot, but it's a Lee Sin, you know, like what do you do about him? You can't really catch up to him unless you perma stun him, but that's beside the point.
It's kind of dangerous, yeah. Like I feel like they could have maybe tried to force out some flashes, maybe to force out the safeguard or the Dragon's Rage, just get the jump on him because like he was solo. They saw that it was a 4-man dive top, but I guess they did need it to respond to that. Losing the tower early before the objective would have been really detrimental to like if they decided to fight for the Rift Herald or maybe to have Carl being able to farm safely without the threat of having a tower around. But yeah, I do think it's kind of a missed opportunity. Oh my gosh, here we go with the CC chain.
Just, well, pretty inconsequential so far, right? Get this big tidal wave ultimate redemption is there. All right, attempt to steal, but doesn't come true for Sayonara. In fact, it's the imposter jungler called Aaron that got the dragon for NGX. The binding again lands on the Ultras, and now it's going to be flash forward from Demon Kite. Aggressive maneuvers from the Lucian, but ends up getting nothing.
Now, you can see NGX decisive near playing off. I feel like NGX has like the more impeccable, like we call early game. They always play things really close to the chest, and they always sort of sequence it in a way that makes sense, really efficient, and that's how they sort of get the dragon immediately into like picking up a lot of the minions down at the dragon lane. Yeah, and they're also going to be able to pick up the rift as well. Surprised that there wasn't more of a push there, but I guess they took up too much damage, and Sayonara did just kind of revive.
And this is a dead turret. Yeah, it is. I mean, NGX just having great control. But despite you not being able to kill off Aaron, you can still pressure him out of the lane. It's not necessarily the best 1v1 champion, at least not with the Howlbreaker, right? You still are looking for a secondary item, and he's going for that. I'm inclined to believe that it is going to be a Triforce rather than the Sunderer, because you benefit a bit more from all of the attack speed and health, but we'll see what the choice for Aaron is. He is running that Ignite as well, so any 1v1 attempts would be a death sentence.
Yeah, I do think it's going to be the Triforce as well.
Actually, it's a Sunderer.
Is it a Sunderer?
Is it Sunderer?
Oh, okay. I'm surprised, because I feel like the Triforce would be like easier for him to clear out minions as well. A bit more damage on that output. But like Sunderer would be a better choice if you were thinking about participating more actively in the team fights. So
we'll
it's
see.
not a bad choice. Yeah, not a bad
I feel like I
choice.
could be wrong. Like I'm missing out some recipes in my mind. We'll find out when he progresses with that item.
Yeah, I do feel like it's a health jump into Phage, not necessarily a Kindle jump into Phage. So
Yeah,
it could be.
so I could be wrong.
Yeah.
It's okay.
But like, yeah. So like we said, like the threat of Aaron was real. So going into that team fight there, it looks like they're trying to make something happen. They're definitely going to be able to get the tier 1 turret. But like you can't jump onto Aaron. Like I did mention that it might be good to like try and bait out some like summoner spells or maybe some like ultimates or something else for on Aaron to make it easier for you to get on him later. But like truth be told, it's easier said than done, because like you dive on him, you try to push him up to the tower, you try to dive him at the turret, it's difficult. Safeguards away, he Dragon Rages you away, there's not much you can do, and then you could potentially be put into a precarious situation if he has his flash up and he flash Dragon Rages you back into the turret, and suddenly you're like really far away from the rest of the team. So that's why they're kind of respecting it. Probably why they decided not to like full tower dive into Aaron, despite the fact that he's been alone at Dragon Lane tower for so long. And like every single time, he can just sort of heal back up, go back into lane, push the minion prio, and then eventually get that tier 1 tower down once the rest of his team is there to back him up. So like it's difficult to deal with. I like what they've decided to go with here on NGX side.
Just plain unorthodox approach from NGX. Though this is a slower game for sure. I mean, we're 9 minutes in on 3 kills across the board. But if anything, has been proven by NGX is that late game thing, that Kassadin thing, not a big problem. At least not an issue for them, right? We see this push down mid.
Yeah.
UDG responding with the bot tier 1.
Guess it's a good consolation prize, because losing that tier 2 turret, middle turret, is going to hurt a lot. I'm going to tell you this now, it's not something you want to be losing. once the objectives are going to be coming out really soon. And like you can see Sayonara is in a kind of precarious situation. He's kind of caught out in between, but it doesn't seem to matter because they don't have vision there. They don't know where he is. So they're just going to sort of back off, get their deep wards into the Raptor side, into like some other parts of the jungle, and then potentially set up for what is going to be upcoming Rift Herald, and then the Dragon that could potentially come a little bit after that.
And NGX just controlling most of the waves. I mean, they only gave up the bot tier 1 so far, but that is one of the least important turret at this point of time for NGX. But we do see them hovering around the Rift Herald, and I do like this priority because they have that mid inhibitor turret right for the taking. If they can somehow force the entire wave in thanks to Aaron with this Hullbreaker, they will crack that inhib turret, and we will see UDG in a very tough spot, especially when you are trying to buy time for Zilliav, who in the game number 1, even with 4 items, was not able to kind of pull off the Kassadin magic that everyone feared. And now the Rift Herald falls into the hands of Jeshi.
We're already seeing kind of the results here of like you said, like 4 items on Zilliav. But Zilliav, like a Kassadin is only as good as like the amount of gold he manages to farm, and whether or not he gets to get to that late game and have enough of an impact towards the towards like the back lane of the enemy team to do anything at all.
Uh-oh, they found Sayonara. He's forced to pop the stone plate. The tidal wave just coming through. Aaron tries to go for a flash sonic wave. Almost clipped Sayonara. But they still get the dragon. And Ultros might be sacrificed though. The follow up from Demon Kai. He's just going in for the kill. Because Aaron was also able to pick up Sayonara, Lara unfortunately doesn't get the response that he was looking for. So NGX claims both objectives on the map.
Lara there coming in clutch, trying to dodge the sonic wave there and potentially get more damage onto Aaron. But like doesn't seem to matter. Aaron is just pretty much tearing across the map. I love saying that because like it feels like I'm tearing across the map. And that's a lot of tier 2 turrets down, and that's a lot of open map here for the side of NGX. Like
Zilliav? Well, he's just trying, but there's the binding.
There's a binding, yeah.
Yeah, can't tough place to be in. I mean, game one is just like a high octane game, but game 2 is just a slow bleed. I mean, the kill difference might just be 2,
yeah,
but the goal difference is 6,000 in favor of NGX.
6,000 gold, not to mention the fact that the minions all push towards the UDG side. Tier 2 turrets down in a moment where you don't want them to be down. Like the timing was impeccable for that tier 2 turret takedown because like the fact that you don't have that prior up for something to stop those minions from pushing it while the objectives are coming up is pretty much, lights out for you.
And I just want to send my condolences to anyone in solo queue after this game. There's a delay in the broadcast, right? So for those who have watched the broadcast, do not try this Lee Sin mid. I beg of you. Well, I'm not. That sounds mean. Try this Lee Sin mid, but not in my games.
Look,
that sounds a bit more
Lee
fair.
Sin mid is... Oh, okay.
Okay, there we go. We're going to hold that thought for a bit. Tidal wave connects on everyone. Everything that goes in, it gets blown up, but they do get Zilliav, and that's the important target. That's the guy they want to kill off. But on top of that, NGX drops the Rift Herald, and just going to blow this base wide open.
Oh man, this is the sort of thing when you take an inch and you give them an inch, take a mile, because like they're not taking these team fights to necessarily finish off underground. I do like the kind of team fights that have been done with sort of a mission. Rift Herald's up, decide to take that fight at the turret despite losing Aaron because like they think it's a worth our trade, and it is a worth our trade. Get the Rift, get an inhibitor turret. It's only 13 minutes. Baron is up already. No prior on pretty much like two sets of lanes here, and Underground is going to have an uphill battle to get back, and Zilliav, who's supposed to be alive during team fights because he has a Void Walk of all things, is nowhere to be found.
Yeah, just now we can just send Aaron to the side lane and Hullbreaker buff the super minions. There's always going to be the side lane pressure from Nigma Galaxy. And this makes lives 10 times harder for Zilliav, right? You don't want him to be the one dealing with the super minions. So Carl has to take up the responsibility, but NGX will just send a response squad, or in this case, an individual, to shove that lane back in, and now we get this scale that always tips in favor of NGX.
Yeah. Now it's pretty much by the book, all right, because we're looking, NGX just needs to close it out with like the right moves. So right now the play is pretty much just clear down the minions, get the prior up, potentially get a pick by baiting them into Baron because they can't afford to lose Baron right now because that's pretty much a death sentence. Looks like Underground knows this, so they're trying to get a pick of their own. Once they get that pick, get the Baron, get the push down, game over. This is the winning condition, and this is what they need to sort of close things out in a very by-the-book fashion. And I do think that this is what this is going to be an inevitability unless Underground pulls something out of a hat.
And NGX, they are just going to start working on the Baron. It will be a 4 versus 4, but they have ways to pick UDG off and to disengage from a fight. So watch out for the binding, watch out for the kick. NGX decides to hold off that attempt. Just allow Chammy to work his magic. He is crushing Carl in that bottom lane. And you can see this immediate connection to the mid lane. And UDG, they're not in a position to defend this. This turret is in danger. Their super minion actually got dragged to the mid lane by Carl, and they're going to break that inhibitor turret. And Carl can't really fight this one. He has to fall back. And NGX just slowly bleeding out UDG.
This is pretty much, you know, this is pretty much Enigma Galaxy's game to win. Very difficult to come back. Not to say that it can't be done, but like there's no recourse. They're pretty much staying all together. They know that they can't let any picks be given away, and this is pretty much the standard. Like this is how you're going to be playing it to make sure that your team doesn't have the enemy team doesn't have a way to come back, or if they do, it's going to be very difficult for them indeed.
So is it fair to say that you are getting the same feeling yesterday of this just hopelessness? Are there no ways to come back?
Yes, for this game for sure. Honestly, for this game for sure. I don't think it has the same insurmountability. Like they can definitely get more kills compared to like Grand Sky versus Underground, because Underground's wall was a lot thicker than this, and I do feel like Underground has Lara, and Lara can do so much out of this.
Trying to kill Chammy, the Black Shield is going to render him immune to those crowd control, and he just slices Ultros into ribbons. Aaron straight to the back line, forces Carl away. We see the wind slash come out from Carl, but that's pretty much it. That's all of the damage from UDG. And then James was like, oh, you know what? It's Baron time.
That's the pick. That's the pick that they needed to get that Baron to secure it. And like Underground, well, Underground's gonna have to do something. It looks like the backline's really low. They're gonna have to try and get onto that.
And he still has the kick. Forces Sayonara to get away with the leap and the flash. Aaron is looking for a chase. The sidestep from Sayonara. Round number 2 from NGX to secure that Baron. And they're going to go back. This is the third attempt at the Baron buff. But Chammy and Aaron just doing an incredible job at keeping UDG at bay. And this was just a 2-man effort. NGX, they're going to get Baron for sure this time.
This is probably going to be the game. This is going to be what, you know, this is going to be the hard push. There's nothing left for Underground to be able to defend against this, and just one considered push should be enough for NGX to close this out. I am hoping for something interesting to happen though, but the 2 dragons in the top right kind of makes it a little difficult to hope for at this point in time.
Yeah, with every single major objective on the map in possession of NGX. Now the icing on the cake is going to be the Elder Dragon.
It's going to be the
But the Elder Dragon is one of those objectives that is not going to necessarily win you the game. But it does give you a lifeline.
Yeah.
So we are looking at that for UDG. But can UDG even get to that point? Because their top lane is in danger. And you can see the mass recall from UDG to try to defend the structure, which honestly I think is indefendable, if that's a word.
Yeah. It looks like they were counting on the fact that maybe NGX would try to play it safe.
Oh my god, the binding damage is insane. And there it is in. Well, Chammy is in. And he's out. Inhibitor turret down. NGX looking for the final blow in game number 2. Another binding lands on the Ultra to force out the Stone Plate. UDG with a Hail Mary attempt, but for NGX, all that matters is a broken Nexus. And game 2 for Nigma Galaxy is in the bag.
That, like clockwork, Nigma, this is a different kind of play by the book that we've seen. Fennel also plays by the book, but they don't do it with the same level of like checkboxes here. I did talk about Fennel and their checkboxes, but Nigma is speed running through the entire list. Okay, yes. They choose a checkbox, they choose an objective to go for. They decide, okay, what course of action will allow me to fulfill this objective? Yeah. If we want to take the Rift before then, don't you think it would be a lot easier if we decided to take down Tier 1 and Tier 2 turrets? Oh, how are we going to do that? Well, Aaron's going to be able to help us out here with like a lot of the aggression pulled down towards the lane during the tower dive. We're going to be able to get a Tier 1 turret. Oh, what did you say? Rift? it's all here. You know,
This is multitasking, right? Like, yeah, you know, Fennel does one thing one by one, and Jake's like, you know, we'll do 3 things at once. You know, Aaron's gonna do one, Joshi's gonna do one, Chammy, do whatever you want. You know, we're gonna win the game. Second time in a row that NGX is like, take the Kassadin, we will beat you with it. This is gonna start to hurt. This is, well, I say it's going to start to hurting, but it already hurts to see this happen. And it's great to see, you know, the meta develop, right? We see, you know, NGX being the first team to kind of find that solution to a Kassadin problem, which a lot of teams fear. Not NGX, they've done it once against SGP, and now they've done it 3 times in a row if we include UDG on the list.
Man, like, it doesn't even feel like the Lee Sin was the hard counter here, because honestly, it could have been any other champion with the dash, with like potentially good solo lane pushing and having a lot of mobility. It's just that NGX is the type that manages to be so precision laser focused with a lot of their objective takes.
I just want to say, there are only 9 total kills in this game.
Yeah.
I mean, look at this says a lot. Like, Carl is deathless in this game. You don't see much games where a Baron laner is deathless and he just loses the game.
Yeah.
It's like, guys, what the heck happened? Well,
at that point, you're just thinking maybe you should have died just once or twice, so it just seems like you're trying to self-sacrifice. You know,
yeah,
just
it feels like I AFK the whole. This guy deals less than 5,000 damage. Like this.
Yeah. Oh well, okay. We can't say anything about that because Carl did take 13,000 damage, so I guess he's absolved. He didn't die once, but he did take a lot of that. Even more than Chammy, which is saying a lot. But Chammy did like almost three times the amount of damage that Carl did. So
yeah, so we're looking at just macro all the way to victory for NGX in game 2.
Look at that gold graph. That is a disgusting gold graph.
This has been like this last game as well.
Yeah.
This was like this in the previous game. Though we did see this minor spike.
Minor string.
Yeah.
Yeah. Little glimmer of hope there for that team.
And it's not even into the blue side. It's just the equalizer.
Just a little bit, yeah, during that mid lane spike. But like, okay, NGX have shown us so far that if you have really good macro, you don't need to have Laura's macro in order to be able to like to pull off a good game.
It's a team effort.
It's a team concerted effort.
Yeah, and I do love this from NGX. And even and with, you know, when we talk about team effort, gotta talk about the people who made this happen, right? Our friends, partners over at Snapdragon Elite Gaming. You know, teamwork makes the dream work, and Snapdragon Elite Gaming has been a pivotal part of our journey, because they not only just support us on WildRift, they actually were on board with us for a lot of other game titles. So we gotta thank them. You know, when winning matters, and I think for Snapdragon Elite Gaming, they have been just great friends and great people to work with, and the fact that we without them, WildRift wouldn't be possible for SPS. I think that really says a lot, right? We get to see all these amazing players and teams, you know, put out just great plays. But we also have Monster Energy on board with us as well to allow these guys to unleash the beast. And check them out at www.monsterenergy.com/gaming. And last but not least, please join our Discord channel, because we love to have company. So join us at discord.gg/Snapdragon Pro Series. We'd love to hear your thoughts on what's happening right now to Team Underground.
Well, we're seeing a case of like absolutely impeccable like execution. Like this, okay, if I'm talking about a team that has consistently impressed me in terms of like thinking in terms of multitasking. I don't think this far ahead in terms of like when I get on my objectives, how I'm gonna use it. And every team fight that Enigma Galaxy picks seems to like serve a purpose. It's like, okay, that tower dive that you saw towards the mid lane, that was for the rift to be sent towards the dragon lane. You saw that little push that we had, concerted push that Aaron had towards like getting those minions on a prio there towards like the tier 1 turret. That was a concerted effort to keep you away while the rift was being put towards the mid lane, and then getting down to a tier 2 after the skirmishes were happening all around the corners. This is some big brain level of macro that kind of comes around to being like, oh, everything we did was in service of this, everything we did was in service of that, and it all kind of boils down to a snowball, and then 9 kills, the game is over.
And that's what makes NGX such a scary team. So Team Underground needs to claw back 2 games in a row to even have a chance to force a decider. But right now, NGX just looks like they are on top of the world. We will take a short break, and we will come back for game number 3 between Enigma Galaxy and Team Underground.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming and Monster Energy.
Appreciate the fact that they think about me, but here it is. So Shackle, both of them sayonara. It's connected with the Sonic Wave. First blood for Aaron.
There's sort of semi-advantage. And now that you have the advantage on the Lee Sin, it's going to be very difficult for Zillief to sort of do with that. Whoa.
Yeah, big tidal wave ultimate redemption is there. Alright, attempt to steal, but doesn't come true for sayonara. In fact, it's the imposter.
The enemy team to do anything at all.
Uh-oh, he found sayonara. He's forced to pop the stone plate. The tidal wave is coming true. Aaron tries to go for a flash Sonic Wave. Almost clipped sayonara. But they still get the dragon. And Ultros might be sacrificed though to follow up from Demon Kai. He's just going in for the kill. Because Aaron was also able to pick up sayonara. Lara, unfortunately.
Mid is... Oh, okay.
Okay, there we go. We're going to hold that dot for a bit. Tidal wave connects with everyone. Everything that goes in, it gets blown up, but they do get Zillief, and that's the important target. That's the guy they want to kill off.
NGX will try to play it safe.
Oh my god, the binding damage is insane. And there it is in. Well, Chami is in. He's out. Inhibitor turret down. NGX looking for the final blow in game number 2. Another binding lands on the Ultros to force out the stone plate. UDG with a Hail Mary attempt, but for NGX, all that matters is consideration. I do appreciate the fact that they think about me, but here it is. So Shackle, both of them sayonara. It's connected with the Sonic Wave. First blood for Aaron.
There's sort of semi-advantage. And now that you have the advantage on the Lee Sin, it's going to be very difficult for Zillief to sort of do with that. Whoa.
Yeah, the big tidal wave ultimate redemption is there. Alright, attempt to steal, but doesn't come true for sayonara. In fact, it's the imposter.
The enemy team to do anything at all.
Uh-oh, found sayonara. He's forced to pop the stone plate. The tidal wave is coming true. Aaron tries to go for a flash Sonic Wave. Almost clipped sayonara. But they still get the dragon. And Ultros might be sacrificed though to follow up from Demon Kai. He's just going in for the kill. Because Aaron was also able to pick up sayonara. Lara, unfortunately.
Mid is... Oh, okay.
Okay, there we go. We're going to hold that thought for a bit. Tidal wave connects with everyone. Everything that goes in, it gets blown up, but they do get Zillief, and that's the important target. That's the guy they want to kill off.
NGX will try to play it safe.
Oh my god, the binding damage is insane. And there it is in. Well, Chami is in. He's out. Inhibitor turret down. NGX looking for the final blow in game number 2. Another binding lands on the Ultros to force out the stone plate. UDG with a Hail Mary attempt, but for NGX, all that matters is consideration. I do appreciate the fact that they think about me, but here it is. So Shackle, both of them sayonara. It's connected with the Sonic Wave. First blood for Aaron.
There's sort of semi-advantage. And now that you have the advantage on the Lee Sin, it's going to be very difficult for Zillief to sort of do with that. Whoa.
Yeah, big tidal wave ultimate redemption is there. Alright, attempt to steal, but doesn't come true for sayonara. In fact, it's the imposter.
The enemy team to do anything at all.
Uh-oh, found sayonara. He's forced to pop the stone plate. The tidal wave is coming true. Aaron tries to go for a flash Sonic Wave. Almost clipped sayonara. But they still get the dragon. And Ultros might be sacrificed though to follow up from Demon Kai. He's just going in for the kill. Because Aaron was also able to pick up sayonara. Lara, unfortunately.
Mid is... Oh, okay.
Okay, there we go. We're going to hold that thought for a bit. Tidal wave connects with everyone. Everything that goes in, it gets blown up, but they do get Zillief, and that's the important target. That's the guy they want to kill off.
NGX will try to play it safe.
Oh my god, the binding damage is insane. And there it is in. Well, Chami is in. He's out. Inhibitor turret down. NGX. Well, it seems like the stars so far are putting out the right readings, right? The constellations are exactly what Enigma Galaxy are looking for because they are up 2-0 against Team Underground in this upper bracket best of 5. One more game, Enigma Galaxy goes into the upper bracket grand final to put them one step closer to the challenge stage. My name is Husky, this is Pondo. You guys are watching the Snapdragon Pro Series WildRift Open Finals Playoffs for the region of MSPB. And game 2 was pretty... It rendered us a bit speechless because of how good Enigma Galaxy was.
I'm going to tell you now, after game 1, I was kind of thinking, Underground, you can get back from this. You managed to put up a really decent fight. The only deciding factor was pretty much the call with into the Chami lane and that kind of botch attempt at a gank, which kind of ended up with a lot of gold for the Shyvana side. That was when I was thinking, okay, Underground, you put up a really good fight. I'm sure you can polish things up. I'm sure you can get a definite win in the game too. Then Enigma Galaxy came around. They're like, Aaron, we're going to show you why you're wrong. we're just gonna show you all our macro skills and the incredible amount of multitasking that was going on. Let's even look at Jussie and some of like his stats here and kind of see how it contributes to that overall macro play. You're seeing like a pretty strong kill participation of 100%.
Yeah, well, to be fair, only 6 kills in the game.
Yeah, that is true. That is true.
He was there for all of them. And we kind of saw the power of this Morgana jungle, right? We did say that she has some weaknesses, right? She's not the one that directly dictates the tempo, but she does help with making that happen, right? And in this game, it was just Chammy, right? Big bad Renekton, give him the black shield, he's gonna go in and he's gonna do his thing.
Yeah.
And this was exactly what happened. Up to that final fight, we saw that Team Underground, they got the drop on the Chammy. Jussie shows up and he's like, here you go, free black shield. And Chammy was like, all right, thanks, mate.
Yeah, even in the mid lane, like you saw the pathing around. Jussie made the concerted effort to do a pathing around towards their side of the jungle, made sure there was nothing there. And then when the Kassadin tried to get away, good black shield, freeze it up for the the Sonic Wave, getting that kill, and then securing pretty much the lead that defined the rest of the game, because that little bit of gold was enough for that Hellbreaker to be finished early. And then at that point, Aaron was just like, well, game's over. Here it is.
I did my job, like now it's the 4v5. I'm just gonna side lane. Call me when you need me.
Call me when you need me, call me when you want. Like you said, like Morgana jungle is not necessarily perfect, but with Nigma Galaxy, the type of like team that takes so many things. Like, it's a team fight, they only got 1 kill, but that's 2 towers down. That's 2 objectives. That's like a considered push towards mid lane and Baron lane. And like, well, yeah, we're heading into the draft pick now, so you can sort of see whether Underground has any plans to stock. But like, generally, Morgana doesn't need to be the best pick for a jungler. All they needed to do was get like a few picks to get the setup for Enigma to do their thing. And their thing was to take so many things from little bits of pieces that you allowed them to glean off of you.
You see something similar from the first 2 games, Pondo? Enigma Galaxy is on red side again. You know what that means? Kassadin open for blue side.
Kassadin open again, but will Underground choose it this time? I feel like the PTSD is real.
Can you imagine you reach the point where it's just like, you know what? They're going to make us choose it. We ban the Kassadin so we don't have to choose it.
Imagine the reverse psychology or the conditioning that happens from choosing the Kassadin so many times, being forced to pick it because they know it'll be stronger on the enemy team.
And you ban it on blue side.
And then you ban it on blue side. Or just...
That's like the ultimate psychological war. Like, you just win by... You got into their head so much that they're banning a pick on blue side, which traditionally benefits blue side.
Yeah. Well, but like...
Did they actually ban it? Oh my god, they banned the Kassadin just so Nigma wouldn't force them to pick it. I love this.
I was kind of thinking along the lines, maybe they condition them into like leaving that out. Maybe they just leave the Kassadin out because, like,
yeah, but then Nigma Galaxy will pick it, right?
Then Nigma Galaxy will pick it. I thought that would be the conditioning. It's just like we force you to do it, and then like we're just gonna leave it open because it can't possibly be as bad as like, the alternatives. But then I guess even they know that like it's potentially a bad idea, which is okay. That's good. That's good. Underground is learning.
I cannot believe that we're seeing this. The Kassadin ban on blue side, all thanks to Nigma Galaxy. They just solved the Kassadin problem. Well, only if you are going up against Nigma Galaxy. But Team Underground, they get the karma to begin with, but for Nigma Galaxy, it is the same opening. Lucian and Demon Kite.
It's just the same old for them. Yeah, and Lucian, Demon Kite does enjoy his Lucian. Honestly, no other team that we've seen so far treats Kassadin this what's the word, laissez-faire or something, or like just whatever.
It treats him as
it's like it's the equivalent of a superstar going on a date with someone, and that person is just like, it's just a regular date. I'm just gonna treat you like any other human, as an equal. Yeah.
There we go.
So like the Nigma Galaxy is treating him like any other champion. It's like, you want to pick him, it's fine. Like, he's any other champion. We're gonna deal with him like we deal with any other champion.
Yeah. So Team Underground taking both Renekton and Riven away. Nigma Galaxy gets the Chammy special, which is the Jax. Now that's the Lee Sin again. And Team Underground right now, I'm thinking, like, do you want to take out the Morgana? Of course they ban out the Morgana, because if not, you can flex the Lee Sin again. And we've seen the Jussie Chammy duo with the Morgana Jax, and that was a scary one. So Team Underground right now are just trying to get rid of what Nigma Galaxy's champions, but that's just the tip of the iceberg. Nigma Galaxy saw this coming from a mile away, and they're not targeting Lara 1. No more Corki for him, no more package shenanigans, and that was, that was your best game. You didn't win. Wow, let's see what you can do. This seems to be another Xayah angle for Underground.
It could be Xayah. Xayah might be the best pick for Underground, and I feel like you said, Lara is an unstoppable beast on Corki. Would have loved to see it again. Honestly, when it comes up to a team like Nigma Galaxy, I feel you're gonna need more than 5 bans to make things equal. You're gonna need like 10 bans.
You have to understand that we only have 5 bans
for a reason.
Yeah,
but there's just so many options to them. They have a lot of comps in practice. They have so many different ways to deal with you that I feel like it's only fair to have 10 or 15 bans for Nigma Galaxy, because Nigma Galaxy, see, they targeted pick Ahri, Morgana, the Kassadin, all this stuff to sort of like keep them out of the hands of Nigma. But Nigma is just like, well, that's one of our champions. That's 2 of our champions. We still have like 15 more.
Yeah, sure, right? Nigma Galaxy is the only team thus far that has played the Lux. I believe the Lux was also picked yesterday.
Yeah.
I don't remember which team that did it. But, overall, this I think is the 3rd Lux pick in the tournament. So I think that we are getting Lucian mid, which I think is very interesting, right? Lucian mid, so we get the Lux Rakan bot. This was something that Nigma Galaxy pulled out against SGP in, I believe, game number 2 of their series, where they completely crushed SGP. So we're seeing a reenactment of that. But Team Underground, this draft does look a lot more robust. But that is what we said, and it didn't work out. We get the Renekton jungle this time for Sayonara. And he is the only person I think so far that has played Renekton jungle.
Yeah, honestly, I kind of give up on analyzing, this team comp here.
No,
like you, we all agree that Underground in theory has the stronger comp, and like it's harder to sort of like do the analysis on Nigma Galaxy side for what the picks that they do, because it's not necessarily fall within like a particular archetype. They don't necessarily pick on Renekton for that disruption. They don't necessarily pick the initiators onto a carry that can do like double duty. They like to pick initiators which are long range initiators. So you don't have the Morgana, you got the Lux, you got the light binding. You've got like multiple angles, different ways to engage, but they like the champions that provide the picks, the utility, but they don't usually do it within the constraints of what we call a typical meta team comp.
They don't play by the rules, right?
They don't play by the rules. But
Galaxy.
yet their game is so by the rules.
And that is the impressive part. I think Nigma Galaxy has demonstrated to us an entirely different level of just macro play, at least in the series against Team Underground, who we all regard as a team made out of the best players from the region. And here they are, actually on the ropes. Nigma Galaxy actually up 2-0 against Team Underground. Just to avoid a bit of confusion, this is going to be game number 3. In fact, Nigma Galaxy are just 1 game away from going into the upper bracket grand final. So it all comes down to this. NGX at the cuffs of just completely decimating UDG, which they have done twice. And now they are looking for the final blow.
UDG is going to have to go for that early game flash, but I feel like if UDG kind of plays a bit more game 1 UDG, they're definitely going to have a better chance compared to the game 2 UDG. But like...
Yeah, I mean, we saw that, right? This is immediate flash from Zillia, not taking a gamble at all. Of course, we've got to look at Joshi a bit, the jungler of NGX. One of the highlights that we had in terms of players coming into this. And this is his Lee Sin lifetime stats, right? 13 KDA, incredible amount of kill participation, just high octane Lee Sin gameplay.
Oh man, that is ridiculous. Like a double-digit KDA on a jungler, not a support. We're talking some incredible like kill participation, incredible like average damage, and a KDA which is something which numbers I've rarely seen in most professional players at any level. But yeah, I do think it's going to be very exciting to see.
And we see the NGX special again, right? Just multiple control ward trinkets. This time Draw does have the normal one, but NGX has a lot of emphasis on denying vision, right? You don't give UDG the information that they want. And Chami is already slowly kind of winning the lane. You see him stacking up this big wave, pushing into Carl. And I love the fact that he's using that Empower Strike attack range to just bonk Carl whenever he tries to broken wings into range. But overall, NGX are just looking for a game where they can have a lot of control over. And it doesn't necessarily have to be a game 2 where we just get this incredibly slow-paced gameplay. But overall, NGX have kind of already won half the war just from the drafting phase.
I feel like NGX is always really good with the setup. Sayonara are going to be flashing in to get that scuttle. Pretty overpowered trade, I suppose.
Yeah, but they might lose all throws for this. It's good slow, thankfully, from Zillia. I mean, Sayonara is, guy's no chill at all.
Well, if you want to win a game off of NGX, it's better to make sure that you don't give them an inch by any means necessary, because the thing that we've been sort of repeating again and again and again throughout the entire game is that do not give NGX an inch because they'll take a mile. And I feel like flashing into getting the scuttle was probably one step towards that, but I feel like in return they decided to take the blue buff as sort of a revenge.
Wrap around. Sayonara, gotta be careful, but thankfully Zillia spots out Joshi. Could have been a good flank from NGX.
Getting the flash out onto draw was very good. We're going to be seeing that flash again to steal that scuttle to make sure that NGX doesn't have the vision or the river like control that they want.
Can you imagine being Joshi? He's like, what the heck?
Joshi was squaring up. He was walking up towards him like, oh, Lucian, what are you going to do now? Sayonara was like, well, I'm not aiming for you. Flashes over.
Just goes for scuttle. One of the few scenarios that NGX cannot prepare for.
Yeah, I think it's good to play that way. You want to be playing a little bit unpredictable. Want to throw NGX off their really well-timed programming. Like, you got to use a different language. You got to be playing a different game from them. If you're gonna be using flash to secure scuttles, I feel like that's one step towards the right direction, despite the fact that it sounds weird coming from me.
Yeah, well, it applies for the first scuttle, but obviously as the game progresses, you would want to be flashing for a Baron instead.
Flashing for Baron, flashing for a kill. They did get the flash out of draw. I think getting the flash out of draw is actually very good, because like draw has been very scary in the Rakan, and you know, limiting a lot of like his range in terms of being able to use the knockup thing. I remember like half of the skill name.
The Grand Entrance.
Yes, the Grand Entrance. Thank you. I remember the Grand. I don't remember the entrance. And when he uses the Grand Entrance, being able to half the distance they can get to using the flash is actually really good for that early game. Kind of disables him from getting in too close and personal. And the flash is utilized to being hard to read. The thing is, a lot of these skills have readability. Flash kind of makes it a lot easier for you to be able to get a guaranteed knockup, but since it's gone, draw loses a lot of like...
That's just Demon Kai forcing the Feather Storm out of Lara. Very crucial spell as well, especially when we have the objective spawning in 20 seconds. Just kind of minimal effort, right? You are getting a lot of return as NGX. Honestly, you can call it a grand knockup and it would completely be fine, because it does look great. You can call it a flamboyant knockup.
Flamboyant. The flamboyant knock. Okay, well, in my mouth, it's kind of a handful.
Yeah, it is. Yeah. You call it the acrobatics. I'm getting carried away with this.
Yeah.
NGX the first dragon attempt. Sayonara has a flash this time, but NGX completely ready for this. Dominus pop. And you can see NGX there. Trying to stall out the dragon. UDG goes in and try to get it for himself. An attempted steal, but no. Joshi denies it and he smites that dragon.
Very clear head, very good for him to stand by to fight, despite that there's so much like threat coming out from Underground. Underground playing it very well there to make sure that they kept things up, but they managed to delay the dragon. Not much vision going there in the first place. And yeah, that's also going to be a Rift. They didn't swing by, they didn't turn around, they don't have the Dominus, they didn't have enough spells. They're going to have to give up the Rift for free as well. This is pretty much the NGX playbook, taking both objectives. And I don't think this is something that UDG can be allowing to happen. This is the sort of thing that allows you to lead into a Game 2 scenario.
But it's also those kind of push and pull factor, right, where we threaten you, we force you to react, and then we just let it go. right? We force him to react with the dominance, it's forcing him to react with the Phantom Storm, and we just let it go. Because that is kind of like the minor win, right? We're not necessarily looking for kills, but we're looking to take away your resources.
I do remember talking a lot about my ideal Lee Sin.
Right.
Like we were talking a lot about it yesterday for one point. That like I think I was talking about it in that a good Lee Sin is an early game Lee Sin who uses his skills not necessarily to secure kills, even though he is good at that. It's scaring them away. And I feel like a parrot bringing it up again, but like that's kind of what Jesse is kind of like my idealization of that. He uses a lot of skills to sort of like scare you into using your Feather Storm, into using your flashes, and then like the pressure being exhibited by Jesse is immense. I didn't get to see that yesterday from the Lee Sins that we saw before, but Jesse is like the personification of this. He's forcing you to use your flashes, forcing you to use a lot of your abilities.
And it's got a good charm from Draw. Gets 4 of them. No kills just yet, UDG. Adamant on trying to take down his turret, but NGX were there for the response. And look at that. Full 5 members of UDG up top. Look at what Aaron is doing. He's taking the bot tier 2. Explosive cast from Ultros. He's completely caught out. An attempt to save him will end in nothing. And first blood goes over to NGX again.
Orthros having a completely different plan from the rest of them. I guess he kind of assumed that they might have gone to dive on the tower, maybe to get a cheeky explosive cast to get him out of position, but that's not what happened.
Final
He's the one
spark.
who got out. Ooh.
Clips Lara. I mean, this is a speed run of the series. And I don't know how you're going to break this down, but I'm just going to say that NGX are doing a flawless job. Every game gets better and better, right? Game 1 was a bit scrappy, you know, and everyone was just fighting. Game 2 was just NGX showing us a bit of that macro, and Game 3, at least up to this point, was just NGX kind of winning the game with only 2 kills. Though the game hasn't necessarily ended yet, but I think we're heading down that path.
Yeah, if this is the same NGX playbook that we have become used to seeing over the course of like the games today, NGX is definitely going to be winning off of this because if they follow the same playbook. So we're looking at the replay over here. Look at Orthros. He's kind of walking up here. I think gets caught up by the sweepers of all things. I think they were going to go for a dive, but the unfortunate timing of the sweeper managed to catch the silhouette of Orthros there. He doesn't manage to get the explosive cast on to reposition them. That probably might have been enough to help UDG maybe get 1 or 2 kills, but you know, the timing of things can change things around for the worse in a lot of cases. By all rights, UDG should have been able to get a lot more out of that because the grand entrance, you saw that they waited in the wings there. They were waiting for the push up. They knew that there was going to be a push. They knew that UDG was kind of desperate.
Oh boy, and they know that Sayonara is going to be his own jungle. And they pick him up once more, NGX, with a very clean kill number 3.
That feels weird to say, but yeah, a very clean kill number 3. A very deathless match. A very like killless match that's been full of like what we call objective taking, which is not something you usually typically see for a match that only has amount to 3 total kills as of right now.
I think UDG are kind of collapsing, internally, right? And I think it's not really anything on the players themselves. It's just how NGX have kind of created this bubble where UDG are just playing their game every single time, right? Every single match that we go into, you are playing by Enigma Galaxy's rules. You know, first and foremost, Kassadin being one of the biggest conditioning that we have seen so far, the most impactful one, in fact. And if NGS gets this second Harrow, I think I know where we're heading.
I think it's pretty much set game and match because the Rift is slightly up. It's definitely gonna be enough time. No way you're gonna be able to set up for the dragon. No way you're gonna be able to get it in the time that it's gonna take for them to surround you. They're gonna quickly clear out those minions here. They're gonna pretty much, you know, threaten the inhibitor turret and the tier 2 turret here. They're gonna have to respawn, give up the dragon control, and they're gonna circle around to sort of set up for the dragon and like remove all of the control that the UDG set up in the first place over here. This is this is some really good macro play.
And we actually saw UDG trying to set up a Death Brush, but I believe that Zilep threw out his inner fire, so that kind of blew the cover a bit. Not sure if he didn't do that, would that have made a difference, but it would increase the probability. Right now we see Aaron and Chami just in the top lane. And Carl He should be able to hold on to this just for a little while, right? We are still not, NGX are still not at the point where they can just straight up dive you, but they certainly can keep you within boundaries of your own base because UDG have lost all tier 2s. Just opting for that reset.
They lost all the tier. They all lost all tier 2s.
They haven't gotten a single turret.
Minutes. 11. They haven't gotten a single turret. Haven't gotten a single kill. Haven't managed to get any prio going, and haven't managed to get a single objective. I don't think they managed to get any repels. They managed to get any dragons, and they haven't managed to get their vision. I don't think I've ever seen their vision like encroach into the enemy jungle at all. They haven't been able to get that going as well.
And NGX are just riding off of this wave. The dragon, I mean, it doesn't matter, right? You throw the cask out. Just a lot of disconnect from UDG's side. You know, these kind of moves is a very strong indicator of kind of the mental UDG right now. They might be able to kill Aaron, but he just pops Zhonya's. Re-engage comes in from draw. He's going to start the fight and this battle dances out. And all these resources have been expended from UDG's side. What else do they have? Ultros only has the body slam, but even he is forced to flash away. NGX now at the doorstep of UDG.
this is pretty much what we call this is pretty much over. This is a slow death. This is poison for both souls. I like that UDG was trying to get the catch up.
Sayonara is trying to do it, at least get a death on the Aaron, but no. I mean, Demon Kai is gonna kill him off instead. The 4th one for NGX. I mean, the 4th one in the entire game, in fact.
This might even end up being a killless game for UDG, and that would have been such a dominant way. And I'm not even gonna say that UDG is a bad team. It's just that it seems that the adaptability here is not happening because like NGX, it's difficult to adapt in the first place. Like it's easy to say that you can adapt to a team that makes plays that are by the book, but at the same time the execution has been very solid.
Yeah, it's one of those situations where it's not about a team being playing poorly. It's not about a team being bad, but it's more like the enemy team is just having such a good day that it makes you look bad.
Yeah.
I think NGX is doing just that, right? By no means that UDG is a bad team. They made it really far in the local circuit. They have shown us incredible play. They destroyed Grind Sky Esports yesterday. And I think that's something that a lot of teams expected to happen anyway. But to come into this and just at the verge of getting 3-0 by Enigma Galaxy in such a fashion, we're definitely not going to fault UDG, but it's more like, oh my god, props to NGX for playing such a great game of WildRift. Yeah,
this is not the type of game where it's like, oh my gosh, UDG, what are you doing? This is more of the, wow, NGX is playing some really, really good WildRift. And like, and this isn't really the sort of thing where I can say you need to adapt more, because like, if we were talking about Fennel plays by the book. Fennel plays very much by the book. And they have like sort of tells that are easily sort of like you can adapt to it, and that's exactly what SGP did to knock Fennel into like the lower half. But like the thing, looking at what NGX is doing here in terms of their like play, they're doing like by the playbook. They're doing a lot more by the playbook and so much more detailed. But they're also slightly shifting their strategies every time. Like we saw that they're adapting to UDG instead. They stayed in that Baron Brush together with Rakan to wait for the grand entrance because they knew that there was going to be a tower push since they assumed that all the priority was coming from the Dragon lane. And then after they waited for the engage and didn't manage to quite land the grand entrance.
Well, Draw is going to try and throw his life for this, but he still has the flash to get away. And look at that. A cohesive effort. Joshi just got the top inhibitor turret, and UDG were left wondering what happened.
Oh, this is going to be demoralizing. I feel like with every game, UDG is getting slowly more pressured and slowly like on the back foot here.
It's those games where no matter what you do, it just doesn't work out.
Yeah.
Nothing seems to be working.
It's the kind of day where you go to work and then after that, you know, your pot falls off your desk, your cat scratches your leg.
Yeah, you spill your
puddle,
coffee.
You spill your coffee.
Like a car drives over you when it's raining and it splashes water all over you. Your umbrella flies away. Your girlfriend
like,
breaks up with you.
That's bad. Just a bunch of minor inconveniences would just lead to like the bigger thing at the end. It's just like, I dropped my toaster in the bathtub or something.
And then it set it on fire. Okay, it's a very depressing conversation.
Oh,
But
sorry, I
cer-
didn't mean to bring it down, but NGX has been playing a really good game.
It
That's
certainly
kinda
is a bit miserable for UDG, right? I mean, look, Chammy is just manhandling Carl. Unless UDG steals his Baron, there's literally no chance to stay in this game, right? But NGX, they're just gonna turn on Sayonara. You have a good shield, you have the stone plate. Can they at least get a kill? Well, they can. Ultra sacrifice to the lambs, sacrifice to the cosmos. Aaron trying to get away.
Nara.
Goes stasis. They finally take out draw. But in the bigger scheme of things, NGX still kind of comes out on top of that, but UDG finally puts up a decent resistance.
Well, you know, it's just like it was a little too late, too little, too late. And at the end of the day, I've been wanting to see more of this because, like, the thing is, when you're playing against a team with perfect what we call like teamwork macro, the only thing you can do when you're in a desperate situation is to put more faith in what we call the single round turnarounds. Flashing in with like a smite to try and steal away a dragon. Trying to work around and try to potentially steal away with a skill shot. And these are the little things. These are what we call the futile resistances. But there's the 1 in a million chance that it will work. There's a 1 in a million chance it will turn things around, keep you alive for a little bit longer. I want to see more of that out of UDG because they're playing things a little bit too safe right now.
Not to lose, right?
Yeah, not to lose. I want to see more desperation out of UDG here. I want to see a bit more flashes into the smites and, you know, diving into the backline, just going a little bit all out because, like, it seems that they're doing everything that's by the book in terms of like playing from behind. But this is not the type of thing you can do when you're already this far behind. Yeah,
but well, I think to be fair to UDG, they did make some of those moves, right? And that's what we kind of saw near the Baron pit. It's kind of what we saw with Carl and Zilef in the middle lane just now. But it's again, the stars are not aligning for UDG. And of course they won't align for UDG because that's the tagline for NGX. You know, Nigma Galaxy, stars align. And right now we are just looking at NGX with this Baron power play. We're expecting all inhibitor turrets to fall.
Yep.
And UDG, they don't have much time left because that top wave is slowly but surely pushing in.
This is pretty much the death knell. This is what we call the NGX special. It's the Baron push. It's the inevitable feeling that you're definitely not going to be able to defend against this.
And look at that dip in and out of the fight. That has forced out a cast. That has forced out a Transcendence Embrace. That has forced out 4 ultimates from UDG. And NGX, they are not the type to pet the KD because all they want to do is to break that big blue crystal in the middle of the map. And they're going to just slowly work towards that. The Hail Mary attempt from UDG, but I don't think today is the day. I don't think this series is ever going to be there. The constellation in favor of NGX. 3-0 is going to be the result. Nigma Galaxy completely crushes Team Underground in the series.
Man, I've never had my hopes dashed so quickly. We put in the predictions for Underground. We saw a really strong game. We saw Underground like pretty much put up a wall. But I have never seen the turnaround in fortune so quickly. I didn't think I'd see Underground become the other side of feeling like they're down on an unoppressible wall here, you know?
This is it feels like a punching bag, right? Like Nigma Galaxy is just throwing stuff at them and there's nothing that you can do. But props to Nigma Galaxy. Now they've went into the upper bracket grand finals. Of course, they want more series separates them and the challenge group stage. But their odds are looking incredibly good right now.
Yeah.
I mean, off of that performance, they have a date with Destiny, right? Because they are looking at RRQ to be the favorites that's going to win the next series. And I think Nigma Galaxy is going to be that perfect team to put up a fight.
Nigma Galaxy have shown us their macro. And here again, we're going to see where things kind of fell apart for UDG as well. I think UDG potentially did have something going there. If they managed to get a good explosive cast, it might have been really interesting to see. It's just, you know, when you have sweepers there that just happen to catch a silhouette, there's not much you can do. And sometimes these little things can make or break your game. And, you know, they just set you on the path to losing like spectacularly.
And you can see that, you know, this is the only part where UDG even gets a kill, and then that one was on draw. But you know, all things considered, not that it matters too much other than NGS getting a flawless game. But if you really want to talk about flawless, this entire series was flawless from NGX.
This is the equivalent of a speed run. Like, I think a lot of things that League players can be guilty of is like, not putting the surrender button, or like, letting things. You don't press the surrender button because you're 6 kills ahead. The rest of your team is maybe like 10 deaths each. But like, you don't want to press that surrender button because like, hey, I got kills. I'm fed. I want to play some more.
Yeah, but you can't surrender competitively, right? So that's
exactly.
Yeah.
So when you look at NGX, you feel like they're a complete antithesis of that. It's like they're not here to joke around. They're not here to like, oh, I got 6 kills, I want to get more kills. They just like, eyes on the prize. We're here to win. We're here to take you down with our very impeccable strats, and we're here to make this graph look absolutely disgusting, like the cliff off of the sea. This looks like the seabed.
It certainly does. It looks like the Great Depression.
Not quite the drop of a Great Depression, but it looks like a slow descent into what I would call a Great Depression.
Yeah, it's a descent into madness, right? For Enigma Galaxy, and in fact, it's a series where Team Underground could not even get a foothold. And that's kind of those games where you just feel so hopeless. Like whatever you throw at Enigma Galaxy, it feels like a wet noodle slap, right? In the draft, and again, right, we go back from the draft onwards. From game number 1, Enigma Galaxy, SSK kind of foreshadowed it that they are good. They know how to counter that Kassadin. Enigma Galaxy was like, we will do it again. We'll let you take the Kassadin. We beat you with it. Do you still want it? All right, we'll do it again.
And it's like, hey, you want to see me do it again?
And Team Underground was like, no, please, we're gonna ban the Kassadin ourselves. And they still got floored. But now we have an interview with the coach of Enigma Galaxy, TG. We're gonna bring him onto the broadcast. And actually, it's Vansu. One of the other coaches from Enigma Galaxy. We did talk to TG last time, but nonetheless, congratulations! You guys have completely crushed Team Underground. And what's the mood, with the team right now?
Well, of course, we're happy and tired at the same time because, of course, happy because we're kind of actually expecting that UDG is one of the teams that we'd probably be gonna be a bit hard trying to play against with because, of course, given that their placement on the previous WS qualifiers, I think we're top 1 at the time at a certain point. So yeah, happy, of course, and tired because, of course, we've been screaming for a lot of days, for weeks now. So yeah, we haven't had really rest for the last few weeks.
Well, you said that UDG is a team that you guys feel like will be a big challenge, but here you are. It made them feel like child's play. So you mentioned a bit about the preparation, right? But how has that preparation been? Like, what is the mindset coming into this series against UDG?
Okay, of course, it takes a lot of preparation. So in the coach's end, we made sure that we have every information that we can get against UDG. Like, for example, yesterday, we just took our time and watched all of the UDG's previous VODs, their matches in the ESL Open Finals, and tried to take information that we can get and made a composition and strategy out of that. So yeah, it's just really preparation. At the same time, my players also made sure that they give 100% best in every game that they play.
I want to quickly take you down memory lane before I pass it to my friend here. So you guys joined NGX for just 2 months. How has this 2 months been? Because it felt like it moved really fast, but it has been a pretty good journey so far for you guys.
Yeah, that's for sure. I mean, even though that it's been 2 months, I think we've accomplished a lot of things. We were able to get the players that we wanted in the team. So I think that's one of the reasons why we're able to really give a good fight in the recent matches.
Well, we have the MVP coming up, so I'm sure, Vansu, that you've seen your players more closely than anyone. You know how they operate, you know how the strategies work. Yeah. So in your mind, who do you think is the MVP? Who is the one who pulls off the strategies the best?
Okay, let's try to break that down. So for game 1, of course, I think Chami would be the MVP, given that he is really good with that Riven. He just choked one time, but I mean, apart from that, I think he played that champion exceptionally well. For game 2, I think Chami as well. I mean, of course, Joshi did a lot of things. He was able to determine our win condition and gave a lot of support decided, especially on Chami. So, but I think overall, it's Chami and Joshi. But for game 3, I think all of our lanes have each of their own advantages. So I don't think there's really any MVP on the third game because they were really able to give all of their best. We have all of that advantage. But if you're going to ask me if who is our MVP for all of those 3 games, then I think that's gonna be Chami.
All right, we're going to see if it's going to be Chami. We're going to pull out the screen right now on the broadcast.
Yeah.
And it
Oh.
is Joshi. Well, you
Yeah,
did
of
mention,
course.
you know, he did great in game
Yeah.
2. Honestly, when we asked most teams, we have asked a lot of people this question, right? Who do you think is going to be MVP of the series? But now we get to see a different side of it, right? Having a coach going for the detailed breakdown, which honestly, Vansu, I highly appreciate it because I didn't expect you to give us that full rundown, but it does give us a good idea on how the team functions.
I do think he was right on the money. I feel like, you remember we talked about it. We talked about in the first game how it kind of boiled down to that fight in the top lane. And then, you know, Lara was doing so much damage, but he didn't have the same sort of support that he was getting, that, you know, you guys were getting from your Baron lane, which boils down to Chami. Chami being so ahead in gold in front of Carl, and it wasn't even that big of a difference. It wasn't even that big of a loss, but Chami pulled ahead so strong. But I do think Joshi did so well in game 2, game 3. He absolutely just pivoted to making all those plays which NGX needed to get going. So honestly, it was a toss-up. So I feel it could have been either way, you know.
Yeah, just great insight from you, Vansu. But now I would need to borrow that big brain of yours again. We're looking at the next series, RRQ SGP. Talk to me about the odds of this series, because I think a lot of us would expect RRQ to just sweep it. But I want to toss you a curveball. Win conditions for SGP. Just give me one. What can SGP do to overcome the odds?
Okay, I think SCP really plays. I mean, they're really good at scaling compositions. I think that's one of the reasons why they always try to revolve their composition around Kassadin if they want scaling, and Lucian if they want to play tempo early game. So I think if they're able to get those picks like Lucian or Kassadin and be able to play around them, then I think there will be a slight. I mean, not really slight, but there will be a chance to beat RQ, because of course we all know that RQ is also one of the best teams out there, and I personally think that RQ can potentially sweep SGP in a best of 5, maybe 3-1 or 3-0. I'm not sure.
All right, I mean that's good now. That's what I want to hear. Do send my regards to the rest of the team, and send my regards to TG as well, because you know I was able to talk to him before the series. I think 2 days ago. Great guy to talk to, and I do look forward to speaking more with you guys. And also send a message to Draw and ask him if he intentionally died at one time because his team abandoned him the last interview. It's all for fun and games, but once more, congratulations. We'll see you guys tomorrow for the upper bracket grand finals.
Bye-bye.
Well, yeah.
Very insightful.
Very insightful. Like this is the well, if we had the winner UDG, we'd probably be having the opposite of this conversation right now.
Yeah,
Where,
because like,
what was your strategy? Is like we won.
yeah, what was your strategy? I don't know. We just beat them. You know?
We just beat them. Vanto gave us the complete insight. I think it's interesting to see the different ideologies. Does that mean if you like really think through this sort of stuff, do you come out on top? I feel like it's an interesting comparison to make.
He came prepared with an encyclopedia, right? We asked him a very simple question: who do you think is the MVP? And he gives us a full breakdown. And that is something that I do appreciate. I love these guys.
Appreciate it.
Yeah, and of course, you know, all of this, once more, made possible by our friends over at Snapdragon Elite Gaming. When winning matters. And I must say, I'm just grateful to be able to have these conversations, not just with the players, but also with the support system behind their backs. And just like how Snapdragon Elite Gaming has been a support system for us for our Snapdragon Pro Series, but we also have to thank Monster Energy for that as well, for allowing everyone to unleash the beast within them. Check them out at www.monsterenergy.com/gaming. And last but not least, if you guys have not joined our Discord just yet, use the link below, discord.gg/Snapdragon Pro Series. Join the conversation, join us in our endeavors to make this great. There's not only just WildRift, there's also other game titles in the whole umbrella of SPS, and I'm sure you will find a home for yourself. But coming up next, RRQ against SGP. We've heard the win conditions from the mouths of Coach Vansu himself. SGP does have hope over RRQ in individual games. But overall, in the full series, he still thinks that RRQ is the better team.
Yeah, honestly, it feels like RRQ is a better team. We're going purely by metrics. We're going purely by like what we've seen RQ is probably the better team. But you know what they say works against like the most like disciplined, the most well coordinated teams?
Chaos.
Chaos.
We'll see if that's going to be the case because RRQ also loves chaos within order. We'll see if that's going to be the case. We're going to go for a short break and we come back for second and final best of 5 RRQ against SGP.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming and Monster Energy.
Another attempt to mid-low, this time to Zilev. They actually lock him down with the chain of corruption. Zilev now going to pop the station. The good package to separate the battle line. Zilev should be able to get out of this. And Ultros also has a stone plate. Chami trying to do as much damage as he can, but it's just missing by a beat. They do trade one back. Sayonara safeguards safety. Chami tries to go on him, but doesn't find a kill. And now you got to watch out for Carl, who is frontlining for his team. Both of these teams only trade 1-for-1.
Off of it with the dragon spawning in like 1 second and the Baron being up for grabs as well.
And Joshi, oh no, he can't go down. They kick him back. They try to burst him. He used it ultimate to get away with the flash as well. The chain of corruption is spreading. Lara was the one with the package to split the battle lines. And you can see Carl straight to the back line. GA gets popped, but everyone on NGX is incredibly low. Demon Kai has to get away, but they did assassinate. Sayonara in the back line. Oh, Chami doing a great job. He still gets away. Knocks out Lara 1. Still has the GA. Lara goes stasis. The re-engage comes in from consideration. I do appreciate the fact that they think about me, but here it is. So Shackle to both of them. Sayonara is connected with the Sonic Wave. First blood for Aaron.
The enemy team to do anything at all.
Uh-oh, he found Sayonara. He's forced to pop the stone plate. The tidal wave just coming through. Aaron tries to go for a flash Sonic Wave. Almost clipped Sayonara. But they still get the dragon. And Ultros might be sacrificed though. The follow up from Demon Kai. He's just going in for the kill. Because Aaron was also able to pick up Sayonara. Lara, unfortunately.
Mid is... Oh, okay.
Okay, there we go. We're going to hold that dodge for a bit. Tidal wave connects with everyone. Everything that goes in and gets blown up, but they do get Zilev, and that's the important target. That's the guy you want to kill off.
I guess it kind of assumed that they might have gone to dive on the tower, maybe to get a cheeky explosive cast to get him out of position, but that's not what happened.
Final spark.
Got out.
Clips loses Baron. There's literally no chance to stay in this game, right? But NGX is gonna turn on Sayonara. You have a good shield. You have the stone plate. Can they at least get a kill? Well, they can. Ultra sacrifice to the lambs. Sacrifice to the cosmos. Aaron trying to get away. Goes stasis. They finally take out Drop. But in the bigger scheme of things, has been halted a bit. Another attempt to mid-low. This time to Zilev. They actually lock him down with the chain of corruption. Zilev now going to pop the stasis. The good package to separate the battle line. Zilev should be able to get out of this. And Ultros also has a stone plate. Chami trying to do as much damage as he can, but it's just missing by a beat. They do trade one back. Sayonara safeguards safety. Chami tries to go on him, but doesn't find a kill. And now you got to watch out for Carl, who is frontlining for his team. Both of these teams only trade 1-for-1.
Off of it with the dragon spawning in like 1 second and the Baron being up for grabs as well.
And Joshi, oh no, he can't go down. They kick him back. They try to burst him. He used it ultimate to get away with the flash as well. The chain of corruption is spreading. Lara was the one with the package to split the battle lines. And you can see Carl straight to the back line. GA gets popped, but everyone on NGX is incredibly low. Demon Kai has to get away, but they did assassinate. Sayonara in the back line. Oh, Chami doing a great job. He still gets away. Knocks out Lara 1. Still has the GA. Lara goes stasis. The re-engage comes in from consideration. I do appreciate the fact that they think about me, but here it is. So Shackle to both of them. Sayonara is connected with the Sonic Wave. First blood for Aaron.
The enemy team to do anything at all.
Uh-oh, they found Sayonara. He's forced to pop the stone plate. The tidal wave just coming through. Aaron tries to go for a flash Sonic Wave. Almost clipped Sayonara. But they still get the dragon. And Ultros might be sacrificed though. The follow up from Demon Kai. He's just going in for the kill. Because Aaron was also able to pick up Sayonara. Lara, unfortunately.
Mid is... Oh, okay.
Okay, there we go. We're going to hold that thought for a bit. Tidal wave connects with everyone. Everything that goes in and gets blown up, but they do get Zilev, and that's the important target. That's the guy you want to kill off.
I guess it kind of assumed that they might have gone to dive on the tower, maybe to get a cheeky explosive cast to get him out of position, but that's not what happened.
Final spark.
Got out.
Clips loses Baron. There's literally no chance to stay in this game, right? But NGX is going to turn on Sayonara. You have a good shield. You have the stone plate. Can they at least get a kill? Well, they can. Ultra sacrifice to the lambs. Sacrifice to the cosmos. Aaron trying to get away. Goes stasis. They finally take out Drop. But in the bigger scheme of things, halted a bit. Another attempt to mid-low. This time to Zilev. They actually lock him down with the chain of corruption. Zilev now going to pop the stasis. The good package to separate the battle line. Zilev should be able to get out of this. And Ultros also has a stone plate. Chami trying to do as much damage as he can, but it's just missing by a beat. They do trade one back. Sayonara safeguards safety. Chammy tries to go on him but doesn't find a kill. And now you gotta watch out for Carl, who is frontlining for his team. Both of these teams only trade 1 for 1.
Off of it with the Dragon spawning in like 1 second and the Baron being up for grabs as well.
And Joshi, oh no, he can't go down. They kick him back. They try to burst him. He used it ultimate to get away with the flash as well. The chain of corruption is spreading. Larawan was the one with the package to split the battle lines. And you can see Carl straight to the back line. Jay gets popped, but everyone on NGX is incredibly low. Demon Kai has to get away, but they did assassinate. Sayonara in the back line. Oh, Chammy doing a great job. He still gets away. Knocks out Larawan. Still at the GA. Larawan goes stasis. The re-engage comes in from The first best of 5 has concluded. Nigma Galaxy completely overwhelmed Team Underground, and they are the first team to qualify for the upper bracket finals. But now we have the second upper bracket semifinals that's going to be happening. RRQ against SGP, the sole hope, torchbearer, flag carrier of the region of SG. And they are up against the Titans of the PH. I'm Husky, and alongside Pondo, we're about to witness history being made. Potentially.
Potentially. That's the caveat, that's the terms and conditions, a little fine print here, because like you and I both kind of know that like SGP's performance has been a little bit on the rocky side. We're gonna have to see kind of like a bigger boost or like some sort of bigger brain play that we haven't necessarily seen for them to overcome RRQ, which has been like what we call like a powerhouse. They've been like the subject of fear of so many other teams. Kind of like, hey, who are you scared of playing against? RRQ. That's just kind of the name that's been uttered out of their mouth. It's like the team that must not be named, you know?
Yeah.
And SGP, we talked about how chaos would work best against like teams that play by the book, but you told me before, RRQ is also chaos.
Yeah, RRQ finds comfort in chaos. They are a team that loves to play messy fights. In fact, they thrive in these kind of situations, and that's all thanks to the powerhouses in the teams. Right, we're gonna take a look at them in a bit, but primarily it's just the willingness of RRQ to kind of take those fights. I mean, when we look at Nigma Galaxy, is how decisive they are in making moves and making rotations. And you can say the same for RRQ, but they're taking up a notch. They force you to fight them when you're not ready, and that's what makes RRQ such a scary team. Huge assassin players in the team as well. Helios, kind of the madman in the middle lane, and he has been I would say one of the best assassin mid laners that we've seen.
If Nigma Galaxy is what we call like everything going by clockwork, okay, we're going to be going to the RRQ presentation, so let's go through RRQ first before we go through that comparison. You're going to be looking at the highlights here, and you can be seeing a little bit for what RRQ does for yourself.
Yeah, and this was the series where RRQ took on UDG, right? And of course that one game win was due to the Larawan Corki, but afterwards UDG could not get a foothold, and this is all because of RRQ, and they delivered the same treatment over to Grindsky, where Exosun got one of the biggest knockup in his entire life, the Rakan 5-man grand entrance to kind of wrap up the series against Grindsky. But both series that RRQ played went to game 3, and so they kind of played the most games thus far. Through the upper bracket, we have Hyde, we have Chaz, Helios, Viper, and EXO. A bit of a shift changes in the roster, with Hyde and Viper kind of filling in the shoes of the previous Baron laner, Devil J, and of course Marky in the Dragon lane. So this wasn't the full roster that went to Icon's Global Championship, but it certainly still has the kick that RRQ brings to the table.
Well, we've seen this is like a good antithesis strategy. Because like talking about before, like they excel in sort of team fights and the sort of like things will get super chaotic. Where other teams are sort of falter and it would be kind of difficult for them to see what's going on. RRQ sort of revels in like having so many abilities going off at once, having grand entrances and things flying all over the map. And you can kind of see in the way that the KDA and the kill participation goes. Like the KDA is not that high, but that's because deaths are high when you're always going in to do a lot of damage per minute, and you're seeing 950 damage per minute. That's a lot. That's actually quite a lot by any standard.
Yeah, and so far he has had 100% win rate on the Lucian, just utter dominance, right? And we're looking at a champion that has a lot of priority in most drafts. in this tournament. Like the recent games, it's all about that Lucian. Primarily in that bottom lane, we haven't really seen a Lucian flex mid, or at least not much of it. And Viper is a huge Lucian player. We can say the same for his counterpart over on SGP's side, but overall, I think that his stats proves a big point. That if you give him that Lucian, you have to be prepared to get punished.
And well, that's quite like the oppression indeed. Like a really strong Lucian off the back of a really strong like initiation team. But we'll be moving into the SGB team now, and you'll be seeing what RRQ is up against and what Singapore has to offer in terms of their region and their style.
And for SGP, it was definitely a rocky road, right? They crushed Sem9, but they got decimated by NGX. And afterwards, they played their lower bracket yesterday, and they had to go up against a full 3-game slugfest against Fennel. And Fennel completely ran them over in game 1, and SGP fought incredibly hard in game number 2 with the Cassidy pick. They were given the same luxury in game number 3, and it all came down to this one coin flip moment where SSK just got the biggest steal of the game to win the series for SGP and send Fennel packing. So a bit of an unexpected outcome for the PH fans, where they wanted 4 PH teams in the top 4. SGP kind of ruined that dream, that fantasy, but now they will have to pay in blood against RRQ. JK, SSK, Vendetta, Raven, and WJ makes up the roster.
Well, the Philippines are probably disappointed, but I definitely think Singaporeans would be a lot more excited to see one of their representatives in the team for WildRift to push forward. And SGP has played some really close games so far. I have never sweat as much as I have with any other team besides SGP, but that's what makes them exciting to watch. It makes like the turnabout with that win off a true dragon-like play all the more exciting, you know?
And I do like, some adjustments from SGP, which we'll get into in a bit, but this is going to be the head-to-head comparison between both the Dragon laners with Viper and Raven. Of course, most of their picks are similar, but the stats, they say a lot about Viper as an individual player, especially when we look at the KDA. Just kind of the AD gap, on the surface. Not to take anything away from Raven, they have played a lot more scrappier games, they suffer a bit more depth, but it's easy for a lot of us to agree that Viper just looks a bit stronger on paper.
Yeah, Viper is the very definition of what I call the more time-oriented sort of character. So like Raven always barrels down in to try and help his team out wherever possible, but Viper is the type who's a bit more calculative with like his risks that he takes. So you can see the damage per minute is a little bit lower than Raven's. Raven's is the one who outputs more because he's always scrapping, but you see the KD is like almost double what we see from Ravens because he's taking his opportunities as they come, and sometimes that opportunity is what breaks down and what makes or breaks the team fight, because staying alive is infinitely more valuable than being gone for like 30 seconds, 20 seconds, and I think that's basically what Viper provides here.
Yeah, and the adjustment from SGP in game 2 and 3 yesterday against Fennel, I think that's something that is pretty commendable, right? We see the switch up in that Dragon lane. They bring out the Senna +1, the Senna Singe, if I'm not mistaken, and they, I believe they also ran the set as well, and that was something that we have been kind of screaming for WJ, right? Go off the enchanters, at least don't fall down to the Soraka or the Janna, right? Nami, perfect. Yumi, great. But is there anything else in the tank aside from these backline enchanters? And he showed us exactly that with a bit of creativity from the rest of the team as well. But going up against RRQ, your picks matters less against them and matters more for yourself. And I want to see SGP kind of prioritize that faucet for this series. But for you guys out there, as always, do your duty. Drop us the prediction down in Twitch chat below. Let us know who you think is going to win this. I know a lot of RQ fans are in the chat. I know a lot of SGP fans are lurking in the shadows. But either way, we want to see what you think about this series. Is it going to go the distance, or are we looking at another clean sweep?
Well, regardless of where it decides to go, we're going to be our prediction soon, but I think regardless of where it decides to go, it's going to be super exciting, because with the super scrappy RRQ versus what we call the most unpredictable chaos in terms of SGP, like, you and I are probably going to be doing a lot of shouting down the line for this next few matches, and I feel like we're going to be in for quite the ride. But I see like we do have similar in terms of predictions. You predict a more clean sweep in the RRQ side.
Yeah, and I think we just, again, based off of metrics, right? Just RRQ having a way better achievement. They're just so much better on paper. And for once, all of us on talent lineup agreed that RRQ is gonna win this one, and I do like that unity. But I hope that it doesn't last long because I want to keep my streak. I want to pull ahead of the crowd.
Your streak did break yesterday with the SGP over the final pick.
Yeah,
so.
that one stings a bit, but I'm happy for SGP.
Yeah.
But this one, I think, is a bit more of a unanimous agreement, right? We can all look at RRQ against SGP and we can confidently say that RRQ is the better team on paper. But how dominant can they be? I think that is the question.
Yeah.
I think we set the bar pretty high for RRQ.
I think in terms of predictions, we all decided RRQ was the technically better team. But where we differed is in terms of how dominant that was going to be. You predicted the 3-0. You predicted that RRQ was going to steamroll SGP, SGP, the more chaotic side of it. I predicted that SGP would be able to sort of get in a little bit more out of these games, potentially win a game, win a 2-game. I was being a little bit like ambitious with my 2 versus 2-3. But I do think that there's something there. I do think that there's something there, you know.
And I do believe that, right? I think that it doesn't. I think that we're definitely not counting SGP out entirely, though the odds are stacked against them. There is still that glimmer of hope, and that's why we kind of were looking for all this while. And you know, Vansu did give us that insight, right? What SGP is prone to doing and what SGP wants to look towards. But I think the slight problem right now is that RQ also loves those picks. They also love those playstyle. So it boils down to how is SGP going to circumvent that.
I feel when SGP was up against NGX, that was kind of the bad matchup. NGX loves scalers. They're the type who does clean stuff, make sure that the game is pretty much over by the time it hits like around 11 minutes. We've seen like game over by 11 minutes. They didn't win the game, but you already knew that the countdown had already begun. Baron, every objective was taken. Every turret up to tier 2 was taken. There's nothing any team can do at that point, so it's pretty much a win by 11 in my book. So that's the sort of thing that suffers on the scalar side, and that's why NGX enjoys playing against scalers. So that's why I think SGP didn't manage to pull that out. But with RQ versus SGP, it kind of boils down to the micro as opposed to like the macro. Because you're going to be seeing so much more team fights. You're going to be seeing who has the better scaling capabilities and who gets to win more in lane. And this kind of boils down to the individual prowess of each like member. And I can't wait to see how it kind of like shakes up.
And of course, RRQ gets priority on the blue side, instantly bans out the Kassadin. And we talk about the kind of the Kassadin, red side ban, right? You generally want to put pressure on that red side to take out the Kassadin. We've seen what SGP have done with it, right? They sometimes let it slip, and they make you kind of choose, do I want Kassadin or do I want a separate pick? But for RRQ, this is a definitive statement that they do not care about the Kassadin.
They definitely don't want it to be on the table. And like I think removing like the better scalers is going to be like a better option towards SGP, because SGP, they slightly better in terms of using scalers. Vendetta is the type who is a little bit timid at the start of it, but like when he goes ham, like ham.
Yes.
Ham. Okay. That was a reference.
Oh my God, I was looking.
And see, another scaler. We're getting another scaler on the second ban on RRQ, just pretty much fulfilling what Vansu said about people being scared of SGP scaling. And the Lucian ban out. This is all targeted.
Yeah, and it's a lot of respect towards Viper as well, right? And sure, you can say it's a bit detrimental to SGP because they also love Lucian. But all things considered, now it's all about targeting kind of the strong points of the teams. And like what you pointed out, RRQ is targeting that scaling that SGP completely adores. It does open up a lot more picks. We're looking at, the Camille that might slip through. Jace just got banned out. Karma being an option as well. The Wukong has kind of fallen off out of favor. It was a huge thing last week, but so far we haven't seen much Wukong, honestly. Yeah. I don't think we've seen any Wukong.
Well, yeah, it's been difficult to sort of solidify in the meta that we're currently seeing a lot of, because with the disruption is good.
Yeah.
Being able to dive back in is good, but like, it's been difficult to put him in a situation where you would necessarily need that disruption when you have other characters who can do the disruption a lot better, especially, initiators or bruisers that can help protect your backline a lot better than a Wukong can.
And I like how RRQ instantly just picks up the Senna. It is kind of a no-brainer pick, though she doesn't have the best stats. Picked 7 times, only won 28% of those games. But I think that's less on the Senna, right? She has been hit a bit in terms of numbers, but what she provides in overall in the game, I think is still the same, and that's why a lot of teams really like the Senna, or either they ban it out. For SGP, it's going to be the Karma. We're probably expecting Raven to pilot that Karma again. But WJ also has the tendency to kind of gravitate towards that pick because it is considered an enchanter. And also, we see the SSK Lee Sin once more.
SSK Lee Sin is always exciting to watch. Well, we've seen some dominance Lee Sins before. SSK Lee Sin is among some of the top ones. And you mentioned about the rank 1 Lee Sin, though it doesn't always necessarily have to translate to rank 1 performance. Though I did think he mentioned about technical performance difficulties beforehand. So if this man has been unchained from the technical difficulties plaguing him yesterday, we might see the true rank 1 Lee Sin unleashed today.
I hope that's the case. I do want to see it, right? I mean, I remember, so he was posting, he posted like, oh, you know, we made it to top 4, right? It's you know, a very happy moment. And I forgot who, like someone in the, I think it was the coach from NGX, I think it was TG. The other coach from NGX, he was like, well, rank 1 Lee Sin, but you're losing competitive. So it's just very friendly banter. It was kind of a minor funny moment, but you know, it's just, you know, just a small thing.
Yeah,
it's gonna affect him.
It's just a small thing.
Yeah, that's not funny though. I think like
banter.
you get the memo, and he's just like, yeah, you gotta take the L sometimes.
It do be true that like rank 1 Lee Sin does not necessarily equate to getting always guaranteed wins on Lee Sin.
Of course.
Especially when you saw the teamwork coming out, a lot of teams that utilize the Lee Sin to its fullest potential, the way that, you know, you saw in Joshi just now on the NGX, just piling kill after kill after kill and baiting out so many skills. That's the kind of Lee Sin that wins games. You have a Lee Sin that could necessarily get a really good Dragon Rage into a kick back into a Sonic Wave, back into your tower, get a kill. That's cool, but like, did you manage to bait out those Summoner spells? Did you manage to bait out all those skills which will help your team secure objectives?
Yeah.
That's like an entirely different story.
And we actually see the Z ban from SGP, and that is an indicator that they have a lot of respect for Helios, right? A completely insane Z player. He loves that champion, but he also plays the Akali mid, so that could be an angle that RQ is looking for if they wish to. But of course, aside from that, there are still a lot of picks on that table. We are seeing that Rakan getting snatched away from EXO. And we've seen what EXO did with that Rakan, you know, and after they won that series, he was like, yay, we qualified for top 4, watch out, we're going to get another 5-man Rakan knock-up. So all these social media interactions are just very heartwarming to see from the players themselves. Corki, though, locked in for RRQ.
Gonna be Corki has been kind of terrifying recently. Just seeing the amount of damage output numbers that you can see off of him. It's gonna be the Vi and the Corki. So that's some really good initiation here. A lot of disruption coming out, and the Nasus was overbearing on the slows and the chases that you can get onto like pretty much the defensive Karma. And like Rakan can only do so much in disengaging them for you.
And we see the Yasuo pick again. SGP is the only team that picks that Yasuo. This is the 3rd Yasuo pick for them overall in this tournament. So Vendetta will be playing his 3rd Yasuo game. Funny enough, they've lost all Yasuo games. Well, honestly, it's just the past 2 that they've picked.
Let's touch wood on that. Let's hope that this is going to be the first Yasuo win. I'm sure they have something in store. If
You just got to reach the power spike of going 0 and 10. And you're good to go. You're good to go.
The universal Yasuo experience.
Yes.
Every Yasuo has experienced this once before.
You need to have the level 7 bash. That's the most important thing. Level 7 mastery.
You need to flash it every single time before you start like an engagement,
You need to
before
flash
the
it.
round starts, and then you just stop as soon as you lose that kill.
And you flash it when you die.
You
That's the most
die.
important thing. You don't win the war by killing them. You win the war by flashing your bash enough that they get annoyed at it and they start misplaying because they want to take you down more.
Clearly, the psychological damage would be too much.
Clearly, that's how you win the mental warfare. We see Chaz picking up that Vi, right? That's the second unique Vi pick on a separate team because so far only SSK has played that Vi. I'm very excited to see what Chaz is gonna bring with that same champion.
Well, we have seen SSK use it to great success. It literally boils down to the fact that he's willing to use the cease and desist like immediately, and like it's very difficult to predict that. You do the tower dive, you know that they've used the flash already. They can't flash within tower range, so the cease and desist happens to come right at the edge of the tower, knocks you up just enough for like your Baron laner to be able to like follow up on that, and that's it. You got a kill. You got like some good minion tower push into the tower because it was so close to your tower in the first place. And we saw that off SSK. That's what he did with his Vi. I'm not sure if Chaz is going to be doing the same modus operandi. Maybe he has a different sort of values for his Vi. Maybe his Vi is going to be doing something different, using a lot of like cease and desist off on key targets on the backline because there is some juicy targets there. Or maybe just going to be using Vi to sort of disrupt, get in, get out, and then, you know, using the shield to run away.
Yeah, I think no, that's something for them to do and for us to find out. But we'll find out pretty soon. Game 1 between RRQ and SGP kicking off right now. Upper bracket semifinals. An important one for SGP, you know, and for SGP is about overcoming the challenge, right? We have come turn up the dial on difficulty for SGP against RRQ that plays at the top of the world at Icons Global Championship, top 4 in fact. The first representative from the Philippines was Team Secret at the Horizon Cup, but afterwards RRQ just replaced them. So it really shows the competitiveness of the PH regions, but most importantly, just how RRQ's mindset coming into every game of WildRift, and just how they are so comfortable in chaos that gives them this advantage. I say that, and EXO got first blooded down bot.
Man, this is the sort of thing you expect out of an RRQ versus SGP game. An immediate first blood within the first 40 seconds of the match. And I really, really enjoy that sort of chaos. This sort of thing that we casters really get a kick out of. So, you know, this is just how it is.
Yeah, and that are also pressuring Helios, you know, extremely much in the middle lane. But this is something that we've seen before, right? A Yasuo into a Corki matchup. Vendetta, you know, just exploiting that that Corki pick early on, but both those mid laners have used their exhaust. So when the next game comes in, it's going to kind of be the high impact one. Both junglers are near that mid lane, so we'll see if SGP can kind of have SSK set the tempo, but he's under vision.
Well, the setup's going to be slightly different here for RRQ and SGP versus like NGX or something. NGX is the type who would already be kind of getting the setup, but I think when you see an SGP versus RRQ matchup, it's going to be about the scraps. So it's the scrapping, sorry, not about the scraps. SSK already fighting for that early scuttle. They did nerf the scuttle, so it's not quite as like a must pick as before, but like the fact that they're fighting over it means every little bit counts. That's going to be 2 scuttles for him opened up. SSK looks like he's managed to resolve his technical issues, so that's good.
And here comes Chaz, a flash, Vault Breaker, trying to go for the denting blows. Very ambitious, but not going to kill a Garen, but they do get priority in the lane.
Yeah, those are going to be some good turret platings, like, not going to lie. And the proxy farming is also going to help out a little bit. It looks like wanted to go in on JK to try and get him with the Ignite, maybe just barely enough to survive.
Yes.
Yeah.
Close call for JK. This has been the modus operandi for all teams that fight SGP. Just shut down JK, you know, just go to the Baron lane, they shut him down, get the turret. An attempt to dive down bot, a good 2-man tether out from Raven. WJ tanking up as much as he can, and SSK picks up a kill onto EXO.
That was a really good grand entrance, some really good juggling of the turret like the turret aggro over there. SGP being a lot more decisive than what we've seen in the game against Fennel, but I guess they were a bit more confident now that some of the lingering issues have potentially been resolved.
We'll see if SGP kind of can continue that. 2 kills so far, though those kills aren't really the most impactful ones where we're not seeing SGP get any necessarily any leads. But that's also thanks to RRQ able to get a couple of platings in that Baron lane.
SGP the type that really focus more on the kind of gold generation. They enjoy sort of making sure they stick in the lane, manage to clear out the minions, get the gold up, and then get their carries into an unstoppable, like a difficult problem to deal with. I think we kind of opened our eyes after the NGX game, kind of realizing like the difference in philosophy, because like it's always been a gold game. We're so used to it being a gold game. NGX sort of opening up to the possibility that it doesn't need to be about a gold game, because their gold differential has never been as big as some of the bigger like scrappers that we've seen. But it's always been about objective, and how does this contribute to us getting an objective in that particular half.
RRQ did send out a roaming squad. They're thinking of setting up an ambush. Of course, the most susceptible one is probably Vendetta, but he has been doing his due diligence and pressuring Helios, who at this point just doesn't really care too much. But RRQ once more attacks that Baron lane. And it's Jinkai's duty to just hold on to a dead lane.
Poor Jinkai never seems to catch a break in most of his games, but I figured they realized they wanted to get that first tower blood and the turret plating.
And there you have the Guardian of the Sands. Well, Viper survives with that ultimate. This is too much durability. Unless Vendetta can do something about it. It does have the Tornado from the Steel Tempest, but just Viper got close to unkillable right now.
It just goes to show how like ridiculously strong that slow is and deterring people from diving you on the turret, because like it makes it so much more difficult to juggle the aggro. And like the Guardian of the Sands, yeah, that's enough to deter you off of the turret. And now like it's not an equal trade in terms of them losing an early Baron turret, which is so much more gold than it was after turret plating falls.
And they will also lose the Dragon as well, because SGP were forced to reset after the attempted dive. You know, Viper gonna stall things out. Rift Herald next on the table, and RRQ have already started working on that. SGP, they really want to get in a point of entry, but SSK just took a full Ruthless Predator and raised one from behind. There's just no entry point.
The Crocodile taking a big bite of our blind man over there, right about there. But like, yeah, that was good targeting. Getting SSK out with the damage, because like he's really, really squishy. That's just the thing about being Lee Sin and going for the early Ghost Blade. And just getting him out with one combo is enough.
An attempted dive on the Viper again, but we just popped the ultimate. It's the same thing over and over again. Can't kill Viper as Chaz summons Shelly down mid. Shelly's just gonna go for a charge. It's not gonna be enough to kill the turret, but to get a kick from SSK, Chaz flashed away to safety. SGB takes care of the Herald.
I feel like SGB's kind of playing on a predicated like strategy.
Flash knockup. Execution from JK.
That was a really good execution, and that was a bit confusing as to Helios not really respecting that.
Yeah, SSK doesn't have a kick this time, so even with the flash, he still goes down to Chaz. We say SGP, they're looking for a collapse with JK and WJ, working in tandem to kill off EXO. They're looking for Viper next, but Hai has already shown up and he's already taken down Raven. Exhaust used onto Chaz, Chaz goes down. Vendetta trying to follow on to Hai, but Hai just slices and dices to safety.
Ooh, SGP actually getting a lot more kills. We're looking at the 5 kills on SGP versus 2 on RQ. We don't even have a lot of time to catch our breath and do like proper analysis because of all the scrapping going on. And we did predict this would happen, but like you can tell, like this is how much gold you get from an early game turret. Okay, here's the cease and desist. Gonna catch out SSK. SSK just squishy as usual. You can't really be putting yourself out in the open as an early game Lee Sin when you're building into damage, because you know you're just gonna get killed really ridiculously fast. And that's going to be the rest of the team coming in here at the backline to try and clean things up. But they go really deep to try and get WJ. But WJ is a Rakan. Grand entrance is away. That's all you pretty much need to do to get away. And like you're going to be in too deep, but they don't even need to deal with it. Like, they can ignore him while they safely deal with the backline.
They just caught WJ. There's a bit of getaway. SSK goes in, gets rooted instantly, and goes down to hide. Unlucky timing for SSK. Now Raven is also sent on the run. JK just goes for a spin, but that Gargoyle will absorb most of the damage. Spiritfire doesn't take down Raven, but that means that RRQ have just got a free pickoff.
SGP having the right idea with a lot of their early picks, and they were utilizing SSK really well. But like, look here. This is the sort of trades which make or break your fighting potential and your game. They kept diving Viper. They kept allowing Viper to get his ultimate back up, making that dive invalidated, because like all he needs to do is press his out, his Guardian of the Sands, and he's like ready to deal with you. And he slows you, keeps you away from the turret, so they have to respect that. But they did that twice. They did twice. They didn't do it fast enough to make use of the fact that it was on cooldown, and it already went off cooldown on the second try, whereas like RRQ was at the top to get the tower and the turret plating, which gave them so much more gold despite the fact that they only have 2 turrets up on SGP.
And the flash Volt Breaker from Chaz kills off SSK, and again the full charm of WJ will only buy a bit of time. Vendetta trying to get away. The tornado is ready, but they find no angle for a last breath. They lost WJ, and Viper just flashes over, gets a Wither onto Vendetta. He's just gonna slam him with the cane. The tornado knocks him up. Vendetta still surviving. Raven trying to do his best to keep Vendetta safe. but Hyde will chop him into pieces. JK shows up, goes for the flash, doesn't get a kill. Hyde gets away, Viper in danger, but Viper will have the stone plate. The execution will take a bit to come true, but Viper will finally go down to the auto attacks of Raven, but it took him long enough that Hyde can come back in, but he will not find a response onto JK. Well, actually, they ignited JK and JK went down. And Chaz just got a kill into Raven. And the fight is still continuing. There's so many actions on this map. SSK about to take a Vault Breaker to the face, follows up with a Resonating Strike, doesn't even get Helios. And we finally conclude the skirmish, and Herald seemingly belonging to RRQ.
I already see the burden being placed upon your shoulders as the one who's going to be carrying out a lot of the hype by hype moments, because we're going to be getting so many things and we'll be able to carry out a lot of the analysis before the next match even the next fight even happens. But seeing Raven keep Vendetta alive for that long with the slows, the fire, and like a lot of like her shields, it's just insane. It goes to show how well a Karma can work in like the right capacity and like what she can do for the team to keep like a carry alive without necessarily needing to get in between them. And like, but I think SGP's on the back foot here. They're the ones getting caught out in the jungle. They're the ones who lost a lot of their turret and a lot of the priority, and now they're going to be losing objectives as well, because it's going to be very difficult for them to get back into this.
But SGP, they're a team that will ram their head into a brick wall time and time again just to get something done. Root stops Vendetta, Jinkai goes right in. They get a full charm with the WJ into a last breath to kill off EXO. But they need a bit more damage. Hyde, he's in the midst of things, but he's brought down low. Raven getting ran at. WJ is already down. Chaz really wants to kill onto the Karma, but he will not find it. Vendetta doing a good job. Jinkai as well, but they ran out of steam. And RRQ turned it around, and they completely just maul through SGP. Three kills for RRQ.
What just happened? I feel like SGP had the upper hand there. They had a beautiful out from Karma with a knockup that was a proc onto the last breath, but it kind of turned around into what was essentially the back foot for SGP. Now they're the ones who have to move away from the dragon. It doesn't look like RQ is going to be able to get it as well, because they're too low, and they have to respect the fact that there's a few more champions coming up on SGP's side. But I feel like they should have been rewarded for some of those like executions in terms of that team fight. But I guess they were just too behind in terms of the gold values and in terms of like some of the objectives that they decided to give away. That's just sort of what happens if you don't decide to fight for some of that early game control.
I do believe that is kind of one of the big factors, right? And I would say that a lot of it comes down to Viper as well, because EXO was not able to provide the utility because he got blown up. But Viper, man, he's just frontlining, he's throwing out slow, he's proccing his Fimbulwinter, getting that ridiculous shield that SGP can't really cut through because they don't necessarily have burst damage. It's all those prolonged fights. So you give RQ so much window to just stack up the shield, get the slow over and over again. It's so hard for SGP to get anything done. And WJ, he's already forced out of the fight. They know he doesn't have the Grand Entrance. Now they pop the Shroud to keep SGP at bay.
Ooh, thinking that the last breath would have a lot more armor penetration to deal with it, but I guess I kind of miscalculated the amount of HP.
Raven goes in. Oh well, gets blown up by Chaz. Chaz traces life for this. But it seems like RQ in the midst of things does take a last breath to the face, but Vendetta, he just doesn't have damage. Viper is keeping him under control. Put a leash on this Yasuo. And SGP, SSK was able to find Helios at the end of that. But RQ have won the fight again.
Oh. Just give me some bruisers any day versus like what we call the chump change damage of like SGP and like what's going on in that particular context here. Raven's got his work cut out for him. WJ is doing really well with some of the grand entrances, but he's getting taken out of the battles way too early. Like he's not being able to make much of a difference because like he has to use a lot of his grand entrances to stop Viper from going in, to stop Hyde from going in, to keep the rest of his team safe. And like that's using those utilities early kind of like leaves it off the table for that future fight, and it's going to be like going to be a lot of objectives given away. I don't think the Dragons have taken just yet. I feel like it's still back and forth. But the Rift's going to come up, and I feel like it's going to change right now.
I feel like time is running a bit thin for SGP just because they don't necessarily have that damage. The main damage is obviously Vendetta, but we saw how much work the Nasus can do to him, right? You just constantly slow him down, can't really dash with the sweeping strike, can't really, get the Steel Tempest off, and even if he does, it just takes so long for him to output damage. And RQ just one pick to nullify it all.
Yeah, Vendetta's got his work cut out for him. He has to build into something that's a bit more tanky. He has to keep himself alive. But deciding to go into something more tanky and leaving distributing some of that damage to Raven, it's not a bad idea. But the thing is, like, Vendetta's the only one who has a lot of that armor penetration, and him not going full damage is going to make them suffer.
Season assist from Chaz onto JK. WJ once more. Just here to buy space and disengage. With that ultimate. A lot of resources used from the side of RRQ, especially on that Rakan, which is pivotal, but WJ will try again down mid. Transcendence Embraces bring Chaz back, who flashes away. RRQ, they do have enough health to do with this. The turret helping up SGP. The Dawning Shadow from EXO just gives him a bit of shield, and SSK doesn't really find the execution onto anyone else, and all thanks to Viper in the front line. Last breath already used, so that tornado will not amount to anything. RRQ disengages completely.
I feel it's like a damn if you do, damn if you don't situation. Vendetta not being able to go into that full damage item means that he won't be able to melt them as fast as he would like, and the fact that he can't go into something like, you know, something like maybe a Black Cleaver, I don't know, but like he has to go Sunders to keep himself alive. He had to go to Wit's End to deal with a lot of the damage coming from Corki on his mixed damages. It's just how much you have to respect, like, how in your face the RRQ comp can be.
Yeah, and that has been the story so far, right? Like, you can't get into the backline because the Nasus is around. And Hyde so far has been deathless in this game. 4-0 in Renekton. That's the Renekton that you want to see.
That's a kind of Renekton that you shouldn't be seeing. Renekton is supposed to be the risky one. It's supposed to have to dive in really deep in order to be able to disruption and to keep people alive. He's supposed to be the one taking all the hits, but it doesn't seem that he's needed to pay any price so far from like what he needs to get done and how deep he's been getting into the enemy lines. But it looks like SGP seems to be split up here between two halves of America.
And they found Vendetta.
Oh,
That's the one guy that cannot be picked off. And I think RRQ definitely caught SGP off guard with that rotation through the jungle.
yeah.
And that's straight to the Baron pit.
Just really risky play overall. They wanted to get a catch-up. They didn't get the vision there, and then the split happened between two sides. And now they're the one on the back, but they don't have the amount of damage. Raven isn't going to be able to do enough because they're building a lot of stuff, which is going to keep it from happening.
Yeah, SSK, he wants to at least buy time, so maybe at the cost of his team. That Dawning Shadow is incredibly huge. WJ Sen on the run, JK as well. Exhausted, Viper is just going to chase him down past that tier 2. SSK still alive, responds to the GA, but the cease and desist will make sure that he doesn't even get close to Baron Nashor, and all this while RQ was doing Baron Nashor, and Chaz will secure it.
Yeah. So looking back at that, they didn't have the particular vision. They didn't necessarily split it up in a way. I think they had Lee Sin wanting to get the Krugs because he did need that farm. Then after that, you know, potentially getting a pick off because I assumed that they were going through the original Baron lane to try and get the minion push into the turret, but they didn't think that it would be coming around this corner. The one corner they didn't have vision in. The one corner they didn't have anyone just waiting in the wings because Lee Sin was at Krugs. The other person has a Tri-Brush. Didn't see that split, and they got split into two. Venetta getting taken out first, like you said, is what pretty much caused them to lose that because Venetta is pretty much what I would say 90% of the damage right about now.
And this whole team fight is just perfect layering from RRQ. We fight in these tight angles, RRQ would thank you for it, right? You burn damage from the Nasus, Spirit Fire destroys your armor value. Mid lane, SGP try to start another fight. WJ just missed the knockup. And look at Viper. That's just one man with a Nasus in the front line, completely stopping SGP. And it's a 4v5. Hyde wasn't even in the fight.
Well, this is where I pull out the back in my day. Nasus was very difficult to get onto the enemy, but it doesn't seem to matter with the Fimbulwinter and what utility he's providing to the team.
Yeah, and RQ just gonna ride to a game 1 victory. SGP, they only have one final bastion in the form of JK and Raven. But cease and desist comes through from Chaz, looking for the final blow onto Raven. He goes down. JK goes for the Damascus Justice, but it's just a Guardian Angel. It's RRQ. They will come in with full force. And game 1 goes over to the Filipino Titans.
Well, predictions being predictions, we kind of did see RRQ getting the upper hand, but you know, it wasn't like it was that far away. It wasn't like the win conditions wasn't obvious for you know SGP. But like I said, like you said even, like it's very difficult to shred it. you didn't have a traditional ADC in that sense, in the way that the damage can be outputted consistently. And like, you have a Yasuo. Yasuo is actually quite good at the tank shredding. You get a good last breath, and then he gets that ability where he shreds through a lot of your armor. That's really good. But like, is it good if you have to be focusing on staying alive? Because like, that entire team was built to just kind of walk giants through the forest. The giants through the forest, knocking down trees, knocking down through every little path to get to you, and it just feels like you're being stared down, back down on by titans.
Yeah, they're just pushing everything aside, right? And you can't, like, you get a good last breath, it doesn't really matter, they just run at you. It's a tough game for Yasuo, but you know, the highlights would tell you that SGP actually had the start that they were looking for, right? These dives, the setups, but we quickly saw how RRQ responded.
Yeah. Like, okay, honestly, looking at it this way, I did mention about the fact that SSK is very valuable. I appreciate that he went for the damage build, but like, it feels like they had his number already. That ward over on blue side to sort of watch where SSK is going to be. He's the type of squish that you can't afford to be even taking a few hits. You take 1 or 2 hits, you're pretty much like half your health bar gone. You can dish it out, but you can't take it. You're the glass cannon here, and you're supposed to be dealing damage, but like, if you get caught out, there's not much you can do in the grand scheme of things. See, SSK is doing his best here. He did manage to get the shutdown onto Helios, and that is his job, but it's not happening that much in the grand scheme of things and the way that this map seems to pan out. Vendetta stuck between a rock and a hard place in terms of like whether he chooses to go damage or whether he chooses to stay alive. I think he did choose to stay alive, but in result, I don't think there was any way to come back from this, because now you don't have the damage which is being outputted from the last breath, and being able to like deal with that behemoth of a Viper, that behemoth of a Hyde, and then Exosun with like some beautiful, like, you know, Dawn and ultimates and all that other stuff.
And RRQ just showing us the classic RRQ style. Completely, like, you want to fight us, we will fight you, we'll beat you, and we take everything from you. And SGP, just game 1, a slow start for them, but it does look a bit more promising compared to what we saw yesterday when they went up against Feno. Unfortunately, again, we have established that RRQ is just a tough beast to take down. And it's game number 1, I think it's just the appetizer from RRQ.
I feel like our voices are going to be a lot more hoarse over the course of these few games, because there's going to be so many more skirmishes we're going to have to go through, a lot more shouting we're going to have to do when things get hyped. But you're kind of seeing here, like, SGP wasn't completely hopeless. Fennel was a good matchup for them. Fennel was just disrupting an established practice, an established schedule routine. But RRQ is bringing the fight to them on their home turf, in their specialty of doing skirmishes. Now, SGP is going to have to adapt to this. This is where adaptation comes into play. This is where we talked again about the liquid filling a container, and SGP has that potential. They've been able to adapt before. I think someone on the BM cast of this did mention that they get better consecutively with each game. They have learning potential. I feel like during that last game with NGX, there was a lot of learning to be done, but they were learning at the same time, at the same pace. It's very difficult to come back out of that, but in these fights with SGPs, with RRQ, SGP's not out of the woods just yet, but there is like a light in the distance, and it's a very, very big light. They just have to follow it.
Yeah, and no, there's a couple more games we're going to do so, right? If we ever go the distance, we still have 4 more games down the road. But knowing RRQ, they are kind of forcing SGP to kind of ban out those key targets we're talking about, especially the Z, right? A lot of respect. But no, Senna Nasus is kind of the tip of the iceberg of RRQ, and I think in game 2 we're gonna see a lot more of that, and it will be a lot more scarier for SGP. And all of this made possible by our friends and partners over at Snapdragon Elite Gaming, when winning matters. And they have been with us along this journey, this voyage, not just for WildRift, but also for other mobile titles, and this could not have been a success without them. So we're very grateful for them, and also for Monster Energy for allowing everyone to unleash the beast within them. So check them out at www.monsterenergy.com/gaming. And if you guys have not joined our Discord channel just yet, join us using the link discord.gg/Snapdragon Pro Series. We would love to hear your thoughts and have conversations about the game.
Yeah, conversation about strategies, talking about this stuff. We'll enjoy talking about this. We enjoy expanding our knowledge about like the game so we can better bring you content and to better discuss strategies. If you want to talk about it and we happen to be in the server, do come over to the Snapdragon Pro Series server and then we can talk it out. So, upcoming match, RRQ versus SGP. What do you think SGP can be doing in order to get back into this?
What do I think they could be doing? Oh, you're putting me on the spot. So I think that what SGP did yesterday against Fennel was that they kind of change up that playstyle, right? It's a lot more aggression, and that was SSK on the Vi, right? They did the concerted effort to focus one single lane themselves. That's what they did to calm. I'm not sure if they can pull up the same thing against Hyde, but that's one way that SGP can look at it to get the tempo rolling, but of course scaling is always the focal point, and they were not given that in Game 1. We will go for a short break, and we will come back for Game 2 with RRQ taking on SGP.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming and Monster Energy.
They shut him down, get the turret. They attempt to dive down bot, a good two-man tether out from Raven. WJ tanking him as much as he can, and SSK picks up a kill onto EXO.
On a predicated like strategy.
Flash, knock up, execute.
Strategy.
Flash, knock up, execute.
Using us, so he is not really respecting that.
Yeah, SSK doesn't have a kick this time, so even with the flash, he still goes down to the Chaz. We see SGP, they're looking for collapse with JK and WJ, working in tandem to kill off EXO. They're looking for Viper next, but Hyde has already shown up and he's already taken down Raven. Exhaust used onto Chaz. Chaz goes down. Vendetta. SGP at bay. SGP at bay.
Thinking that the last breath would have a lot more armor penetration to do with it, but I guess I kind of miscalculated the amount of HP.
Raven goes in. Oh wow, gets blown up by Chaz. Chaz traces life for this, but it seems like RQ in the midst of something does take a last breath to the face, but Vendetta, he just doesn't have damage. Viper is keeping him under control. Put a leash on this Yasuo, and SGP, SSK was able to find Helios at the end of that, but RQ on that Rakan, which is pivotal, but WJ will try again down mid. Transcendence Embrace, let's bring Chaz back, who flashes away. RRQ, they do have enough health to do with this. The turret helping up SGP. The Dawning Shadow from EXO just gives them a bit of shield, and SSK doesn't really find the execution onto anyone else, and all thanks to Viper in the front line. Last breath already used, so that tornado would...
Any price so far from like what he needs to get done and how deep he's been getting into the enemy lines, but it looks like SGP seems to be split up here between two half of their crowd.
And they found Vendetta!
Oh.
That's the one guy that cannot be picked off.
They didn't get the vision there, and then the split happened between two sides, and now they're the one on the back where they don't have the amount of damage. Raven isn't going to be able to do enough because they're building a lot of stuff which is going to keep it from happening.
Yeah, SSK, he wants to at least buy time, so maybe at the cost of his team. That Dawning Shadow is incredibly huge. WJ Sen on the run, JK as well. Exhausted, Viper is just going to chase him down past that tier 2. SSK still alive, responds to the GA, but the cease and desist will make sure that he doesn't even get...
Day, Nasus was very difficult to get onto the enemy, but it doesn't seem to matter with the Fimble Winter and what utility he's providing to the team.
Yeah, and RQ just going to ride to a Game 1 victory. SGP, they only have one final bastion in the form of JK and Raven, but cease and desist comes through from Chaz, looking for the final blow onto Raven. He goes down. JK goes for the Damascus Justice, but it's just a Guardian Angel. It's RRQ. They will come in with full force in Game 1 GP at bay.
Thinking that the last breath would have a lot more armor penetration to do with it, but I guess I kind of miscalculated the amount of HP.
Raven goes in. Oh wow, gets blown up by Chaz. Chaz traces life for this, but it seems like RQ in the midst of something does take a last breath to the face, but Vendetta, he just doesn't have damage. Viper is keeping him under control. Put a leash on this Yasuo. And SGP, SSK was able to find Helios at the end of that, but RRQ on that Rakan. We're back for the Snapdragon Pro Series WildRift Open Finals playoffs for the region of MSPB. You're with me, Husky, alongside Pondo, also known as Aaron, and we are here to witness RRQ taking on SGP, and just like what we kind of expected going into Game 1, RRQ kicked it off on a high note.
RRQ was pretty much like dominant throughout the entire force. They kind of set the pace for it. They kind of set the expectation that Vandana needs to build like items to keep himself alive. And that's the sort of pace setting that you're supposed to do as the team that's ahead. And that kind of allows you to skirmish all you want, and you barely need to take any repercussions. It's just like Masters was pretty much healthy the entire time. Renekton was pretty much just unscathed. And yeah, this is going to be a slow burn, slow loss. I do think SGP can come back from this. They just need to have a comp which accounts for that particular, like, you know.
A lot of boxes to tick, for sure.
Yeah.
But we gotta look at a key player from Game 1 is Helios from RRQ, the mid laner of the team. Corki is just a very small part of his repertoire of champions that he plays. Mainly an assassin aficionado. We have not seen that just yet, but this Corki does just fine. Game number 1 was able to pull off an incredible KD of 8.5 and just deal copious amount of damage. 17,000 damage per minute.
Yeah, and that's the difference. That's having that amount of damage. Like needing the Yasuo to build a wit's end, because like you have an ADC who's basically doing ridiculous amount of AP damage together with the Nasus on the AP as well. That's the mixed damage coming out from the Corki. That's just a consistent damage output coming out from a particular champion. You didn't have an equivalent on the SGP side. They didn't have an equivalent. They didn't have an answer for it.
Yeah, it certainly didn't. And I think that's what makes, you know, that always has been kind of a struggle for SGP. Again, not to take anything away from them, but overall is SGP have this have a kind of a fixed playstyle, right? We're talking about the scaling. That's what Vansu pointed out as well. But at the same time, it is also how even when they adapt, you still kind of see a bit of the structure of SGP that remains, that they want to go to that late game. And when you take away the Lucian, when you take away the Kassadin, the Yasuo somehow always feels like it's gonna be the insurance policy, which so far has not been working out.
Yeah, we did talk. You did say that Yasuo 0% win rate.
Still 0%.
Yeah, we thought that would kind of break the mode here, but I guess that record's gonna be reigning for a little while longer. And like the entire spiel with the SGPs, I think they play the game the same way I play Age of Empires 2. Farm a lot of gold and then build a lot of units all at once to sort of overwhelm the enemy. So it feels like there's a lot of times when they could have been going for objectives. There was a bit more farm going on. There's a little bit lack of spin on the macro to go on. I do feel like they have the potential to turn it around, but they have to switch around the comp. They have to have an answer for like what our RRQ is bringing, because we're going to go into the draft and we're going to see exactly what they have in mind, whether they're going to adapt or they're going to get eaten by the wolves yet again.
Yeah, and I think it's very safe to say that we're not going to see the Kassadin in any way in any of these games for this best of 5. RRQ is actively banning it even on blue side, so it really shows that RRQ doesn't care about the Kassadin, right? But if you don't ban it, they're gonna pick it. They're gonna let it slide and see, you know, what the response is gonna be from SGP. First ban Zed, huge respect, huge target ban towards Helios.
I feel like that is a respectful ban, and like it's completely justified. Like we've seen Helios on the Zed. We've seen what he can do. We can see what he do versus a bruiser team. And bruiser teams are not something you usually say that like an assassin should be like overpowering. But for Helios, it doesn't matter. He's just going to be doing an incredible amount of damage. Garen, Riven, Galio, it doesn't matter to him. You know?
Yeah, it's, you know, just another meat shoe, right? Like I'll just get to punch you a couple more times. Yuumi, Jace, very standard bans coming up from the teams. Last game we also had the Camille banned out, Lucian also taken out, and then finally we had the Kassadin. So those were the final 3 picks that finalized, you know, the first game's ban.
Yeah, we could be seeing similar here, because I feel like this is what they want to take away from each other team. And they might just kind of want to play around with what other comps they have available. Maybe they want to switch out their strategies a bit, but I feel like the bans usually are going to be like the same kind of basics. Going to be taking away the Senna on their side, RRQ. I guess they kind of think that SGP might be going for like a little bit of their Senna pick, Nasus on their own, first pick. But like, yeah, I got to see where it goes from this.
Because remember yesterday when SGP played Fennel and they had the Senna, it was kind of a weird, well, weird sequence, right? They had the third pick Senna, and they ended up losing the Nasus and the Gragas, and we fell all the way back to Singe. RRQ banning out the Karma. Another challenge issue to SGP. They love the Kassadin. SGP most likely will go for the Kassadin first pick, but I am 100% sure RRQ has a way to deal with it.
Well, the name of the game is scaling. SGP has been excelling in the late game. RRQ is they can get these battles over a lot earlier than SGP, and I feel like if they did decide to go for that, then Lucian. So
Alright.
a bit more of a safer bet, because it doesn't need to be necessarily scaling too late into the late game. And getting a really fed Lucian is going to help your case on getting more damage out so much better.
You know what? I actually like this, right? Because I think, you know, NGX showed us a different side of how to deal with a Kassadin. So now, if that's going to, you know, force him off of that priority, not make him the 100% pick and ban, I think that's actually great. Because now the meta is kind of evolving as the tournament progresses. We see both teams just picking up their ADC instantly. For RRQ, is Viper with the Xayah.
Viper with the Xayah. Well.
And Rakan.
And
The
Xayah and
Lovebirds.
Rakan. Okay, I like that. I feel like the Rakan should have been next to the Xayah, like to the left of the Xayah, so we get that full picture. If you've ever seen their full picture next to each other, that would have been a nice little touch. Kind of have everything, but it's nice to see a Xayah and a Rakan together. As you know, if you've seen the current lore, you should know what I'm talking about. But it is going to be the Kassadin picked up onto the SGP side. I guess they're thinking like, you know, they didn't pick it on their side. It's a nice pickup. Let's pick it up.
Yeah, again, right, I don't think RQ cares too much about Kassadin, just like how NGX doesn't even care about the Kassadin at all, but they would pick it at least. So SGP, now they get kind of what they want, right? They get the Lucian Nami bot, they get the Kassadin mid, you know, so all three champions are comfort picks.
And, well, okay, the thing about the Kassadin is that NGX, I understand, because NGX, the type of shutdown maneuvers where if you've taken down all the turrets and you've gotten all the objectives and you push all the minions up towards the tier 2 turrets, then of course you don't need to worry about a Kassadin. But RQ might need to consider that possibly a bit more. Like, okay, I feel like they can still get it in a way where Kassadin is going to be less of a threat to them, but they enjoy skirmishing. And Kassadin is the type of character that off the backs of skirmishes, he's the janitor. He carries the broom, he carries the mop, he does the cleanup.
Yeah.
He has the R to start going to cooldown. Swish, 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 boom, boom, boom. They're gone, gone, gone. You know, that's especially with this lineup. It's like you have a KO. So that's 3 squishy champions and 1 for potential cleanup on like I'll 6 here with the Kassadin. I did say that before with the Kazakhs and the squishies, but so I've been wrong before, and I've been wrong a lot of times. But this is like an ideal scenario for a Kassadin cleanup, especially after the KOs use the ult. There's nothing left. The Rakan's use the Grand Entrance, and Xayah's uses her ultimate. There's a lot of like target-rich environment here for you.
And this is the second kill pick in the entire tournament, and it's of course by RQ again, because they're the only team that's picked the kill. I believe the first time they picked it, it was also put in the mid lane for Helios. I can kind of see, you know, where they're trying to go for, right? Like if we reach that late game, if we go there, if like SGP, if you want to play scaling with the Xayah that skills, but with a kill that skills as well.
Well, they're going to be playing SGP at their own game then with the scaling kills. So
kind of feels like it.
yeah, I guess they feel like, okay, if we don't manage to overcome the win condition that is Kassadin, or we don't manage to shut him down, we have insurance in the form of kill.
Yeah, we create one for ourselves, right? We create our own insurance policy.
We have the answer to your insurance policy with our own insurance policy.
Yeah.
I can't say that it might work out, because like the thing is with a good Kassadin, you might not necessarily get to the stage where you can counter that, but it is a foregone conclusion. It is a very real possibility.
Now we're seeing a bit of a different approach from SSK. A Nunu pickup in the jungle. I don't think I've ever seen this before. You know, and RQ response, that is a Chaz Olaf. Oh, I love this. Chaz Olaf. Something that you gotta be really careful about. Doesn't give a damn, right? It just runs through you.
This is gonna be very interesting.
Yeah, if you try the tidal wave as a Nami, he's gonna surf the wave and he'll run you down. But we also get the high ribbon up top into that JK Shen. It's very kind of a common matchup that we've seen. But overall, despite this Nunu pick, the anomaly on the side of SGP, the end goal is still the same. Kassadin and Lucian are going to be the main damage dealer. You have a lot of protection to keep them in the game. And it's actually an Olaf Baron lane into a Shen. I love this even more.
Well, okay. There's a kind of saying with the Olaf thing. Like with Olaf, you want more characters that can move themselves instead of characters that move others, which is, you know, basically the meaning of having the CC is useless against the Olaf, so you want characters that can escape for themselves. Olaf is a great pick against Nami and like Nunu, because like he's gonna be moving regardless of what CC is being used if he procs that ultimate, you know?
Yeah.
Those characters are designed to keep other people off. Olaf is not the type of character you can get people to keep you off of. So you have to be the one doing the running. Lucian does fit that bill. Kassadin does fit that bill. But the rest of your team is going to be sitting ducks. You lose the Nami, you lose a lot of good utility. And Nunu's ultimate is pretty much just run out of gone.
Yeah, and I do, you know, and that gives me an indicator that RQ wants to just win the lane as fast as possible, right? I mean, we're looking at the Shen to Olaf. If that Olaf gets a level 1 lead, that's it. The Shen doesn't really get to play out much of the lane, especially when you have a very active jungler on the side of RQ, that jungle Riven on Chaz as well. So I'm looking for that pure lane dominance coming up from RQ, and you know, in regards to, you know, Olaf having the Ragnarok, I don't think any one of them can stand up to it. You know, he just runs at you.
Yeah. Well, you could probably escape, but do you want to be escaping? Olaf's going to be destroying the rest of your crew while you're...
It's like the unstoppable force and the immovable object, right?
Unstoppable force, immovable object, yeah. It's well, it's gonna be definitely gonna be a headache, and like I think it was I enjoyed that pick. It's a very like no-brainer in terms of like what you're gonna be up against. And it does nullify a lot of the utility Nami brings to you.
Yeah, we're seeing a lot of interesting picks today. We had the first one that made an impression was the Lee Sin mid by NGX, and right now we see the Olaf Baron lane by RRQ. Game number 2 between SGP and RRQ about to commence. And frankly speaking, RRQ is looking strong as ever. But SGP, they do have a more comfortable draft for themselves, aside from that Nunu that I don't think I've seen before up to this point. But overall, comfort picks for SGP. Let's see if they can stand up better against RRQ, though this level 1 invade is going to come right through. Vendetta chunked down to 60% health. Of course, this is the stat for Elios. Just a disclaimer, he only played 1 game of kill before this, and that was a loss against, I believe, UDG. Was it UDG or Grindsky? I don't remember, but yeah. So it doesn't really justify everything.
Right, fair enough. Like this is a bit unfair towards our friend Helios here, but I hope it doesn't become a necessarily like self-proving prophecy. Well, gonna be seeing a lot of skirmishes coming out here from the Ravens side towards the bot lane. Ravens are taking a lot of hits out from the combo, but doesn't look like he's out of woods just yet. And, well, the setup's going to be here on both sides. You're going to be having deeper vision. You want to be tracking a lot of that camp clearing in real time. And JK does want the minions to be pushing up, but pushing into the tower might be a bit too much.
And we just saw Hyde running down JK, right? Forcing both sums out of him without using any of his own. It's the power of the Olaf. Because Viper and Exo, they're going to suffer a bit of a punishment early on thanks to the Nami-Lucian duo. But... you know, it's only going to be a temporary pressure for the side of RRQ.
Kind of like the mix-up here with the Kale and the Kassadin mid lane. Are we going for one of those gentleman agreements sort of trade farming where like we're both late game farmers, so we're not gonna be too aggressive towards each other. Let's just farm and do our own thing and let the rest of the lanes do their own thing.
It could, I mean, realistically speaking, there's really not much kill pressure, you know, for Helios. Though SGP, they do read the moves of Chaz correctly, sending WJ and SSK up top, anticipating a dive. WJ actually is recalling, so if this recall completes, then JK might be a bit of trouble as Chaz is hanging around. SSK is there as well. I think Chaz is going in with the flash, keeping SSK at bay, and SSK still has his own flash. But he was forced out of his own jungle, and this blue buff might just be a goner.
but I feel I've been seeing so many blue buffs getting stolen away right during these games. Can't catch a break. Did Cassidy manage to pick it up? No, he does not.
Yeah, and the Stand United actually shows up from JK. High! Oh, he gets help from the KO Divine Judgment and actually scores first blood.
That is, I would say it's like a plus actually within our RQ's favors here. So SGP gonna be getting that pickup onto Cassidy, which that pickup onto Shen, which is not too bad though. I think it would have been better off of Vendetta with the better scaling possibilities here, but I still think it's not a bad trade overall. It's gonna be hard to tell if it favors anyone in particular, but it's still good to have.
And just the timing for the side of RRQ is perfect. They try to kill EXO, but with Chaz around, this is gonna be a tough task. So EXO, he has the Faith Fighters ready though, the passive shield. Looking for an engage. Goes right in, SSK shows up right on time with a snowball. EXO gets out of his life and they still ends up losing Raven. But the Absolute Zero will detonate and Chaz gets traded back.
Unbelievable. So close to being able to pull that away and getting Exosun. Exosun just getting away by the skin of his teeth. And well, this is why I like the Nunu. I didn't get the chance to talk about it, but I think Nunu is actually a really strong pick in what he can do. I don't think he's been going to be as strong in competitive, but like the Nunu pick has always been a favorite of mine, and I feel he provides so much at all ranks. It doesn't matter if it's competitive, doesn't matter if it's solo lane. The fact that the snowballs can pretty much immediately respond to a lot of situations, because I feel like RRQ is the type who does like to push for these situations anyway. And having a snowball, a speed up, and a jungler who can be there like really fast, regardless of where he is very underrated. It's an underrated like ability.
Oh, the tidal wave miss. Bit of
ability.
Oh, the tidal wave miss. Bit of unlucky situation for WJ, because that could have been something for SGP.
That's a 2-for-2 miss for WJ on his tidal waves actually, so that's a bit
You were
unfortunate. Yeah, there's only two so far, so you know, even though I didn't manage to pass like math, I do manage to count up to 2, so that's thankful.
Yeah, that's fair enough. The objectives are spawning, you know, in 10 seconds. I mean, High just putting incredible pressure onto the JK. What we expected out of the Olaf Baron lane.
Yeah, but it does kind of boil down to like our expectations. But I feel like the kill onto JK has been keeping him in the game so far. Like it's still 200 gold in Olaf's favor, and like he did manage to get back to that despite the fact that the gold differential was slightly different. And that's a testament to how like Olaf can overcome like Shen in the lane. But like I feel like that kill has kept the lease of life on JK a little bit longer. He doesn't need to be fed. He doesn't need to be ahead in gold, because that's not what Shen's supposed to do. But you know, being able to like not be too far behind your lane opponent is a definite plus.
But while all of that was happening, we can see that, you know, both Helios and High are just having a great time, right? Just farming up a storm, attempting to get out top. Chaz is around as well, but High, he does have the Ragnarok. Still holding on to it, pops it straight away as the snowball connects. They do expand that Ragnarok, but that's pretty much it.
Yeah, I think it's good that you always be aiming to get away as many like abilities as possible, especially during a Rift fight and whatever comes up. So that's off the table. That's like potentially Ragnarok used. They didn't use any flashes, so that's still on the table for RRQ in this upcoming fight for the Rift. But I think this is good because I don't usually see SGP like on an initiative like this. They don't usually get access to the Rift, so yeah, but leaving the turret unattended might have been a bad choice.
And Hyde is just slowly chipping away at the structure. We see SSK making his move, you know, down to the Dragon Pit. Both teams settling for you know, for an objective each. It's gonna be a good trade. Well, at least both teams get something, right? For RRQ, it's gonna be the Herald, where they're looking to crack open the structures. Top lane, the Ragnarok pop, flash forward. JK once more gets rolled over.
That was pretty decisive, I would say. That was a very definite like, oh, okay, we're gonna be going in. You're gonna help you get that turret. You're gonna help you get fed Hyde, because Hyde is gonna be a pretty big part of that win condition. And I think we talked about how like Hyde doesn't care about people who can CC you.
The Celestial Blessing for a bit of healing. Divine Judgment flash. SSK tries to get away. EXO comes in with the Grand Entrance, but SSK chomps on him. Gets a bit of health back, and now EXO is in a tough spot. No Battle Dance to get away. And Stand United plus Vendetta is enough to get the kill.
That was good. That was a good use of like that utility. That was a good use of everything that's come together. And like SGP's finally found a little bit of footing, and I feel like giving up the Rift might have been.
Well, I mean, Chaz and Hyde, they're just running down the members of SGP in the mid lane. They take the turret with them. JK, he thought that Chaz would go down to the turret, but he doesn't find it, and now we're gonna man fight Hyde. Well, it's 2 against Hyde, well 3 against Hyde. He's still hitting up a bit, and he's doing a crap ton of damage, but finally goes down. And it took 3 men from SGP to get the job done.
It took 3 men to basically finish off a very wounded Hyde, and it just goes to show the amount of gold that he's been absolutely being fed by his team. The gold, upper turret gold, Baron turret gold, the turret plates, and that Rift sort of push. Here we go with the replay. Okay, so this is, I understand them going for the Ocean Drake is probably better in the long term, especially with their ultimate goal of scaling. But I do think that giving up the Rift is like giving up a lot of early pressure, because you really lost that Baron turret. You're going to have a lot of rotations coming in from both sides. And now giving that playground open for Olaf to roam and like for your Riven to steal away like the enemy jungle. I don't know, like the Rift, they could have fought for Rift and maybe made their way down to Dragon, but I guess that's more of a risky play. Probably not something that you would generally decide to do. Maybe it's a bit safe to go for the Dragon and maybe skirmish for the give up that tier 1 turret, you know, in the mid lane.
And I think that kind of feels like the rationale for SGP. So far, keeping up with RRQ and just to keep in mind that SGP did get their hands on very comfort picks, especially when you have that Vendetta and then Vendetta and Raven both getting their champions, right? The Cassidy and Lucian. That has been one of the biggest win conditions in most of the series that they win. Trying to go on to Chaz, but Chaz does have the Divine Judgment, a bit preemptive, but it does buy a bit of time for him to get away. Vendetta though, chasing for the kill, takes an exhaust in the face, but I don't think he's done just yet. Chaz smells it coming, able to get away with the broken wings, and now they put the exhaust on the Vendetta. An attempted re-engage comes in. EXO gets the 3-man knockup again, but the follow-up is not there from RRQ, and SGP will be able to get away for it now. SSK gets a snowball knockout onto Helios. Battle Dance with EXO to keep it safe, and RRQ and SGP both disengaged. Not that Hyde has anything to say about it. A big win slash to completely decimate the ranks of SGP. The calling from Raven, but EXO was more of the knockout to cancel that one. Vendetta now finds a way back in, and they actually take 2 kills from RRQ. SGP wins that one.
What a back and forth. I think Chaz was actually trying to bait it out from Vendetta on purpose, because like you can see him dancing around, and he already had the second and third proc on his like dashes available, so he walked in to try and bait Vendetta in. Vendetta did go in, use the Voidwalker, and then he immediately used the rest of his procs to get away. Look here. He used the third proc, Vendetta already used his Voidwalker. They decide to re-engage onto that, and what should have been like an upper, like a better shot for them. But the rest of the team came in. Nunu with his trademark snowball to get in fast, and here's the re-engage. It's supposed to be their win, but look at the Nunu ultimate. Look at the ultimate from Lucian to keep them at bay. That's going to be more kills, more pickups. They didn't manage to get all of it, but it is an even trade in what was supposed to be a good re-engage from RRQ.
Yeah, and EXO got 2 big knockouts, and still it didn't matter. I mean, the Gargoyle as well, right? It did contribute. The Gargoyle and the Absolute Zero, it gives Nunu shields. So he's just a tanky boy. Like, you cannot get through him. He's going for the Randwiz next. RRQ now, kind of at least meeting their match a bit.
It looks like they are a bit wary of the Nunu combination. They have been taking his jungle from the start. The blue and the red, you know, Chaz has been his jungle like pretty much all day. That's some good respect. Now you're seeing that 1K differential between Nunu and Riven, but the thing is, it's Nunu. Nunu doesn't need that much gold to be useful. Nunu just needs to press the snowball button. He just needs to be rolling in your face, and he's pretty much like the turnaround, like we saw in that Baron lane fight where he used his ultimate to lock down a lot of them.
And of course, the shield that he gets, right? Not just that, but also the utilities that the team provides. Again, that remember what SGP did yesterday? Just a layer of shield, right? The Karma, the Shen. Now you have the Shen, Nunu, Gargoyle, and Anami. Rift Herald drop down mid. RRQ decides to commit for the Dragon, and they're gonna get it. but they have to make the recall faster because that Rift Herald can slam into the inhibitor turret if they don't make it there in time. I think they will. SGP have gotten a lot of ground and control in their jungle.
Interesting that they decided to go and trade this out for the tier 2. I think they could have done, they actually might have been able to do a little bit more damage onto the inhibitor turret and potentially get that rift to like take it out. But like, I guess I decided that they might have want to swing around to tier 2 so they have like free control of the red side of RRQ's jungle, which might be very valuable in the long run for like that Baron fight when it inevitably comes up, and gives them a lot more freedom of movement, especially for like the roaming Vendetta who would appreciate it. And SSK, who is sick of getting his jungle camps taken away.
It's one of those games where you just get invaded every now and then. I say every now and then, but it's for the past 10 minutes. Though I think as the game progresses, you know, RRQ will definitely feel comfortable, right? They have, like you pointed out, that the late game insurance that SGP has. They're in a different form, and they also have their own ways of staying in the fight. The invulnerability from their Divine Judgment always going to pay dividends in the right moment.
Yeah. Actually, the real value be coming out from Kayle here is not necessarily the fact she is going to scale really well, but her ultimate is going to be of ridiculously high value for when the Olaf starts to pop off. He's got the most gold now. He is going to be the one that's ahead. He's going to be one that's doing most of the chasing and getting it deep into the backlines without being stopped by any Nami tidal waves, being stopped by any Nunu ultimates. And you know what's going to be best to basically make him into an unstoppable force? That's going to be a very well-placed kill ultimate, and that's going to be like another team fight loss for SGP. I think SGP understands that, which is why they're trying to expand themselves into a tier 2 turret and to the red side buff, and potentially get picks, because picks are going to be more important across the board for SGP than it is for RRQ right about now.
Vendetta is just going to show up and decimate Helios' health pool. He's trying to get away, forced to use that ultimate, and SGP, they're going to go for this chase. Flash even used. SSK goes for it, Absolute Zero gets a slow, Rakan comes in, Exo, buying time for Helios, but Vendetta, he's still chasing. He wants Helios dead. Helios is still not down. It just takes them a while, but Vendetta got the job done. And Baron is now on the board.
This is the Kassadin pick. This is why I said that, like, unlike NGX, RRQ has a lot more to lose from a fed Vendetta, because there's going to be a lot of skirmishes, and that's where Vendetta lives. That's where his like Kassadin excels, and he's going to keep chasing you, get that kill no matter what. The rest of your team could potentially be there, but it's not going to be enough to stop you completely.
And while that was happening, Vendetta just got rid of Viper. This guy is 1v4ing. And he just got rid of Chaz. And he's about to get rid of Exo. And they also got the Baron.
Oh, okay. This is
Now I'll teach you to ban Kassadin.
That'll teach you to ban Kassadin. Well, RQ, you're not exactly Team NGX. You still have a lot to consider when it comes to the Vendetta. And Vendetta, I would say, is a very strong Kassadin. He has had his sus moments, but like I feel like he's really comfortably grown into it now. Had a lot more practice on it, and like he's not afraid to like use up every single one of his Void Walk stacks. Sorry, like stack it up with the ridiculous mana cost in order to secure kills. And like getting those picks off is like SGP's win condition, and is what they're looking for, and is what they want, because like they can't exactly do a full-up team fight, and if they did a 5v5, I think they would lose to RRQ if they can't get onto the Kayle. And she's not far enough away from the team, because like Olaf with the threat of Kayle's ultimate is very, very dangerous.
And I love what RRQ is going for, especially Vendetta. He's going for defensive items, right? We thought he's going to go for one-shot, Rabadon's Void Stab, but not this one. Crystalline Reflector, he has the Glacial Shroud on him, so I would think that it's a Frozen Heart. So you are just limiting how much damage comes from RRQ. That increases your survivability just the same. And in these long drawn-out fights, he's just going to win this. Exhaust, pops the Gargoyle, they got to get rid of Vendetta right now! But they just couldn't do it, Vendetta is too strong. And Helios is now caught in the open, the Absolute Zero destroys him. Hyde goes in, and he actually chopped Vendetta in half. So Exo now goes to re-engage onto SSK, but Raven has come online, and Raven has just got a double kill for himself. Hyde also goes down to SSK. And SGP will put up a fight against RRQ. It's not going to be a sweep this time. SGP looking to tie up game number 2 and put RQ in their place. The Kassadin has to go. SGP fulfills the win condition that Vance talked about. And now they're looking to be in prime position. The game hasn't ended yet, but it definitely is in SGP's favors now.
I love how you just talked about the survivability of Vendetta and like what he built, and you enjoyed that.
And he just dies.
I mean, he did die, but like the whole fact is that like you have a Kassadin. Kassadin, using his Riftwalk, he's supposed to be vulnerable. But you said he had he built survivability instead. And what did we see when he did that dive beyond that tower? He survived. Despite the fact that he was caught, he was out of position because the rest of his team wasn't necessarily there to back him up. You see that. You see the rest of the team going in on this. Vendetta's still trying to go. Vendetta did get taken out in the end, but by the time he did get taken out, already so much damage being done, already so much damage being put down as the key members of the team. And then you see the cleanup crew basically comes in the form of the rest of his team to basically ensure that they manage to get the inhibitor turret down for like Baron's side and now Dragon's side, and that's pretty much just going to be game set match if the Baron goes to SGP at this point.
Yeah, we see the Frozen Heart for Vendetta. One thing about RRQ is that they are no strangers to making incredible comebacks. In fact, they made one of the most incredible, amazing comebacks at WCSC final stage. And it was all thanks to a team effort. And then, you know, the miracle worker on their team is Chaz. And even in SPS, he has done it before, stealing Barons. That's what he's good at. Stealing Barons, stealing Elder Dragons. But I don't think RRQ knows about this. So SGP gets a free Baron Nashor. No steal will come through this time, and SGP knows that.
Well,
the next go is the mid lane.
It would have been really difficult to steal away anyway. Because with the Nunu like consumed together with the smite, that's about 1,980 true damage to like Baron. It's ridiculously hard to overcome that.
I like Hyde is like man fighting JK, but he's actually just killing himself by hitting the Shen, where it's a Thornmill. They're bringing in Chaz down bot, but Vendetta is following very close. I mean, Hyde can survive this. They have the damage of Vendetta, not exactly dealing the most damage thanks to his build, but he still is gonna stack out the Riftwalk, and he's just gonna 1v2 both of them.
Oh, I thought Vendetta made a little bit of a mistake there. He didn't manage to go over the wall with his Void Wagon. I thought he was done for sure, but like apparently I was completely wrong. And your Frozen Heart hypothesis was pretty much on point for what it is right about now.
SGP just gonna look for the final blow. This game 2 has to end right now, and Vendetta will make sure of it. It's cleaning up house, takes out Viper, takes out Helios, and takes SGP to game 3.
Everyone doubted me, but I had faith. I knew that SGP had a win condition. I knew that RQ would potentially have let that through. And like Vansu said, it's the scaling. It's allowing Vendetta to get a Kassadin. And like I feel like a lot of other teams don't necessarily fear a Kassadin because like they know how to deal with Kassadin. But can you deal with Vendetta's Kassadin?
Well, that's only NGX. To be honest, like,
well, I'd love to see that. I'd love to see an NGX versus SGP with the newer Vendetta version of like his Kassadin. I want to see if they can shut it down as effectively as they did with other teams.
Well,
but,
they did shut it down once.
Oh, well, yeah, to be fair, but that was an earlier version of Vendetta. This is Vendetta 2.0.
No, okay, fine. I get your point. We're gonna take a look at the highlights, you know, as we continue this conversation. But you know, the start was kind of what we expected out of RRQ, right? Just them running down SGP, you know, that win condition that we talked about is, I know we highlight a lot about Vendetta, but I think Raven also did an incredible amount of work. And just overall, SGP feeling very comfortable in their zone, thanks to RRQ giving away these picks.
Yeah, RRQ did make some good decisions, but like, okay, so it kind of boiled down to like a lot of these little niggling things. And like, I think they didn't respect the fact that Nunu is so mobile because Nunu was pretty much there. He wasn't that close, but he would always come in clutch at like the right moments. He would have the ultimates at the right timings and make sure to like, these fights were always like close, but they were never like they were never 100% 1-to-1. They were close. But the fact is, you don't want these fights to be close. If you have close fights when you're versus a scaling team, that just means more fodder, more gold for the scalers, and you're going to get left behind in the end. Kayle is the only one that you have, but Kayle is not building a Frozen Heart. She's building like a lot more damage, and like if she's too squishy, then like her only use in like the end game is going to be her ult, and then what's the point of having a late scaler at that point?
just can't even do damage, right? We saw how Vendetta chased Helios from the top lane into the jungle and still killed. And they blew 2 exhausts. Helios had to use his ultimate, had to use his healing speed boost, had to use his flash. RQ through the kitchen sink and Vendetta still took down Helios.
It was terrifying. He could build a frozen heart. He had like, okay, look, he has the Archangel, he has a Rod of Ages. Both of these, which, okay, Rod of Ages is not necessarily going to be an item which keeps you damage. It keeps you alive during that early phase, and it's a great item like as you scale, but it's not what I would call like a full-on damage item. And then you have Archangel, which does compute a damage item once you fully max it out. And the Lich Bane, which purely is a damage item. But look at that damage stat. Look at the fact that he did 33,000 damage. He had like one item which buffs his like tanky stats, and he had a Frozen Heart and a Crystal Embracer.
He's a tank.
He's a tank. He's 10k. He took 10k damage. He did way more than the Nunu and the JK, who are supposed to be the frontliners here. They're supposed to be the ones who are doing the frontlining. Look at that gold value.
Yeah, and he
all even.
And he also bought Gargoyles, right? And he wrote he's a Grassadin.
He's a
And
Grassadin.
So
I love Grassadin.
He's tanky. He's a tanky boy. Tank Cassadin. It's going to be the new norm.
Yeah, see, this is the sort of graph you're not supposed to be seeing on a scaling side champion. You have a team with a Cassadin, you're not supposed to be having a graph which is comparable. If your graph is not an NGX style bush, where it's completely going downwards, then you are just going to be losing in the scaling game. You're just going to give them too much inches, and that's it. The game's gone.
Yeah. But I think one thing for SGP is that, you know, they got a taste of how Cassadin is shut down thanks to NGX. Yesterday, Fennel also tried to do the same thing, so you get the kind of polish on what works and what doesn't when you have to run the Cassadin. And I think that has been benefiting SGP a bit, and we're seeing Vendetta really put it to work. All of this made possible by our partners and friends over at Snapdragon Elite Gaming when winning matters. I honestly thought that we're going to have a 3-0-3-0 day today, but SGP proving us wrong once more. But remember, Vansu said they can win individual games, but can they win the marathon? I think that's the most important part. And of course, aside from Snapdragon Elite Gaming, we also have Monster Energy that allows us to unleash the beast within us. So check them out at www.monsterenergy.com/gaming. And last but not least, if you have any thoughts about Grassadin, do join our Discord at discord.gg/Snapdragon Pro Series and let us know your thoughts about how Cassadin should be played.
Well, hopefully, you know, well.
Hopefully well.
Hopefully well.
Thank you very much. That was very insightful.
Okay, look, the food has not settled in yet. I haven't had the brain cells required to like formulate proper sentences in a way. But like, okay, Grassadin with the grasp, maybe to respect it. This is going to be the upcoming match. I feel like Cassadin is going to be a definite ban. I don't think they need to risk it. I don't think they want to risk it. Yeah, and like, they need to find a different win condition, and hopefully Vendetta has a different champ in store that is a scaler that's not going to be Cassadin, because they're going to need something else.
And not a Yasuo, that's for sure. So we'll see what SGP has up in store for game number 3. Same for RRQ. We will go for a short break, and we will return for game 3 in this best of 5 between SGP and RRQ.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming and Monster Energy.
Games. Can't catch a break. The Cassadin managed to pick it up. No, it does not.
Yeah, I understand. United actually shows up from JK. Hi! Oh, he gets help from the kill. Divine Judgment. And actually scores first blood. Before it engaged. Goes right in. SMK shows up right on time with a snowball. XO gets out with his life, and they still ends up losing Raven. But the absolute zero will detonate, and Chaz gets traded back. Structures. Top lane, the Ragnarok pop. Flash forward. JK once more gets rolled over.
Finally found a little bit of footing, and I feel like giving up the rift might have been.
Well, I mean, Chaz and Hyde, they're just running down the members of SGP in the mid lane. They take the turret with them. JK, he thought that Chaz would go down the turret, but he doesn't find it, and now he's gonna man fight Hyde. Well, it's 2 against Hyde, or 3 against Hyde. He's still hitting up a bit, and he's in it. crowd talent, able to get away with the broken wings, and now they put the exhaust on the Vendetta. And attempt to re-engage, comes in, Exo gets the 3-man knockup again, but the follow-up is not there from RRQ. And SGP will be able to get away for it now. SSK gets a snowball knockout onto Helios, battle dance with Exo to keep it safe. And RRQ and SGP both disengaged. Not that High has anything to say about it. A big wind slash to completely decimate the ranks of SGP. The calling from Raven, but Exo was more with the knockout to cancel that one. Vendetta now finds a way back in, and they actually take 2 kills from RRQ. SGP wins that one.
Get that kill no matter what. The rest of the team could potentially be there, but it's not going to be enough to stop you. See?
And while that was happening, Vendetta just got rid of Viper. This guy's 1v4ing. And he just got rid of Chess. And he's about to get rid of Exo. And they also got the Baron.
Oh, okay. This is
Now it teaches the ban Cassidy.
that'll teach you to ban Cassidy.
But they just couldn't do it. Vendetta is too strong. And Helios is now caught in the open. The Absolute Zero destroys it. High goes in, and he actually chopped Vendetta in half. So Exo now goes to the re-engage onto SSK, but Raven has come online, and Raven has just got a double kill for himself. Hyde also goes down to SSK. And SGP will put up a fight against RRQ as a Thornmill. They're bringing in Chess down bot, but Vendetta is following pretty close. I mean, I can survive this. They have the damage of Vendetta, not exactly dealing the most damage thanks to his build, but he still is going to stack on the Rift Walk, and he's just going to 1v2 both of them. Final blow, this game 2 has to end right now, and Vendetta will make sure of it. It's cleaning up house, takes out Viper, takes out Helios, and takes
Games. Behind catch and break. Did Cassidy manage to pick it up? No, he does not.
Yeah, I understand. United actually shows up from JK. High! Oh, he gets help from the kill, Divine Judgment, and actually scores first blood. Looking for an engage. Goes right in. SSK shows up right on time with a snowball. Exo gets out of his life, and they still ends up losing Raven. But the Absolute Zero will detonate, and Chaz is traded back. Structures. Top lane, the Ragnarok pop, flash forward. JK once more gets rolled over.
Finally found a little bit of footing, and I feel like giving up the Rift might have been.
Well, I mean, Chaz and High, they're just running down the members of SGP in the mid lane. They take the turret with them. JK, he thought that Chaz would go down the turret, but he doesn't find it, and now he's gonna man fight High. Well, it's 2 against. We got a series on our hands between SGP and RRQ in the Snapdragon Pro Series WildRift Open Finals playoffs for the region of MSPB. My name is Husky, alongside Aaron, known as Pondo. Very well, weird game number 2, but it's kind of what we expected out of SGP with their comfort picks.
Well, like, it's very difficult to predict things when it comes to 2 skirmish-based teams, right? Because like when it comes to skirmishes, anything can happen. One good out, one like happened to be Ignite that happened to kill like off a key member, and the shutdown goal which goes to the right person. It all sort of culminates in like either you win or either you don't sort of like gameplay. And like with 2 skirmish teams, it's very difficult to say, hey, look, this team's definitely going to win, this team's definitely going to win. You know?
Gonna take a look at the key player, and of course, it's Vendetta once more on that Kassadin. At this point, it is very evident that the only team that can effectively deal with a Kassadin thus far is NGX. RRQ, they took a gamble, didn't really work out in game number 2, so now we can kind of expect Kassadin to go back on that ban list.
Yeah, well, it's I feel like we both feel it's gonna be a Kassadin on the ban list.
Yeah.
It's pretty definite, but like if RRQ decides to kind of play that dice again, let us give it another shot. That could be interesting as well. If they feel like maybe we can give it another shot, maybe we figured out a strategy to deal with it. Though I don't know if any team would want to take that risk, like as we head towards like the qualifying stages, you know. So like
yeah, I mean, if they take another shot and it doesn't work out, then we'll be looking at SGP leading 2-1. Which, you know, in essence is going to be good news for SGP supporters, because this is the closest that SGP has ever been to get into the regional stage, honestly, since the team was kind of formed. Well, they kind of did go to that regional stage before, but it wasn't this squad, right? It was you know, just a few members from this team itself. So we can say that the first regional event that all these 5 members have participated was the Southeast Asian Games, but that's pretty much it.
yeah, SGP actually being a team with a longer history than we thought, and comprising of former teams which have been playing representing Singapore before in quite a few different tournaments. So like they're no strangers to these type of games, and they're no slouches either. It's just that in terms of like international presence, in terms of like strength of different regions, it's always been a bit of a toss-up here and there. It's been a bit harder to say when it comes to like these representatives. But I think SGP has been showing off some good gameplay recently. I do think that we might see a game 5. A lot of groans coming from the production room. A lot of groans coming in from our man here Husky, because that's gonna be a 5-game rollout of really intense skirmish type gameplay.
Yeah, I mean, I personally don't mind at all. I think it would be pretty interesting if we get to that, if we go the full distance, because that wasn't the expectation coming into this, right? Again, when we talk about the data, RRQ is just significantly stronger than SGP. So if SGP is proving us wrong one game at a time, I would love to see it. But we see RRQ back on that blue side and SGP on red. And the first thing we're going to look for is the Z ban from SGP and Cassidy ban by RRQ.
Well, all right, let's see if it pans out that way. I don't know if RRQ is going to be going for. Okay, well, yeah, pretty much as we expected. It's going to be the Cassidy ban. Could be the Z ban from SGP. Maybe they want to be taking a stab at seeing if they can deal with the Z. Well, there's always possibilities on either side. Okay, one of the things that I feel that SGP stands a better chance against RRQ relatively compared to like other teams is because they're fighting RRQ on their home turf. Their home turf being absolute balls to the walls, like skirmishes.
Yeah.
Skirmishes. And like if you had to fight them on any other turf, the data would probably say that they would probably lose. Like in terms of objective taking, macros, in terms of like pushing and like getting objectives, it ultimately falls back to RRQ. But that's why this is exciting. It's because both of these team specialties is in skirmishing. Skirmishing always comes with unpredictable pricing, pacing, and like in terms of results, it's always a toss-up.
And I think for RRQ, because they don't mind taking these fights. We've seen it force occasions, and we see that they like to go for those coin toss. Sometimes, we see all these even trades that ended up favoring a team like SGP. We get the Karma ban, we get the Senna, Jace. Camille still up on the table. I think that would be the last ban coming out of SGP. And we are seeing kind of how contested that Lucian is, right? I mean, Viper loves it, Raven loves it.
Well,
and it gets banned out by SGP. So the Camille gets let through, but again, it kind of feels like a bait pick at this point.
Yeah, we're not seeing a good win rate on Camille at all. Like,
no, absolutely not.
The thing is, it's gonna be the type of champ that you want to scale, but like unlike an automatic scaling champion like KO or like Kazadin, she has to work for it. She really does have to work for it. No kills, no gold, no nothing. You're not gonna be seeing it using well in any capacity, but I guess we'll be seeing it again. The win rate of 12.50% on an 8-time pick champion.
That means she only won one game.
My math is really bad, so I'm going to assume that, yeah.
Yes, she only won one
the
game.
case. One game.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, maybe it'll up the average this time. Who knows with RRQ? Because Camille, like, pros seem to think the world of her. They seem to think that she's an absolute must-have. But you and I have been seeing Camille's pretty much all over the place. We haven't seen them get online at all. Like, they haven't been given the opportunity. They haven't been given, like, sort of like a chance to shine. Nothing going for Camille-based comp right about now.
Well, I also think that it's just how Camille, she's not the be-all end-all, right? I mean, when we look at Camille, we know that she's incredibly strong at 1v1, has an inescapable lockdown, and is very good at side laning. But a lot of these times we see all these team fights break out, and it's just a Camille who's gonna go in and lock someone down, and everyone turns on her. So that's one of the few things that has been stopping a Camille. Yesterday we saw Grindsky Esports, a Chinese go for a Camille jungle, gets completely dumpstered by Team Underground, right? So we have all these factors that is kind of rendering the Camille as not as efficient as we thought she would be, but I still think that she has merits as a priority pick.
She's definitely strong. That's kind of the entire reason why she's so hotly contested. It's just that the shutdowns. There's been a lot of time we've seen Calm on the Camille as well, getting absolutely counter jungle to oblivion, getting destroyed, ending that streak with a 0-3, no kills at all. And like, I feel like Camille is one of those few champions that if you see a 0-kill Camille at the end of the scoreboard, then yeah, then better not to have the Camille at all. Just completely don't have the Camille. Choose something else. Choose something else that gives you more utility and potentially could be a better, you know, a better situational like champion.
Yeah, though the Camille right now on RRQ can still be a flex, right? Because Chaz can play that Camille if he wants to. SGP getting the Rakan. They picked Nunu for SSK again. It has worked wonders in the previous game, so why change it? And here we have it. The RRQ special, the Helios special, I would say. The Akali on the table. We're about to witness pain, true pain by RRQ.
Akali is one of my favorite champions, so I'm pretty hyped to see this. Gonna be seeing the Riven with Riven's been ridiculously strong. I've been seeing a lot of good gameplay out of her. And yeah, SGP gonna be throwing it around with Twisted Fate. That's gonna be interesting.
And this was a pick that we actually kind of went through, I think, 2-3 days ago, right? We were talking about how Twisted Fate is a top priority, but some teams they would want to consider Twisted Fate. You know, you have the global presence with the Destiny, but most importantly, if the Akali goes into a Twilight Shroud, you just press Destiny and you get eyes on her. But that's kind of just a big part of the Twisted Fate kit. You wanted someone that can scale. Twisted Fate does have decent scaling into the later stages of the game, but obviously we're keeping our eyes on JK and Raven to do most of the heavy lifting, and Vendetta just getting that rapid fire and throwing gold cards out in people's faces. Chaz, Camille Jungle, we get the High Riven, and we get the Exo Galio. And we thought that Exo Rakan is great. Wow, wait till you see Exo Galio. This guy is a beast.
Okay, that's good. That's definitely going to be something to watch for. I think, okay, looking at the comps that we've seen so far, RRQ is the team that I imagine that is going to be a nightmare to engage into, because like if you start a fight with RRQ, they're going to be getting onto your backhand with their Akali. The Galio is going to be keeping you taunted, and you're going to be the one that's on the back foot. But have you seen the comp for SGP? It looks like the ultimate counter jungle to immediate gank type comp. So like you don't expect it. All your wards don't see anyone, okay? You imagine in the brush, you have a deep ward deep into the river or something deep into their tri-bush or something to sort of spot out any sort of undesirables that might be nearby. And then all of a sudden, in the blink of an eye, that all changes. You push really forward because you're pretty sure that you don't see them on the map, you're pretty sure that they're not around. Then suddenly Nunu's barreling down towards you with a snowball. And what's that? There's a card floating above your head, an eyeball. Uh-oh. You're pretty much ganked. There's nothing you can do about it because everyone's decided to come in all at once, and that's going to be that win condition for SGP. They're looking at what we call the fast and furious hit and run like adventure coming in, and RRQ is going to be one where if you pick a team fight, you're going to be one in the world of hurt. So two different styles, two different win conditions for both of these teams. And
it does, you know, showcase another switch up from SGP, right? We from enchanters to a bit of a center +1, the tank engage supports, and now the Twisted Fate shows up from SGP, and Jinkai on a carry type Baron laner again. Game 3 between RRQ and SGP. In fact, I would say one of the most important series for RRQ to cement themselves as still being one of the best teams in the Philippines. But for SGP, again, it's all about the pride, but it's also about how fast they can pull this. Of course, SSK's Nunu is going to be the highlight. He has only played one game of that Nunu, so 100% win rate for him. But in that game that they won, in that game too, this Nunu was a complete freight train.
It was the amount of utility him pull out is so good, and I feel like there's not enough Nunus in the WildRift competition here to be something that you're used to. So a lot of teams don't seem to be that worried of the fact that he can appear out of anywhere. Like the snowball gives him that much like speed, that much utility, and he's able to like counter jungle from like a point of basically where you didn't expect him to be there at all.
And also one of the fastest clears in the game as well, right? Like if you want him to power from the jungle and clear all 5 camps, including a scuttle, or all 6 camps, including a scuttle, no problem. He has a built-in smite. Yeah. Right? This guy, he doesn't lose health in the jungle, has double smite, is tanky. You generally don't want to counter jungle him because he just wins. just generally a very safe start, and also has mobility to get those ganks off.
Yeah, and he's healthy too. Like all of that in addition to being healthy. So your scuttle fight seems to be like the name of the game. You see a lot of scuttle fights at this like level of competition, but like, you know, it's advantages for the person who comes in the healthiest. Like I saw Camille just now. She had like her health was a little bit lower, but the Nunu is pretty much like topped out throughout.
Oh, top lane 1 versus 1. JK flashes away, taking knife, finishing off Hyde. SGP off to a great start.
Oh man, in that kind of fight, the one that wins is always the one that's farthest away from the enemy minions.
The fade away from JK, he used the Empower Strike, the extended range. He hit Hyde and he just flashed for that fade away. I love that. But across the minion aggro, like you pointed out, was kind of led to the demise of Hyde as well.
That was the deciding factor. It's just like it was a very, very even matchup, but like the one little hit from one of those like range minions, that's it. You pretty much lost it.
Pretty crazy that, that a lot of us tend to underestimate how hard the range minions hit.
I feel like that's the first thing that they teach you in the basic like diamond classes or something. It's just like,
do they?
Remember, don't fight in your enemy's minions. Because every time you hit, so the way that it works is that when you hit, okay, wow, that's a lot of damage.
Yeah, when you hit someone, the aggro the minion, right?
Yeah, they do aggro, but like distance is very important. So the farther away the minion, they always aggro onto you as long as you're close enough. But like they de-aggro after you after a certain amount of time.
Yeah.
So like the thing is, if you're attacking them while you're far away enough from their minions, you can pretty much get away with 1 or 2 hits, and they'll de-aggro you eventually if you just keep running away. But that's not something you can do when you're in between all of their minions, which pretty much turns the tide of battle and does enough damage.
And this is what I've been talking about, the go-kart freight train, go-kart, counter-strike, exhaust knockup, and double knockout with the snowball. A delivery system from SGP to get a kill onto Hyde once more in the top lane. Chaz has something to think about, say about it. Now Hero Senses come in. This is going to be a huge one. EXO getting named on the tree. Helios gets picked up with the Vendetta. And RRQ, they are not shy to take this fight. JK finishes off Chaz, but it's a double for Helios, and now he gets knocked up. But there's no damage coming out from SGP. They will still try though. EXO in the mist with that Justice Punch. SSK gets hit by Shuriken. The root from the Snowball is not enough. And Helios has found a triple. EXO goes forward, and Helios with an unofficial quad in his top side.
Oh my gosh, it was like everything I said about those team comps decided to come true at that particular moment and illustrated exactly what I meant. You have the Fright Train, you have the instantaneous ganks for the Nunu plus the Destiny, but like I said with RRQ, you don't want to be caught up in a team fight with them because they have so many options when it comes to destroying your backline and dishing out damage consistently. And that was a very narrow win for RRQ, but that's just what they need to make this worthwhile.
And I mean, this is kind of what we expected, right? I mean, Helios completely uncontested, gets the Conqueror going, and you know, the remaining two were just the Rakan and the Nunu with no Sunfire Aegis available just yet. So Helios just has the easiest time of his life, a quad kill.
Oh man, yeah. Nunu just providing the pain, but like he's not at the point where you can call him like a soloist or being able to deal with an Akali one-on-one. And that's a lot of juicy kills for Akali. That's all 4 kills on Akali. That's going to be a Fright Train which you're going to be very scared of in like the coming few minutes.
I do like it for RRQ whenever they feel like they are threatened and they're just like, you know, get Helios Akali, let's go. It's always that trump card from RRQ. Well, one of the trump cards, right? The other one being the Zed, but his Akali is just a treat to watch. Well, good news for SGP, they didn't necessarily lose too much. In fact, they still had the minor goal advantage. Objectives have spawned. JK is just beating Hyde to submission.
This just the Jack bullies. As the Jack's main myself, I understand it. I understand how it works. Gonna be the Rift pickup though from RQ. They don't really have a lot to work with because they've been going towards the Dragon and gonna be priority. It doesn't seem like SGP prefers the Dragon over RQ, but I guess it's because their focus usually tends to be on scaling as opposed to enemy team.
It's not gonna be easy though, even with the double smite. SSK still gets it. They get the knockout with the Helios as Destiny gets procced. Shuriken on top of Vendetta. Helios goes back in, exhausted instantly. With the help of EXO's Hero's entrance, he does provide a bit of protection. Chaz able to lock down SSK, but he does have to consume, and now Absolute Zero blows up, and Chaz survives. So SGP did walk away with the Ocean Drake.
That's good. They they didn't lose anyone. They managed to get the dragon relatively scot-free. There's not going to be much minions to push except for the one that's pushing already into mid but into the tower, but there's already Vendetta there to intercept it. So like overall, I'd say it's actually a really good win for SGP.
Uh-oh, they both had the same idea, and it's WJ who takes the brunt of it. Leos has the Shuriken, and it's on the Raven. Doesn't have the Feather Storm, but you know, they have the health to deal with it.
That's been a lot of games of chicken. It seems like great minds think alike, or skirmisher teams like to think in the same scenarios, or picking fights as the name of the game, because they both waited in the brush for each other. The other one had vision onto the other team, so they decided to take that fight first. But like, it seems to be a lot of cases where we're seeing skirmishes where neither team has come up with kills yet. So like, very interesting to see how this is all working out. So in the end, maybe it's going to boil down to like what we call macro play, because like if they keep walking around away without any kills, then it becomes who came out on top in that fight in terms of HP. Who's going to be able to turn around, get a dragon, get a rift, or maybe get a push up into something like Baron Tower, or maybe like Dragon Tower, depending on how much HP you have left and who's available to make that push.
And I do like how RQ is making some minor adjustments, you know, kind of realizing that Hyde can't fight JK up top. They send healers to deal with him, give Hyde an easier time down bot. EXO just being pesky as always. In fact, those hits is chunking Raven down more than I expected. You know, from the cannon minion and of course the Winter War.
Raven just working what he's got. It does seem like he's slightly ahead of Viper, which seems to be pretty good in my eyes. But like, Akali's still going to be a constant threat, living rent-free. Not the snowball. Did the snowball hit the side of that wall? Can't really tell right there.
I think it canceled it and he procced on the minions.
Ah.
Yeah, so it's... Don't think it would have hit Chaz, and don't think it would have mattered too much. They still lack follow-up. Helios is playing at a very safe distance, just in case someone comes through. But even if that's the case, they have EXO with his ultimate. Try for it though. Bit of a disconnect there from SGP.
Well, it was an attempt for sure. Definitely gonna be. Definitely try to get the. That was really cool. I rarely see Jaxes be able to get the tip of the edge of that stun using Counter-Strike. So like, you can tell that the skill when they can pull that off like that well. I don't think they would have been able to get that kill anyway. Actually, no. Actually, I might be wrong, because the Hazard Trinity Force, the Fist might not be enough to tank all that damage, so they might have been able to do something about it.
There's no objectives on the map, at least for now. Right? We're not looking at anyone taking turrets. While all things considered, we don't have... I believe the Rift Herald was already summoned, and that also didn't get anything done. It did bring the mid-tier one down pretty low. Bottom lane, the Vendetta is going to get gone on. SSK arrives in time. They automated the dodge snowball. There's nothing the SSK can do to help Vendetta.
That was a really good ultimatum to basically just dodge it and jump to get that kill confirmed. And then finally we're seeing some sort of shift in terms of the no kill skirmishes that we're seeing up to now. That was a really good dive there from RQ. I think SGP did have SGP has the better setup here. Like, SGP is supposed to have the better setup with the Nunu and, like I said, the freight train meta. I actually like the way that you call it the freight train, so I'm just gonna call it the freight train from now on. But like, I think once bitten, twice shy, because right now they haven't been utilizing it because they know RQ could basically hit back like a ton of bricks if they decided to commit too much.
And that means that the second Herald goes over to RQ, and it's going to be a bit of bad news for SGP. And that mid turret now comes under threat for RQ. And they are in no rush, right? The dragon hasn't even spawned yet. It's not even close to spawning at this point in time. RQ clawing back. A bit of that goal advantage. 30 seconds, 25 in fact, till the next Inferno Drake shows up on the Rift. But I think these side lanes, the only strong ones that SGP have is JK.
Yeah, at this point, it does seem to be the only case for this. And like, once that mid tower goes down, that's gonna be the meta. That's gonna be the meta shift right here. This is gonna change the scenario, and having that open to them is gonna open up a lot more in terms of what they can dive onto, and in terms of like what they can make a play for. The skirmishes, getting onto like particular characters, and losing that mid turret is gonna be a huge blow. They do have the Rift available, probably gonna call it out to provide pressure while they go for a dragon take, because they know trying to steal a dragon away from Nunu is pretty difficult. Don't see it just yet. Maybe gonna get a solo kill. JK. Oh, that's so much damage.
Helios with the acrobatic movements. And without JK for 30 seconds, SGP, I don't think you want to take this though. EXO! Formenton again with the Galio. It's just so darn good with the champion. The lockdown, WJ's gonna secure his death, and Chaz finds a double for himself. Vendetta flashes forward with the gold card. The Stoneplate keeping Chaz alive. He flashes away, gets a honey fruit, and survives that one. And RRQ turned it up.
Well, this is the first time we're seeing like an effectual like Camille straight out of the gate. Chaz is doing absolute class work here on Camille, dodging so many skills using Hextech Ultimatum and getting away with barely any HP left from like skirmishes, which should have ended with him up in flames. So that's really good for the side of RRQ. I think the dragon hasn't gone down yet. The revives are going to be faster off on the RRQ side. They're going to be a lot closer to home than it is. Still kind of lagging behind on Raven's side. Raven's going to need to be there, and I think they expended quite a bit of like summoner spells, dealing with a lot of like their aggression coming from RRQ.
And this should be a point of concern for SGP, right? Because we were looking at that 4v4 fight, and that was without Helios, and he just solo killed their strongest member. And look at that, SSK getting blown right through. That defense is man of nothing. The chain of corruption is spreading to everyone on the side of SGP. Good disengage tool from the side from RRQ themselves. But while that was happening, Chaz has just gotten the dragon.
That was pretty much a very like, you know, Sunday shopping type of dragon. Like someone just happened to take it by themselves because they had what it took to take it. And like you said, the Helios on the Kali is absolutely terrifying. I have not seen that amount of damage coming out so fast. It looks like Nunu decided to go for the Sunfires and the Randomins first, so probably prioritizing over the fact that Viper and Hyde are going to be kind of an issue. But like that, well, as Chaz as well. I forgot about Chaz. But like that kind of leaves Helios open for like basically destroying it.
And Vendetta, he doesn't have the Zhonya's yet, doesn't have the Stasis yet. So they just run him down. I mean, we thought SGP is a freight train, but apparently RRQ is a bit more refined in terms of that. They want to blow up Helios as fast as they can, but Helios is walking out, healing with the Conqueror, staying alive, finally burns the WJ, but the work has been done. JK still goes down, bottom lane, tier 2 destroyed. And Hyde is kind of on the list. SSK and Raven wants to chase him down, but it's a Riven. He's going to get broken wings to safety.
Oh. Well, now we can kind of circle back to what we talked about RRQ and how, like, if the skirmishes keep coming out with an even score, then it's going to boil down to the macro and who gets more objectives off of it and who can, like, push the stronger lanes. They lost that tier 1 mid tower. That sort of opened up a lot of possibilities for RRQ to make their plays. And then after that, the Dragon is pretty much opened up by that point. They had the Rift Herald to provide pressure. They couldn't completely abandon mid lane there in order to like go for a full dragon setup because of the fact that their mid lane turret was open.
And I mean, this replay is just a masterclass of Helios, right? But without the ignite from WJ, Helios will have not gone down for sure.
Yeah, with the Grand Entrance giving him the magic shield, but it's a magic shield, so it just needed to hit him once with a wing and he pretty much died instantly, so that was a bit unfortunate for him.
Oh boy, JK next on the list. Counter-strike just to buy a bit of time. The leap strike doesn't buy enough distance. He flashes away. Chaz is going to go after him. The Counter-strike this time doesn't work out. And JK's time has kind of ran out a bit. The steam that he got from that leap is nullified by RRQ.
Well, it looks like Chaz is about to add a win onto the Camille belt. Something which not a lot of people can subscribe to saying, but that's going to be Helios taken out there by going in too deep on what he thought was going to be a solo kill, but the rest of the team happened to be there to back him up.
Lovely play from SGP, but it's just kind of a tip of the iceberg. They still have a lot of crack at the Blasco and send WJ over the wall. The Absolute Zero only doing so much as EXO is tanking out most of the damage as pops the gargoyle. Now RRQ collapses from all angles. They were able to finish off EXO with Raven's feathers as SGP manages to get a disengage off, and RRQ will not be able to respond.
It seems like the flashes, summoner spells were still up for Raven. Used like the feathers fly to, and then immediately flash over the wall to get away, which is great. Barely surviving, but that's the sort of fights that you need to be escaping from, and it's just what determines these fights is literally just inches of your HP bar. what you're seeing there and what is like available to you. If you manage to get away scot-free, that's going to be a lot of gold on your plate. And now like we're seeing a 6K difference, a 5K difference actually if we account for rounding off. And like, well, I think SGP is going to need to take towers eventually because they have no control and they have no like wards into the jungle because they haven't been able to take down any of the tier 1 towers just yet.
I'm not gonna lie, Bondo, I didn't expect this series to be this close.
No one did. Production team was all telling me about how it's going to be a definite 3-0 to RRQ. But
I bet you that's like 99% of the population.
99% of the population? Oh, wow, I didn't even know 99% of the population was watching WildRift, but that's really exciting.
You'd be surprised.
I am surprised.
99% of the population watching WildRift. There you go.
Okay, there you go. That does tend more sense towards me.
Uh-oh, Vendetta caught up by the ultimatum. Get a good knockup and charm from WJ to try and save Vendetta, and they actually do. They buy a bit of time. The Chain of Corruption spreads. JK comes in with a counter-strike, forcing a flash out from Viper. They have the Destiny out, but the Piercing Arrows is chunking Vendetta down. And unfortunately, he would just have to use the Destiny to go back home. And RRQ now going to the Baron Pit. And SGP know about this. There's no Destiny available, and SSK is going to check the brush with their snowball, and he actually finds the members of RRQ, but the flash, tactical sweep from Chaz into the back line. They want to take out Raven, who uses the Feather Storm, ignited, Ghost Stasis just to stay alive, and they took out Viper with JK as well, but they do not have enough steam to continue this fight. RRQ have found two, JK trying to salvage the game, but Baron is not needed, and RRQ finds the ace.
Oh boy, that kind of looked like it was going to go in SGP's favor actually. Nudu managed to catch him out with the snowball, but Chaz is terrifying. He was waiting in the wings there, used the full extent of his hook shot to get in on Raven. Raven had to re-engage her, try and stop them from the Baron, which is what they thought it was going to be. But it looked like it might be the wind here. They're not going to be able to respawn in time.
And RRQ will send themselves into lead. Series point in this best of 5 over SGP, 2-1 thus far. The best team from the Philippines, striking back pretty darn hard.
Yeah, that was kind of like, that was some really good Camille. We haven't seen Camille this good. We haven't seen Camille been able to take off with wings flying this high for like a long time. And like, barely any teams have given Camille that room to breathe. I think they overcompensated for the fact that Camille could be this strong, but looking at this game, it's clear why people are afraid of Camille now. And like, well, yeah, I feel like it's, I don't know about being ban-worthy, but I still feel like she was terrifying this game. Chaz like absolutely destroyed it.
Yeah, and we can say the same for Helios, right? He just owned the game with his Akali pick, one of his signature from back in the days. But this replay does tell us a lot about SGP, right? The adaptation coming true from them, and they certainly are putting a very good fight. And the idea was there, right? Just constantly punish a single lane, but when you kind of push the limits a bit too much, you get punished. And RRQ is really good at playing that game. And in this sequence alone, is Helios giving themselves a highlight montage.
Yeah, that it's rare to see the 4 kills. So 4 kills through an immediate. It wasn't exactly a quadra kill, but like you seeing 4 kills in succession is something rare in the WildRift Championship. So that's pretty nice to see.
Yeah, I mean, even just now that sequence was as JK getting toyed around, just getting completely outplayed.
JK, theoretically, JK should have been absolutely destroying. Like, he had the gold, he had the setup, he had a lot of times where he would have been the chance to shine. But like, Chaz pretty much had him in stride. During his counter-strikes, he wasn't getting killed by auto-attacks. In fact, it wasn't even on the table. Chaz was saving up like a lot of his skills to be able to deal with him if the counter-strike ever came up. He had flashes ready to deal with the fact that he could jump away if that ever came up. And like, I think I talked about it already during the draft that like the Fright Chain was going to be on SGP's side, but like the re-engagement from RRQ side was going to be like even stronger. I just didn't think I would see like the realizations of what I said so soon, because immediately we saw that the Fright Chain being put out by SGP to try to get early game lead and get like JK really far ahead. but they sort of turned on their heads. The re-engagement came out from RRQ. Everything lined up for them. The stars aligned, and then that's it. That was a 4-kill on Helios, and by that point, the game was pretty much going to be really, really annoying to deal with, or it was pretty much done.
Yeah, and that kind of allowed Helios to play that side lane, and you know, I think up to the point when we saw JK get solo killed by Helios, we knew that was a big problem that SGP has created for themselves. But all things considered, this, despite RRQ getting 16 kills, I feel like was one of the more even games that we've had. You know, same as game 2 where SGP kind of took it away because they got the Kassadin pick. But overall, you know, we saw that back and forth between these two teams. In fact, you know, for the first half, SGP was in the lead in terms of net worth.
Yeah. Actually, so yeah, thinking back, this isn't what we call an insurmountable wall. SGP has a chance to get back from this. SGP is the type that learns. We talked about how they learn. I think the only issue is that at this level of competitive play, every small little little advantage you give to a team can potentially snowball. And in that case, that little advantage that was given over was literally 4 kills on Helios.
Yeah.
That was pretty much a turning point. And the freight train was a solid strategy. I'm going to tell you now, I like the strategy, and by all accounts, it should have worked. But, you know, when you have another team thinking like one step ahead of you, then you pretty much your fate was sealed, because like they already had an answer for your freight train and they were ready to use it and funnel all that gold into Helios, and the Helios became a problem. Solo killing a Nunu who's supposed to be tanky, just didn't build any magic items, didn't have it in the works.
Yeah, I mean, good idea nonetheless, right? Like XGP just experimenting, and we did see a bit of success, but let's see if it's gonna be the case for the next game. But of course, all of this not possible without our friends, partners all over at Snapdragon Elite Gaming. When winning matters, because these guys have been with us for a very, very long time, and WildRift is just part of that journey. They've been with us for multiple game titles that I've been very blessed to be involved in. So I really am thankful for them, and I also am thankful for Monster Energy that allows everyone on the broadcast and his team to unleash the beast within them. Check them out at www.monsterenergy.com/gaming. And of course, if you guys have not joined our Discord just yet, join us at discord.gg/Snapdragon Pro Series. We would love to hear your thoughts on honestly anything regarding the series. You can ask questions, you can answer questions, you can be the problem. No, just don't be the problem, but just join in. That's the point. Coming up, game number 4 between RRQ and SGP. SGP right now, backs against the wall. RRQ are 1 game away from having a date with Nigma Galaxy in the upper bracket finals. We'll see if RRQ can close this out, or will SGP give us 1 more game. We'll find out after this break.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming and Monster Energy.
1 versus 1, JK flashes away, taking Knight, finishing off high.
Between all of their minions, which pretty much turns the tide of battle and does enough damage.
And this is what I've been talking about, the go-kart freight train, go-kart, counter-strike, exhaust, knockout, and double knockout with the snowball. A delivery system from Edge top lane. Chad has something to think about, say about it, and now Heroes Essence come in. It's going to be a huge one EXO getting even on the tree. Heroes gets picked up with the Vendetta, and RRQ, they are not shy to take this fight. JK finishes off Chaz, but it's a double for Helios, and now he gets knocked up. But there's no damage coming out from SGP. They will still try though. EXO in the mist with that Justice Punch. SSK gets hit by Shuriken. The root from the Snowball is not enough, and Helios has found a triple. EXO goes forward, and Helios with an unofficial quad in his top side. Bring the tier 1 down. Bottom lane of Vendetta is going to get gone on. SSK arrives in time. The ultimate of the dodge Snowball. There's nothing that SSK can do to help Vendetta.
Don't see it just yet. Maybe gonna get a solo kill. JK. Oh, that's so much damage.
Helios with the acrobatic movements. And without JK for 30 seconds, SGP, I don't think you want to take this though. EXO! Formenton again with the Galio. It's just so darn good with the champion. The lockdown with WJ secures death, and Chaz finds a double for himself. Vendetta flashes forward with the gold card. The Stoneplate keeping Chaz alive. He flashes away, gets a honey fruit. It survives that. It's a freight train, but apparently RRQ is a bit more refined in terms of that. They want to blow up Helios as fast as they can, but Helios is walking out. Healing with the Conqueror, staying alive. Finally burns the W. But it's just kind of a... With the iceberg, they still have a lot of crack, and the Blast going to send WJ over the wall. The Absolute Zero only doing so much as EXO is taking out most of the damage as pops the gargoyle. Now RRQ collapses from all angles. They were able to finish off EXO with Raven's Feathers as SGP manages to get an SGP know about this. There's no Destiny available, and SSK is going to check the brush with their snowball, and he actually finds members of RRQ, but the flash, tactical sweep from Chaz into the back line. They want to take out Raven, who uses the Feather Storm, ignited, Ghost Stasis just to stay alive, and they took out Viper with JK as well, but they do not have enough steam to continue this fight. RRQ have found two, JK trying to salvage the game, but Baron is not needed. And top lane 1v1. JK flashes away, taking Ignite, finishing off Hyde.
Between all of their minions, which pretty much turns the tide of battle and does enough damage.
And this is why I've been talking about the go-kart freight train, go-kart, counter-strike, exhaust knockup, and double knockout with the snowball. A delivery system from top lane. Chaz has something to think about, say about it, and now Hero Senses come in. This is going to be a huge one. EXO getting even on the tree. Helios gets picked up with the Vendetta, and RRQ, they are not shy to take this fight. JK finishes off Chaz, but it's a double for Helios, and now he gets knocked up, but there's no damage coming out from SGP. They will still try though. EXO in the mist with that Justice Punch. SSK gets hit by Shuriken. The root from the snowball is not enough, and Helios has found a triple. EXO goes forward, and Helios with an unofficial quad in his top side. Bring the mid tier one down pretty low. Bottom lane of Vendetta is going to get gone on. SSK arrives in time. The ultimate of the dodge snowball. There's nothing that SSK can do to help Vendetta.
Don't see it just yet. Maybe gonna get a solo kill. JK. Oh, that's so much damage.
Helios with the acrobatic movements. And without... And RRQ now takes the lead in this best of 5 over SGP. 2-1. But we are getting ready for Game 4 in the Snapdragon Pro Series WildRift Open Finals playoffs for the region of MSPB. My name is Husky alongside Aaron Pondo. RRQ, I heard a bird chipping. I think that they're bringing in Marky.
What? Marky, as on the ADC icons, Marky?
The ADC icons Marky.
Oh.
The original Marky, though we'll find out in a bit. That's just what I heard. But of course, we got to put our focus on the key players from game number 3 first, and that is going to be Chaz on that Camille. Some people would argue that it's going to be Helios, but for me, I think they both deserve to be the key player. Though, Chaz was able to up the average of the Camille win rate in the SPS.
You and I talk a lot about that Camille win rate and the fact that we barely get to see Camille really spread their wings. Chaz here really showing us how it's done and the way that he's executing and keeping like the targets locked down where they should have been. Helios was definitely a factor. He was definitely going to be a force to be reckoned with, but while Helios was away playing, Chaz was there in the backline keeping things very smooth and getting those extra kills, which, you know, eventually swung things back towards RRQ's favor.
Yeah, absolutely. And that is why RRQ, you know, when we looked at Game 1 and when Game 1 was done and dusted, I mentioned that this is just the tip of the iceberg. This is not, we barely just scratched the surface of the RRQ playbook, and they're bringing out more and more of that, right? We went from Game 1 to Game 2, the kill. That one didn't work out. And then we see the Helios Akali, one of his special, and he was able to completely decimate the ranks of SGP alongside the Chaz Camille. So coming into Game 4, the fact that I think they are bringing Marky back in, this is going to make that Dragon Lane even more interesting because Marky is one of the most solid Dragon Laners that we have seen, and regardless of what situations you put him in, he always delivers.
Well, you know, me seeing the Marky play is like, I've seen what he can do, so it's definitely going to be an interesting addition to this if he does get pulled in. But my cards are still in SGP. I feel like we can still kind of shuffle things around. Like I know that the faith is not necessarily going to be the highest around here. I've seen some dissenting opinions. I've seen some predictions which is necessarily going down a route. But like,
I mean, you say that, but you also voted RRQ.
Well, no, I did. Okay, but like the whole topic.
Game 5. Okay, so I think that's where the faith lies.
The faith lies in that SGP wouldn't get steamrolled, because I do think RRQ, like if we're talking like, you know, absolute stats, RRQ all the way. SGP is unpredictable. We know they're unpredictable. We've had that whole thing with the Fennel versus SGP. We're thinking nowhere they're going to be Fennel because Fennel has the fundamentals down.
Yeah.
But for SGP, it doesn't matter about the fundamentals. It matters or not whether or not you're in the face of Vendetta, whether you're in the face of getting knocked over by a particularly good like Comp or Fright Train or Nunu Ultimate. And then it boils down to whether or not you had an answer for that in the first place, because you weren't even thinking about that when the comp was built around it.
Yeah, and I just realized something, right? I think this is, well, I hope I'm not wrong, which I don't think I am, but SGP coming into this, they are the only team aside from Phantom 6 who doesn't kind of have a coach or an analyst, a support staff, right? They remember what SSK mentioned that they are a definition of a for fun team, so they are doing everything on their own, right? But Phantom 6 is not in this top 4 and SGP is, and they did just take one game off of RRQ, the team that represented the entire SCA region at the world stage a couple of months ago. So with all that taken into account, I would say it is very impressive for SGP as a team to function with the players themselves doing the job of a coach, an analyst, the drafters, and also down to playing the game itself.
Yeah, I feel like these regions have so much more potential that we're talking about. Singapore, Malaysia, but like we get the general sense that whenever we go through regionals, that there's kind of like an overarching theme of like this is for fun. We haven't taken this seriously yet. We haven't hired out the stuff. I feel like there's potential there. We're barely scratching the surface of the iceberg of what these teams are capable of, but they seem to be going in with the attitude that these things are definitely a fun experience, which I don't disagree, but I feel like there's more in there. There's something in there.
I can agree with that, but I just gotta add on a bit, and this might make me sound a bit bitter, but I'm just throwing out facts. Okay, that's the disclaimer out there. I think that for SGP, because we have veterans back, even way back from the PC era, right? Some of them have been around for almost a decade. I think that being for fun is one thing, but the fact that they are functioning without a support system, I think that's what makes them the tenacity impressive. But we have a team called Sem9. They have a full support system, so I'm just putting it out there. They're not in the top 4. SGP is, so my faith is in them. Game 4 draft with SGP back on the blue side and RRQ back on the red.
Okay, so what do you think is going to be first, man? I feel like Kassadin is definitely going to be a definite, and maybe Camille's back on the table because now they've seen what Chaz can do with it.
Yeah, well, I think that could be a possibility, but I'm also looking at does SGP prioritize think the Akali as a big enough threat to take her out, or it's just a one-off thing on the side of RRQ, and that really well could be a one-off thing from RRQ.
Well, because Akali Helios really did get lucky with the, not really lucky is our skills, but the fact that the Fright Train went so wrong, and the fact that the Fright Train gave 4 free kills away to Akali within the first couple of minutes, that's more of a factor than anything else. I think banning it away as a targeted thing would be good, but then you just be sort of dealing with another champion, and if that champion got 4 kills in the early minutes, then it's just going to be the same story all over again. You have an assassin, you have him really fed really early on, and it's going to be the same story no matter who you pick, who you ban, and I guess you'd be making him a bit more uncomfortable playing on a champion that he's less used to than Akali, but like it's not going to be as big of a priority pick as like some other bans.
Yeah, I think I can agree with that, right? Because SGP also moved away from the Z ban, I think, in the previous game. So, but that was also because we saw the Akali, so that's why there was no reason to take out the Z. RRQ finally respecting the Kassadin a bit more. They ban it out alongside the Yuumi, and the Camille, like you mentioned, just makes it back onto the ban list. SGP got a taste of it, didn't like it, and decided that they did not want to deal with it.
Yeah, I guess even they were kind of wavering on the Camille pick. They saw the win rate, they saw the pick rate, and like they were thinking, Camille hasn't been doing that all that well. Do we really? I know theoretically that she's a problem, but like, do we really need to? Maybe it's just theoretical. Maybe she's not actually that bad because the win rate hasn't been that great. And Chaz came along and said, well, you didn't shut me down, and so I'm here to show you just why she's considered a really top-tier champion and why she's ridiculously bannable regardless of her win rate.
And yeah, I think, for Camille, it's again not the golden bullet to win the game, right? It's just, but it definitely does provide a lot for the team. While SGP gets themselves the comfort pick, which is the Lucian for Raven once more, and RRQ will have that Riven locked in. And we've seen Hyde on Riven, we've also seen Chaz play the Riven, so this champion alone has huge value, intrinsic value for RRQ as a team, and they also give Exozen his Galio once more.
Ooh, okay. So, yeah. Well, this is what we call the comfort picks. So like, I don't expect it to be a crazy comp, maybe. Like this is what we call the solid build around picks because like it's like a tree. So these aren't the roots, these aren't the branches. These are like the solid branch, the solid like log in the middle, and it's what they tend to like to build around. So Evolution, who can generally keep up with the Nunu, and then if you have Mancha Shield onto a Nunu, that's extra speed. That's basically ridiculous amount of speeds from a different like type of video game maybe. And then you have Galio with the Riven. That's a lot of initiation. That's a lot of CC. So we're seeing, you always kind of see the trajectory from where it builds out from the initial like base log which you have with Lucia and Riven.
Yeah, and I do like RRQ's response to this. They pick the Lux up, and that's one way to stop that Nunu from rolling the snowball into your face, right? Just throw the light binding, but for SGP, you got the Karma again, and no RRQ, they basically just saw through what SGP is trying to do. You want 10 layers of shield, no Shen for you this time. Let's see what you can put on Jinkai.
Ooh. Well, yeah. Actually, yeah. Now that you mentioned it, the Shen's off the table. That is going to make things a lot more complicated because the layers of shield's gone, and the fact that Stand United is no longer an option for like a second version of the Freight Train, which is literally the Shen Delivery Express. And well, there are many ways they could go about it. Actually, there's like a different branching path they could choose instead of deciding to go with. I don't think they'll be going with the TF again. I don't think it's going to be that version of the Freight Train. They might be trying a different version of the Freight Train, but if RRQ catches them again, that's going to be another match that could potentially be given over to RRQ.
Yeah, and we see SGP still banning out the set, right? So there is a chance that EXO gets the set, and then we get a mid Galio, and that is still a possibility. The fact that RRQs have multiple flexes on their team says a lot, but with Chaz getting his Lee Sin, you can be sure that that Riven is going to the Baron Lane.
This is what, okay, that's, so we're seeing RRQ a bit more of a traditional pick, maybe with the exception of Lux, who's going to be more of a Nunu counter pick, who would generally replace what we put a Morgana into. But like, yeah, it's pretty standard stuff. Garen to Nunu. Guess you want some speed to be keeping up with the rest of the train that you're sending, and having a silence is going to be really useful for keeping people off Nunu, making sure that there's not too many. You have another thing to body block projectiles, potentially Nunu, and keep their backline off of your backline.
And we see the Vendetta Yasuo again for the 4th time. This tournament still 0% win rate, unfortunately. But
It's 0%. Yeah, it's 0% win rate. Yeah.
and we get the Renekton. So this is, I think, it's a Galio. It's a Renekton mid most likely for Helios. We've seen different versions of champions like Renekton that either run the Conqueror or they run the Kraken Slayer. I think the Kraken Slayer is one of the more popular ones, but Renekton into Yasuo is going to be dirt rough for the Yasuo.
Yeah, definitely going to be a fun time. But Vendetta seems to believe that there's something there with the Yasuo. Maybe we'll see a Chaz-like turnaround with the Camille win rate as well, and maybe we'll see the first win on the board for a Yasuo-based Vendetta.
Yeah, well, that's kind of a wishful thinking.
That's what we call hope, Brian Husky. That's what we call the belief in like something greater, something out there for us, like Yasuo winning over a 0% win rate.
Yeah, I'm gonna quote you. I'm just being realistic. but truth be told, I think we're looking at rough lanes, rough mid lane matchup at least on paper for SGP, right? Yasuo into Renekton, and on top of that, you have this setup for the Lee Sin ganks. I'm looking at my eyes are now completely on Chaz because we are getting the switch up in the turn to the jungle where SSK, sure, Nunu, you can gank, but if you want to play tempo, Chaz's Lee Sin is going to out-tempo you early on. And I think that can really set the tone for the rest of the game.
Yeah, it's going to be more pick-off centric. It's going to be a lot more easier to get in and get on the picks, where Nunu is more of what we call a setup play. So like, you kind of have a Nunu without someone else to follow you around to basically help you with the setup, because then you don't have enough damage output as Nunu to do much in comparison to a Lee Sin, who can do a solo gank and get so much more done. But Nunu is what we call the setup champion. So if he gets the ball rolling, literally, then
Yeah.
you know you have a shot, you get you get someone else fed, and then you're providing so much CC, so much utility towards a later half of the game. But if you don't get to that point at all, and like you get shut down like in that earlier game in the game 2, then you're not going to be able to see that Nunu materialize. You're just going to have your own like little contentions to deal with.
Well, SGP seems to really believe in Nunu and Willem. One win, one loss so far, and this in a potential decider game, they bring out the Nunu again. They bring out the Yasuo. I think that's the most important part of this draft, and they were able to provide Raven with his most comfortable pick on their Lucian. But this is also the first time we get to see Marky play for RRQ. You know, at least in this tournament. See the Chaz stats on the Lee Sin, 100% win rate, and just positive numbers all around. I believe he only played like 1-2 games with Lee Sin prior to this, but you know that's kind of besides the point.
It's still impressive stats nonetheless. It's really a lot of numbers in the high range that you don't usually see on a lot of other players as well. So it's clear that Chaz's Lee Sin is something to be feared. Now, the question is on whether or not Shinsekai or SSK can do the same and like make his Nunu be equally feared, because it's going to have a lot to live up to in comparison to like Chaz and his Lee Sin, which has already become the stuff of, you know, legends.
And we already are seeing how Helios is oppressing Vendetta early on, and this is why we see Vendetta making that adjustment, right? He's going for the grasps of the Undying just to stay alive longer in that lane. Bottom lane also in SGP favors for now. The oppressive laning from both Raven and WJ. Bone plating from Helios to keep him alive, keep him healthier.
Looks like, you know, your friendly neighborhood Nunu has come along to help you push up that lane, and he's going to be using the snowball to get down for a what we call a level 3 tower dive with a really nice little route there coming from the flash.
EXO also able to flash away, and actually Helios shows up. Just grabs first blood. This guy came out of the shadows alongside Chaz to get another kill, and Raven also goes down. RRQ responds in a perfect fashion. I mean, SGP took way too long.
Well, it looks like RRQ is starting to understand the way SGP works. They know that they enjoy that early level tower dives, but they always in the counter jungle at just the right time. As per now, that's 3 kills away for free, and we're beginning to see a very similar scenario to game 2.
Just loving RRQ's response, right? I mean, the idea was there, you know, Raven and Flash exhaust and WJ followed up, but I think the saddest part was SSK was rolling a snowball and he missed. Like the snowball hit the wall right before the gang was about to happen, and he didn't have the cooldown, but they followed through with it, and it just took way too long. EXO again was the hero, the bastion of RRQ. He taunts all of them. RRQ shows up, cleans up house.
It's really something to not maneuver the snowball just the way that you want it, but it's difficult even in the most controlled environments. So props to SSK for trying that. Almost manages to get their hand on Marky there, but in this game, like almost is not the same as actually getting. So
yeah, there's you know, there's a small defined line of difference between getting something, like crossing the finishing line and almost crossing the finishing line. Gonna taunt onto Raven, the Transcendence Embrace drop by WJ. A kick comes in and Chaz lands 2 of them, followed up by a final spark for Marky. And line them out like pins of bowling pins. RQ knocks both of them down.
So this is the power of a man with 100% win rate on Lee Sin. But yes, that was a very impressive kick. That was lined up like bowling pins, like you said, a complete strikeout. And RRQ is already showing their dominance with a 5-kill lead over SGP. I might need to eat my words about the 5th game coming up, because SGP is going to have to pull something out of the hat right now, because Nunu doesn't seem to be effectual in the same way that Chaz is right about now.
There's just so many ways to disengage from Nunu, but I mean, let's just marvel at this moment from Chaz. Just oof.
Oh man, and then the immediate out to come out from Marky on the lineup, because he knew that Chaz was definitely going to be able to land that kick in a way that sort of matters. And you saw the lineup. You saw the way he kicked him into a position where the Lux ulti would get them both guaranteed because they're both in the air, and like that pretty much settled their fate, sealed the deal, and made it very difficult for SGP now in the Dragon lane and like mid lane as well.
And that was already 4 deaths in total for the Dragon lane of SGP, right? One started with the attempt on the first blood, and the other was the gang EXO again. Flash, taunt, Justice punch. Vendetta can't sweep. Well, can just dash away. I mean, Chaz has a resonating strike.
Yep.
6 kills so far for RRQ. Nothing going the way of SGP. They will try bottom though, I believe. Onto Marky. This should be something for them. They finally get it done.
It's going to be, well, the writing's still on the wall for SGP because they can't have Vendetta being useless right about now, because Vendetta not being fed is going to be, it's Yasuo. Yasuo is not the type of champion that will necessarily provide much assistance to you if he's not fed or he doesn't have enough gold to be able to make a difference. In that case, it's just going to be a very like weeaboo dasher dashing in between minions and trying to get away from the rest of your team, and there's nothing he can contribute because there's nothing he can do. So yeah, very dangerous position for SGP to be in. The writing's on the wall for them. They're going to have to find a way to get the Yasuo back into the game, or they're going to have to find a way to get more picks, because 1v6 on a 5k gold lead or 4k gold.
Try to at least get some damage down onto Helios, but it's going to be EXO Transcendence Embrace. It's going to back both of them in. This is the fastest time that Tara has been taken now, especially the mid tier 1. Right as the objective spawns, so already a lot of pressure applied over to SGP. RQ not bothered about this dragon take. Not even going to consider contesting this one. So SGP will get to walk away with the first objective for free. They do, I mean the Rift Herald is still on the table.
Rift Herald's on the table. Doesn't look like RQ's been...
And a lineup!
Oh
my god, Marky with a 2-man binding. Chaz trying to get away, SSK flashes onto him. He's gonna finish it, and EXO now tries to fight, gets a taunt. No binding from Marky, but Helios, oh watch out, he's here. Dominus pop, Raven flashed away. They rule him down with a snowball, knock out with a tornado, but the wind wall will not save SSK.
Just having Mr. Crocodile just appear at you and nowhere, Helios is just terrifying right now, the Dominus, and that's going to be a free Rift pickup for RRQ as well. SGP was actually probably managed to get back in there with some of the shutdown gold from the Lee Sin on Chaz, but maybe it's too little too late, because it doesn't seem to be going down to whoever needed the most, is probably Vendetta. It did go to SSK, so it makes him a bit more effectual, but like right now, looking at the bigger picture, SGP is like on the back foot, and RRQ is going to be the one dictating the rest of this pace.
Yeah, RRQ might have let them take the dragon, but definitely will not have to give them the same treatment. They kick SSK away, smite the Herald as well. Exosun will most likely go down. The root comes up, but SSK is good, but the damage from RRQ is also immense. SSK gets taken out. High will not be executed. The exhaust keeping him alive, and JK now set on the run. The binding into a final spark will disintegrate him, and SGP ends up losing more.
That was slightly off base, just a little bit. Chaz with a beautiful Dragon's Rage to get SSK out of range, to make sure that he doesn't have his Consume and Smite for that 2000, well, actually not 2000, he hasn't leveled out the Smite yet, but to a point where he could have stolen away the Rift Herald easily. So you can take Dragon, don't take Rift Herald. That's pretty much all RQ has to say about that.
And just smooth movements, right? Completely getting the timing right. EXO once more was buying time in the front line. You know, SSK got a 3-man root, and that initially looked pretty good, but JK just overestimated his damage, and now RRQ continue the tempo, a kick onto SSK away. Helios shows up with the dominance. They try to go for the ult onto EXO, and this time even EXO survives. Nothing can be done by SGP in the top lane, but they do finish off Hyde in the bottom lane.
I don't think they're out of it just yet. They're still quite behind in terms of a lot of gold, but JK has been fed enough. SSK does have a lot of gold on him, so there's a lot of potentials for them to get a lot of picks the same way that they did right now. And they finally managed to get the Dragon turret as well, so not a complete domination like this way that we saw in the last game. In fact, there might be quite the chance here. Getting a fed Garen would be like a good enough initiation and a good enough like wall against most of the problems that you have to face. So like, yeah, could still be in this for now.
Helio is just going to man fight JK, and JK, I don't think he can win this one. Forced back. And RRQ are looking to take this top tier 1, and that is going to happen.
That is going to happen indeed. There's going to be another tier 1
Chaz.
turret. Oh, JK stayed around too long. Dragon's going to push it away. That's, oh, are they timing the coordinating together? Seems like Chaz and Marky have some sort of implicit understanding going on that whenever Dragon's Rage is going to come out from Chaz's side, then he's going to be following it up with the Lux's out, which is pretty interesting overall.
Oh boy, SSK, he has revealed himself. EXO is in a prime position, and he's just following SSK, and he's cutting off. He's going for bigger fishes. Vendetta is the one on the list. Karma are out from Raven, and Helios is just going to try and cut down Vendetta alongside High. The root from SSK is there, but SGP just does not have the damage. SSK rolls a snowball onto 2, Helios turns around, and he's just way too tanky, and Chaz plays tag team with them. RRQ walks away with 2 kills.
Well, that was like the imposter among us was pretty sus because I saw Nunu walking among the likes of RQ just being completely ignored because RQ had their eyes on the prize, which is bot lane. But it does get taken down eventually with, despite the fact that he put out a really good Winter's approach.
SGP falling more and more behind in terms of the net worth. We see RRQ having, what, 7,000 gold advantage over SGP, and the numbers, they do tell it all. The core items coming online for RRQ, and SGP slowly bleeding out on the map.
Just JK pushing up for now. Gonna be seeing the replay. Here you go, the Nunu imposters coming in. Gonna immediately use his out among the rest of them. So close to getting a lot of kills out or potentially getting the trades out, but they didn't have anyone to follow up. Vendetta got taken out early, and like I said, a Yasuo who is behind is not a good Yasuo at all. And that's pretty much them getting away scot-free despite the fact that their HP is taken out to 1/3 for most of the team members, like all 5 of them in fact.
SSK once more getting caught. The final box comes right through, and you can see the full brunt of the damage. The kick actually hits the WJ, and he ends up going down, and High just goes forward with the flash. They get the stun on the SGP, and Helios, where did this guy come from?
Helios, word? Did he get the teleport? He got the teleport boots, didn't he? Or is he just getting some really creative ways of getting around? Because I've seen come out from their jungle, from his jungle, from like the back of their turret. It's like, where is this man coming out from, and how is he getting there in the first place?
True crocodile. When crocs attack.
When this is a documentary. This is a Discovery Channel for you.
Yeah, I'm reporting from Summoner's Rift when Helios attacks.
This is where you do your David Attenborough voice. You're just like, it looks like a Renekton is moving through the water. He sees his prey and he's about to.
That's a pretty good one.
Oh yeah, Helios. Yeah, that's just the Helios like guarantee. Well,
they're gonna get High for sure. It's gonna take a while, but yeah, he's
give the kill to Vendetta. There you go. Okay, Vendetta's got some gold. He's gonna be able to do something about this now. SGP is back on track. I'm sure that this is the catalyst they need to win this game. This is the ultimate proof of what they need. Well, you know,
I mean, the hopium is incredibly strong.
There's no such thing as hopium. You just have to believe.
Yeah, that sounds like that sounds like, you know, the 80s term for hopium.
Well, in the modern era. The 80s term for hopium.
Yeah. Well, Jinkai went down because EXO gonna get a good knockout onto 3 of them. Helios is now incredibly enraged, trying to take down WJ. The last breath is on him, and now procs the stone play. EXO waiting to hell. Marquis now gets the biting off. Helios dashes away from Tornado. Raven follows up onto him. RRQ now in a bad spot as EXO will be fed to Vendetta. Final Spark does connect. Actually, they blew up Raven in the process. Well, not all things going the way of SGP, but it could have gone worse.
Oh my gosh.
He's back for round number 2. Gets a taunt off and actually gets away. And the High now tries to chase down Vendetta. SSK knocks him out with a snowball, and he has to surrender his own life. Vendetta finds a target. That is Marky. Goes for the last breath. Taunted by EXO. And Vendetta kept in place, and he will be finished off by RRQ.
Okay, that was rude. That was ridiculously rude from EXO. EXO saying, hey, come on over here. Turns around in a circle like a little pretty mating dance, and then goes back towards Vendetta. Vendetta doing his best to try and get it. They kind of high-five. I saw SGP high-five each other there in the game. They're just like, all right, Raven, you've got that. I'm going to get this kill over here. I'm going to be useful. And then what happens? Raven's dead.
You know, it's just-
And Vendetta didn't manage to get onto EXO. EXO just danced around in circles and then came back for that.
They do get a tether, an attempted execute onto EXO. They finish him off, but the full force of RRQ will run over SGP. And this fight has ended before it even begun. As the rest of SGP just scurries away from the fight. The High does one more though. The tether doesn't root him down. That's it. RRQ turns to Baron.
Poor Raven barely managed to respawn before getting sent back to the fountain to wait out his, wait out his last seconds of peace. And that might be a Baron bait.
And the binding lands. And JK will not survive this. Vendetta, is this his show? And it is not his show at all. But he's still trying though. Oh, the stone plate. Vendetta flashes over the wall, but the follow-up is there. Chaz still hits him. And the final spark this time doesn't connect. It's going to be an emote. Emote one from both of them. It's a gentleman's high five. Hyde will take his life.
Jeez. Well, it didn't really matter the fact that Vendetta managed to flash over the wall. He got slowed. I don't know what slowed him, but like it was enough to make sure that he wasn't getting away despite using the flash to get back over the wall. And now it's a cat playing with its prey right now. It's not like a serious sort of takedown. They're not making sure that every box is taken. They know that this game is pretty much over, and it looks like they're playing it the way that they expect it to be.
You know, it's like how when a cat catches a bug, like a roach or a lizard, and he's just like playing it with his paws, just nudging it. Are you dead yet? Please don't be dead.
Husky, I just had a large bowl of rice. I don't really want to talk about roaches. Like I don't want to talk about bugs in general.
Let's talk about reptiles.
We could talk about reptiles. I like reptiles. I don't know about cats playing with roaches. I've seen my cat play with a hairball, which is like perfectly fine. But I've never seen. I don't want to think about roaches.
It's a pretty good cat. I like it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's
good. It's good.
all cats are great.
All cats are great.
I love cats. Yeah. All cats are great.
Yeah, I love cats, but all cats are great. I think this is a bit too far-fetched. No,
I'm not saying something controversial like.
Yeah, of course. All cats are awesome. Well, Marky just went down and just tried to face check that crush. Well, he didn't really face check, but they just camped it.
No, that's the turnaround they need. This is what SGP needs to win the game. Marky being down is like most of the battle potential gone, and now they can turn this around. They can make this game worth fighting for in the end. RRQ is going to be on the back foot. They're really scared. They know they can't do this without Marky. That's going to be like 3 towers down for them now that they've lost the most important player on their team.
And SGP now gets to turn their attention onto the Ocean Drake.
It's
gonna take a while to like
for the
50
Baron.
Oh, RQ is making them choose right now. SGP is like, SGP is gonna run for it. They get a kick on the JK. He gotta survive this one. The stone play buying time. Big karma out, but they still lost JK. Snowball now connects into a last breath onto the High, who gets eviscerated by Vendetta. SGP now again thinking about the dragon, but RRQ is not going to let it slide. They are keeping SGP occupied and interested in the prospect of Baron. But SGP this time will just roll their way over to Dragon.
This is the equivalent of that, you know, that girlfriend meme where like SGP is walking past.
Well, we'll see if they can get this at least. Nope. Chaz just steals it. You're not interested in our Baron offer? Well, we take your Dragon and now we kill you. And RRQ are looking for Baron.
Apparently, it doesn't seem to matter the fact that Nunu has a Chilling Smite at about 980 damage together with like his Consume, which is another 1,000 true damage, because, you know, Chaz is going to take it all the same. He might even Dragon Rage you away from it. And like, but like I said, it was like they were going through the real life girlfriend meme,
right?
Where they're walking past, like they're holding hands with Dragon, and then Dragon's looking at them, but they're staring back at like Baron. Is just like, oh, can't decide.
Kind of is like that. Desperation attempt from SGP to keep RQ away from the Baron, and they're doing a good job at that. The last breath on the 2, and actually took out Helios. And the big final spark is not enough. Raven takes out Marky. WJ surviving. SGP finding a bit of a lifeline in that fight. And they actually took down 3 members of RRQ. SGP are back in the game.
That's actually huge. Managing to take the buff off of 3 members. They're getting pushed down from their Dragon lane, from the inhibitor turret. But that sort of opens them up to, wait, sorry, they didn't even take down Baron yet. There's still a lot more hope for them right over here. Last breath onto the EXO.
Did he followed up with that? He's gonna keep and then EXO at bay. Watch out for Chaz though. This is the moment. Chaz goes in, gets the kick up, steals the Baron! Again, the miracle work of RRQ does not miss. And what did I tell you, Pondo? What did I tell you? Chaz will never, ever give up an objective. And he's about to go for more. A triple for Chaz. Last breath again on EXO. And Chaz, he's gonna beat you down. 4 dead on SGP. And RRQ are looking for the final closure of this game. There's nothing left for SGP. RRQ are looking for the win.
I don't get it, SSK. Like, you're gonna go with the Nunu. You gotta have like you have 2 smites on you. How are you letting this happen, man? How is this? And like, they're not even taking it seriously anymore. They're just letting the turret hit them. They're just letting it go. Recalling in the middle of a fight. Well, I guess I owe an apology to the people who told me that it was going to be 3-1 because it did end up being 3-1 in the end, and RQ had a lot of time to even banter towards like the end of that game over there.
Yeah, and to be very fair to SGP, that came incredibly close, right? SGP had that one glimmer of hope. That could have been a win, but it's just those minor decision making, right? And of course, Chaz just being one of the clutch objective stealers. It has always been like that. That is his reputation, and he has done it again.
He Sonic waved onto one of them. They tried to back away so that he wouldn't have easy access to Dragon. Didn't matter. He's managed to steal it away twice. Not just from anyone, mind you. He managed to steal it away twice from a Nunu. A Nunu who has 2 smites to his name because Consume and a regular smite. That's impressive. It's impressive, nonetheless.
What can I say? I mean, it's Chaz. It's Chaz. I mean,
saying Chaz is not a justification for for how impressive that could be.
It
but
is.
like, I get, okay, fine. It's an adjective now. It's Chaz. Maybe not an adjective, but it is very impressive nonetheless. And there you go. That's Helios. Where did he come from? How did he get over there? And how does he get into the situations where he's on the back foot and catching them out from even SGP is not expecting a lot of these.
Yeah, and this was actually, well, actually not this one, but afterwards, right? The fight after that, after the push and pull, the tug of war between the Baron and the Dragon, it was, you know, we saw SGP, they actually have this great chance. They wiped like 3 members of RRQ, and they turned the Baron with the full force, but at the end of the day, it did not matter, and I just love how Chaz has his eyes on the prize, right? Like, sure, you have a Nunu, but your double smite doesn't matter if we kill the Nunu. And this was the fight that SGP gave themselves a lifeline.
It honestly really impresses me because it's 19 kills up. The goal differential was about 10k, but Raven was still pretty much destroying a lot of their backline, killing so many of their team members and dealing damage. Like, this wasn't insurmountable. Despite the fact that the stats up there should tell you otherwise, that this is insurmountable. What we're seeing, look at that. Look at that kick away. SSK gets pushed away from a Consume. It has to rely on a smite, but if you're relying only on smite, that's it. You're not going to win against Chaz because Chaz is Chaz. If he already used a Sonic Wave, that would have been extra damage because you know that the Sonic Wave into Resonating Strike does extra damage based on missing health. There's a cap on it to monsters, but that also adds another layer of like the amount of damage that Lee Sin can do. But he already used it, so all he had was his smite. It kind of boiled down to a regular smite battle, and here we go. JK was supposed to be the one who kept them in this game. He had the gold. He was ahead. He had the lane. He had the push. He took down the tower. But how did he end up getting to the 1-7 mark?
I just want to report Helios was selling all of his items before the game ends. we didn't even get to see what he bought. But that aside, I mean, Chaz 17-2 on the Lee Sin. This guy has half the kills, half the total kills that his team has gotten.
Well, I guess the legend of Chaz continues on his 100% win rate, Lee Sin. I feel like they take it up for special occasions now because, like, that is insane. I didn't think that he'd be able to keep that title of the 100% win rate Lee Sin, but it looks like Chaz is going to remain undefeated for a while longer. But kudos to Raven. Look at that damage numbers. 35,000 damage, even more than Chaz. Chaz with the 17 kills. We're talking about Raven being incredibly relevant even towards the late game, where RRQ was pretty much dominant at all parts of the game and had a 10k lead towards the end there. So very impressive for Raven. Props to Raven. I'm sure the SGP has, you know, an outlet to get back eventually.
Yeah, and they still have a lower bracket run. You know, in next weekend, right? They are gonna go up against Team Underground. So this is gonna be very interesting because these two teams have not met before up to this point. So it's gonna be kind of like a fresh start. But for Team RRQ, they have a date with Destiny, with Nigma Galaxy in that upper bracket. And honestly, we are looking at the two strongest team in the league about to fight it out next weekend as well. So it's going to be a very interesting weekend.
Yeah.
You know, just in a couple of days.
So now it's going to be boiling down to some of the match between, I feel like, the team with the best macro versus the team with the best micro.
Oh yes.
Yeah, you're looking at it.
Well, we are looking at it.
RRQ has absolutely incredible mechanics. Like, I have never seen a Lee Sin so consistently target those Dragon Rages to keep the jungler away from, you know, from the objective, for one, especially against a Nunu. You don't see a lot of people who can reliably keep a Nunu away from getting the jungle consistently because of their skills. You also don't see a lot of cases where, like, you have perfect Dragon Rages in, and then immediately using a Lux's ulti onto that, like the two knocked up characters over there. That's just peak micro, peak mechanics, and the team fighting is impeccable. And then we have Nigma Galaxy.
Yeah, then we have Nigma Galaxy, which is just the king of macro. We can continue that conversation just in a bit, because right now, with pressing matters, we gotta talk to Chaz, the miracle child of RRQ, the jungler, the god Lee Sin. They should make a God Fist Lee Sin skin morning after you. Hello, Marky in the background, but first of all, congratulations, guys. You just beat SGP, and you guys are now in the upper bracket. I mean, how do you guys feel? I mean, it was an incredible victory towards the very end.
We feel overwhelmed because when Marky go in game 4, I think game 4, we are overwhelmed, and I think we are just having fun in the whole game from early to late. And me and my team, we just said that we like to have 40 kills in the game.
Well, you guys came pretty close. You guys had 34 kills,
Yeah.
and you took half of it. You have 17 to your name. But I mean, how does it? How is it like, you know, having Marky back? Well, I know Marky never really left, but you know, being able to play with your teammate, who you guys were able to work together on that Icons World stage, you know, in SPS. You know, is it a different feeling than, you know, playing together with Viper, the other Dragon laner?
I think Viper and Marky, it's different when Marky go in because our chemistry is the same with the 4-man roster, and with Viper we still adjusting with him, and I think we need to practice him more.
All right, Pano?
Well, it seems that you and Marky seem to have some sort of a secret agreement going on. Was Marky like standing behind you on the back and tapping you on the back every time you're about to do a Dragon's Raid? It's like, oh, you're about to do a Dragon's Raid? I'm about to use my Lux ultimate, okay? Kick him over here, I'm gonna ulti over here. Did you guys have like some sort of tacit agreement or something going on?
Yeah, we're doing that.
Right, awesome.
he always saying the ultimate name of Lux.
Final
He
spark,
go-
final spark.
Final spark.
Yeah, he always said the final spark, like something like that.
So you guys had this planned out the entire time.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know if he set Marky up, but I'll take it as a yes. I'll take it as what he said. We have the MVP screen coming up. I gotta ask you, Chaz. Do you think you'll play the best this series?
I think yes, because I'm too confident in this game.
Oh, that's what I like to hear. We're gonna bring it up right now, because if it's not Chaz, I'm gonna throw a fit. And of course, it is Chaz, right? I mean, who else? There's no one else. Well, I mean, to be fair, the rest of the team also stepped up, but I mean, Chaz, you are definitely the highlight of the series from game 1 all the way until that game 4 steal. I mean, every time I see you all I can imagine is just you stealing objectives. It has been like this since WCS, and right now you're still doing the same, stealing Barons, stealing Dragons, just stealing everything away. You know.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure Husky's in love at this point, Chaz. Like, you got to give him an
Yeah.
autograph or something.
Now I want you to give me some tips, right? Recently, I picked up Lee Sin. I'm very bad at it because I always go 0-17, but I'm determined to learn Lee Sin. And I just want to know, how do you keep such a cool hit when it comes to all this 50-50, objective steals? How are you always so consistent with it? Is that a trick?
I think I'm used to be because from our roster from season 0, I think we always 50-50, and I think I used to do that when I'm having 50-50 game. I'm just confident.
Right. So
How did you keep the Nunu? So you made sure to keep the Nunu away from the objective when you're doing it. Did you dragon raging him away from like the objective? But how did you manage to consistently get those smites all the time? Were you just waiting for the health bar and then predicting it as it like reached the smite stage? Did you just press it according to your feelings? Have you practiced that much?
I think I just predicting it, and ano ba?
you just
I'm just predicting, yeah,
Alright.
and I'm too comfortable in my smite.
Okay. So my
Clearly a lot of
takeaway.
practice on
It is.
Yeah.
My takeaway is that I'm gonna start coin flipping every objective until I get it down. But thank you very much, Chaz, for the
Yeah.
tips. Now before we
Thank
let you go, one last question. You guys are taking on NGX Nigma Galaxy in the upcoming series, and the winner qualifies for the challenge group stage. I know you guys are definitely looking forward to that, but what do you feel about that series?
I think I'm feeling confident, and I think we're gonna have fun because the NGX is a strong team too. I think the feelings from icons are
Feels like I'm coming back. Yeah.
yeah, feelings are coming back.
All right, that's great to hear, right? You guys were splendid on Icons, and it's great to see you guys here again at SPS. We're gonna send you guys on your way to celebrate this win. We'll see you guys next weekend for that best of 5 against NGX. Thank you very much, Chaz, for being here with us.
Thank you very much.
Bye, Marky.
Bye.
Bye, Marky. He couldn't hear us, so I think like Chaz maybe set it up at one point, but it's one guy.
They're both nice people. It's like you can tell like the teamwork was basically them being in the room together. Maybe just like he wanted to do something. He just said, "Hey,
He's like, just
Chaz,
feeding it in for yo Chaz, find a spot, now. Pshoo.
Nothing beats the offline cooperation. That's the best form of communication. Because if you
Yes.
want something done, you just like, all right, get it done.
Yeah, it's just tap someone on the shoulder. That's what makes it fun, right? Like when you play with your friends or your teammates and you're actually physically around each other. That's what makes it the most fun.
Yeah, honestly, those are the best moments. And like sometimes when the casters get together to play games, so like, oh, that's the good stuff.
Yeah, that's.
But yeah, that was a great game. It's sad that we didn't get to go to the game 5. It did seem like RQ was like, playing with SGP by the end there, but like, it was so good to see.
I mean, for Team RRQ, it's all about having fun. I mean, that's the nature of the team. But this is the bracket update. We have NGX today just took down Team Underground 3-0, just no contest at all, and RRQ were able to overcome SGP, and that means that next weekend we get Nigma Galaxy against RRQ in that upper bracket finals, and the first team to win this bracket, this best of 5, qualifies for challenge group stage. Team Underground though will have to fight Team SGP in an elimination series, and just to remind everyone out there, next Saturday is going to be an incredibly long day with 3 best of 5s coming up. 2 teams are packing up and going home, and of course I gotta flex a bit. I'm 10-2, close to perfection on my prediction.
You got the record, but like I got a little bit closer with the fact that SGP got the 1 win. They didn't get the 2 wins like I predicted, but they did get the 1 win.
Yeah,
so I'm gonna say that's a pretty good one.
Yeah, well, I mean, for me it's +1, for you it's -1. Honestly, we're even I'm just being petty at this point. But it's going to be an interesting weekend coming up, right? Upper bracket finals, Nigma Galaxy against RRQ, and then we have Team Underground against SGP, and afterwards the lower bracket final will play it out. So we will eliminate 2 teams in the coming Saturday. It's going to be a heck of a journey for 2 of these teams because they will have to play 2 best-of-5s.
It's gonna be a long one, and whoever's gonna be casting on that day, I wish you the best of luck because there's gonna be a lot of day. Oh, you're gonna be casting today. All right.
And the other Aaron.
Oh, okay. All right. So replacement Aaron's gonna be coming in for me.
replacement.
All right. That's best of luck to you, Husky.
Thank you. I'm gonna have a lot of fun for sure.
It's gonna be a lot of fun. It's also gonna be at the end of it, like we're all gonna feel like, oh god, this is.
No, I don't ever feel that way. I just feel like I can't get enough of the game. You know, if we do not operate on, if we do not need to sleep, honestly, I can go all day for WildRift. But as for today, we have reached the end. We gotta once more thank the partners and and our sponsors that made this happen. Snapdragon Elite Gaming, When Winning Matters, who have been with us on this journey for a long time, and we hope to continue working with them because they have been incredibly awesome. Giving players a platform to express their plays and giving everyone a competitive experience. But we also have to thank Monster Energy for allowing everyone to unleash the beast, from the players to the teams to us and to everyone watching as well. So check them out at www.monsterenergy.com/gaming. Last but not least, join our Discord using the link discord.gg/Snapdragon Pro Series to find out more about SPS in general and also to join the community. This is it. I'm Husky. This guy is Pondo. On behalf of everyone behind the scenes, it has been an amazing weekend, but we still have more WildRift action coming up next weekend. Same time, same day, Saturday and Sunday. We'll see you then. Goodbye. Have a nice night.
Dragon spawning in like 1 second, and the Baron being up for grabs as well.
And Joshi, oh no, he can't go down. They kick him back. They try to burst him. He used it ultimate to get away with the flash as well. The chain of corruption is spreading. Lara was the one with the package to split the battle lines. And you can see Carl straight to the back line. Jay gets popped, but everyone on NGX is incredibly low. Demon Kai has to get away, but they did assassinate. Sayonara in the back line. Oh, Chammy doing a great job. He still gets away. Knocks out Lara 1. Still has the GA. Lara 1 goes stasis. The re-engage comes in from drop.
I guess it kind of assumed that they might have gone to dive on the tower, maybe to get a cheeky explosive cast to get him out of position, but that's not what happened.
Final
He's the one
spark.
who got out.
Clips Lara. And SGP know about this. There's no Destiny available, and SSK is going to check the brush with that snowball, and he actually finds the members of RRQ, but the flash, tactical sweep from Chaz into the back line. They want to take out Raven, who uses the Feather Storm, ignited, goes stasis just to stay alive, and they took out Viper with JK as well, but they do not have enough steam to continue this fight. RRQ have found 2. JK trying to salvage the game, but Baron is not needed, and RRQ...
Like all 5 of them, in fact.
SSK once more getting caught. Final sparks comes right through, and you can see the full brunt of the damage. The King actually hits WJ, and he ends up going down, and Hai just goes forward with the flash. They get the stun on it, SGP, and Helios. Where did this guy come from?
Helios, word? They're walking past, like they're holding hands with Dragon, and then Dragon's looking at them, but they're staring back at like Baron. Is just like, oh, kind of
is like that. Desperation attack from SGP to keep RRQ away from the Baron, and they're doing a good job at that. The last breath on the 2, and actually took out Helios. And the big final spark is not enough. Raven takes out Marky. WJ surviving. SGP finding a bit of a lifeline in that. With that, he's gonna keep it then Exo at bay. Watch out for Chaz though. This is the moment. Chaz goes in, gets the kick up,
no!
Again, the miracle work of RRQ does not miss. And what did I tell you, Pondo? What did I tell you? Chaz will never, ever give up an objective. And he's about to go for more. A triple for Chaz. Last breath again on EXO. And Chaz, he's gonna beat you down. 4 dead on SGP and RRQ.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming and Monster Energy.
Won't stop going till a player on top know it. Rooftop penthouse suite. If you really want it, gotta own it. 5 through it, we was at the lowest. Blood, sweat, tears, the components. Riding all year, now's the moment. We are not friends, we are opponents. Yeah, I'm coming for mine. Yeah, I'm making a play, the game on the line. Yeah, I've been on the grind. Yeah, I jump in the spot, I made it my time. Yeah, look in the sky. Yeah, the stars align, no shade to shine. Can't stop it already. Emotional work and devotion, we put in this time. Look.